don't want to be either east or west of the center.
Collecting data to calculate its movements is a big task.
This is what's called a drop wind sonde, and there are more than 24 of these on the plane. They measure pressure, temperature, humidity, and wind speed, and they will actually go into this tube right here and be ejected from the plane as we pass through the eye of Hurricane Irma.
Once this chute is out of the way and that beam of light is actually able to go across to the other side to the sensor, we get a launch detect on our station saying that that sonde is good.
The information instantly beamed back to computers on board the P-3 Orion aircraft and pushed back to the National Hurricane Center for forecasting.
The part that's over water is very strong, very well-defined eye, about a 30-mile across eye, hurricane force winds 50 miles all the way around the storm out from the center.
7 News cameras capturing one of the final 3 flights through the massive eye of the storm.
All right, folks, we are in the eye of Hurricane Irma. Great opportunity to look out the window.
30 miles wide and a turbulent trip to get there. The best opportunity to get a good read on the catastrophic storm on this plane, with 2 Doppler radars attached and all the other tools on board. The data tells a troubling story.
All of the evacuation orders are exactly well placed. Hopefully everybody's responding to them because this is a real bad storm.
We're passing through the center, and as we exit up here on this just past Cuba, we're going to do one more combo drop and at RTB or return to base.
After 3 passes, the landing a lot more smooth than the 6-hour journey through the eye of the storm. But this group gets little rest.
Again, the NOAA hurricane hunters expect to make 2 more trips into the eye of Hurricane Irma. They'll call off these trips as it makes landfall. They already plan to go out again early Saturday morning. Reporting in Lakeland, Joe Roach, 7 News.
And still ahead on this special edition of Today in Florida, we continue to bring you the latest on Hurricane Irma. The forecast cone shifting slightly, but the storm still posing a major threat.
Now, some areas of the county in Miami-Dade here, Broward and Monroe experiencing those very outer bands of the storm. A live look out of Key West right now. You wouldn't believe it, but that right there is Duval Street. The Florida Keys expected to be slammed by storms starting this morning.
And these live pictures now out of Deerfield Beach. You see that? It's starting to change. Our team coverage continues after the break.
For hourly forecasts and live radar, tap the 7 Weather app. It's free. Just search WSVN in your app store. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed. Moving made easy with Spiro the Good Greek, featuring Billy the Marlin and Pep Squad.
Label your boxes fragile so mistakes like this don't happen. Lift with your knees, not with your back. Tape the top and bottom of boxes securely to avoid accidents. These are some really good tips, but moving is a hassle. Save yourself some time and a trip to the ER. And just call the pros at Good Greek Moving and Storage, the official movers of the Miami Marlins.
Z Roofing and Waterproofing has been providing quality service in the commercial and residential roofing industry since 1998. Our services include waterproofing, roof replacement, roof inspections, new roofs, roof repairs, and annual maintenance. Give us a call or visit us at zroofing.com.
South Florida bracing for Hurricane Irma. If you have a question or concern, just hashtag AskPhil on Twitter. Feel safe, feel secure with Phil and the Storm Station. 7 News. Brought to you by the law offices of Anajar and Levine.
I'm Mark Anajar with the Law Office of Anajar and Levine, and South Florida is our home. It's where we work to keep you safe with responsive legal help. We can assist you in all types of property damage cases. If you are filing a property claim due to a storm or a hurricane, we're here to help 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We don't just practice the law, we practice what we love. Call Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE for a consultation.
Welcome back to this special edition of Today in Florida. You are looking at live pictures out of Miami Beach right now. And just in the last few hours, we have started to see just a bit of a change in conditions.
And we want to show you what it looks like outside our North Bay Village studios here. And as you see there in the distance, you can see some bands of rain moving through our area. All of South Florida remains under a hurricane and storm surge warning this morning.
And conditions are only expected to get worse, of course, as the storm approaches. 7's Ann Keel joins us now from Hollywood Beach with more. Ann?
Well, that's right. We are in Hollywood Beach, right here along the Broadwalk, a popular place for people to come and enjoy the sun and the beach with their families. But as you can see, we are looking at a very different reality today and into the next couple of days. I want to go ahead and show you what we're seeing there on the beach. The waves smacking against the coastline right there, and the wind has been picking up. We have been seeing it, though, coming in gusts. It comes at about almost 20 miles per hour and then slows down again, but the sand is coming off the beach and smacking us in the face. The rain has been coming down on and off, a little bit of a drizzle and then a little bit heavier just a few minutes ago. And as you can see, if the palm trees are any indication, the wind is certainly blowing and it will not let up. Go ahead and also take a look at some of these condos and apartments here right on the beach. They are shuttered up. Good news, obviously, at this hour. And we haven't seen very many people. The people we did see tell us they just wanted to see this firsthand and then go home. Go ahead and take a listen.
I'm kind of nervous, you know, because they said it was going to come up here and hit us real hard, but I'm glad it's going west. But at the same time, I'm still scared.
I'm going home. I have a 7-month-old baby at home. I want to go home. Yeah, we just came out here to see how the breeze was, and we were getting the first band or whatever, so we wanted to see how it was going.
I'm only 25 years old. I was 2 months old when Andrew hit, and I stayed, so I feel like I can't leave. This is my home state. And where am I going to go? Nowhere to go.
Now, keep in mind, Hollywood Beach, this area right here is under a mandatory evacuation. One of the areas here in Broward County where people should not be at this hour. They should find somewhere safe to be out of the zone. Stay with family, friends, whoever you can find that can take you and your family. And of course, there are also shelters available. Broward County officials mentioning 19 shelters where you can go. So make sure at this point, find your safe place, have your plan in place by the time we really start to feel the effects of this hurricane. Reporting live in Hollywood Beach, I'm Ann Keel for Today in Florida. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break.
Feel safe, feel secure with 7's Hurricane Tracker app. Your digital guide to stay one step ahead of the storm. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed. When a storm strikes, finding emergency services for your home can be difficult. Go with a local trusted company and not out-of-state contractors. Text disaster to 33222 now for immediate contact after the storm. Call Premier Mitigation for emergency restoration.
Food, water, internet. We need it to live. But what we don't need are surprises, like extra monthly fees. I See You fee played by legendary actress Angelica Houston.
You got me, Mark.
We just want fast internet for one simple rate. For all the streaming and the shopping and the newsing, but most of all, for this.
Internet for one everyday simple price and no extra monthly fees.
Headphones with the purchase of your new Hollywood Kia. But hurry, offer ends September 30th. Go to HollywoodKia.com now. Retail value $99.
You've been injured in an accident. You want a lawyer you can trust. You need a law firm with a track record. What you want, what you need. The law firm of Cohen & Cohen. Call 1-800-33-COHEN.
For hourly forecasts and live radar, tap the 7 Weather app. It's free. Just search WSVN in your app store. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
For watching at 7 o'clock, we'll continue to bring you the latest on Hurricane Irma as the system spins toward Florida.
We'll have a live report from the National Hurricane Center coming up in the next half hour. We're back in 2.
Feel safe. Feel secure with 7's Hurricane Tracker app. Your digital guide to stay one step ahead of the storm. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
Don't miss the grand opening of the new Floor & Decor in Fort Lauderdale.
If you haven't been to Floor & Decor before, this is the time to go.
Wow, I cannot believe this selection.
Everything here is very affordable. You're going to save a lot of money.
Tile, porcelain, slate, hardwoods, laminates. They've got every option that you can possibly imagine.
You got to go to the grand opening, man. It's got everything you need.
Run, don't walk.
Trust me, go. Floor & Decor, now open in Fort Lauderdale, 95 at Sunrise Boulevard.
You're going to be hanging out in here, so if you need anything, text me.
Do you play?
Use the Chase mobile app to send money in just a tap to friends at more banks than ever before.
You got next?
Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Alarm Central Station monitoring for only $19.95 a month? If you have a home security system and you're paying more than $19.95 a month, call 1-800-ALARM-ME and save money. But wait, that's not all. You'll receive additional security features like mobile control, so you can arm and disarm your alarm system with your mobile device. Don't have a security system? You can get a Sloman Shield for free. That's a security system with video surveillance and mobile control, all professionally installed, free. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME to find out how. The Sloman Shield, the right choice for everyone.
This is 7 News Today in Florida.
Hurricane Irma creeping closer to South Florida. The massive system staying strong, packing now 155 mile-per-hour winds, even after making landfall in Cuba.
Now, the cone of concern shifting slightly to the west this morning, but officials say now is not the time to let down your guard as the storm remains a very strong threat to all of us here in South Florida.
And all parts of South Florida still expected to experience strong hurricane-force conditions throughout the day today. You're now looking at a live picture out of Deerfield Beach.
And want to bring you a live picture outside our North Bay Village studios where you see the bay there. And the water is stirred up this morning from all those winds we've been experiencing overnight. The conditions did get a little stronger in the way of winds. Good morning once again, South Florida. I'm Diana Diaz.
And I'm Alex Diarmas. Let's get straight to the latest on Hurricane Irma and what it has in store to what it has in store to hit here in South Florida. Viv has that from the Weather Center now. Viv?
That's right, Alex. South Florida, thank you so much for joining us. Here's the latest as of the 5 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center on Irma. It's a Cat 4, 155 mile-per-hour winds. The winds have been knocked down a little bit, but just 2 miles per hour more, and it's back to a Cat 5 status right now, moving to the west-northwest at 12, located 245 miles south-southeast of Miami, Florida. Here's the latest satellite picture to show you that the system really hasn't lost its punch. The system, aside from it moving or brushing the northern coast of Cuba, is still maintaining that major status, but it's bringing hurricane-force winds, torrential rains over Cuba. The track calls for that turn to happen to the northwest at some point late in the day, and then approaching the Florida Straits as a Cat 4. There are indications that it could strengthen a little bit more around the Florida Straits before moving through the Florida Keys late Sunday, possibly in the afternoon, then approaching Southwest Florida. But yes, we've noticed that the forecast cone right now doesn't include a good portion of Broward and Miami-Dade, but we don't want everyone to let their guards down. This is a large and powerful system, and the Weather Service of Miami National Hurricane Center suggesting significant impacts will stretch into the East Coast. And then it could be a potentially devastating situation for Tampa and Sarasota come Monday morning, interacting with land eventually, just a statewide affair. And that's what the models are indicating, that it will be moving through the Sunshine State, eventually raining itself out around parts of the southeast. Now, I want to show you the wind field stretches 70 miles out from the center. The hurricane force winds, the tropical storm force winds, stretch out 195 miles out from the center. So we're certainly going to be feeling its effect. And bottom line, the timeline of events show that tropical storm force winds, at least sustained 40 miles per hour or greater, will be felt in Miami-Dade Saturday midday into the early part of Monday. For Broward, late in the day today, all the way into Sunday evening. And hurricane force winds for Miami-Dade will be possible by Saturday afternoon to early Monday. And then going into Broward County Sunday morning to late in the day on Sunday, because Irma will be riding up the Sunshine State. Outer feeder bands already impacting South Florida with periods of heavy rain and very strong storms too. It's quite the lightning show right now in Miami-Dade County. And now we're starting to see some activity moving into Broward County. But Cutler Bay into central Miami-Dade, seeing heavy rain, lightning markers all the way into Homestead, the Florida Keys. It's been widespread between Key Largo, Tavernier, and Islamorada, where it's more moderate thunderstorms right now impacting the 7 Mile Bridge. And it seems like we have a little bit of a break between Big Coppoc, Key, Boca Chica, and Key West. But here is another band of heavy rain and thunderstorms setting up shop around the straits that will be moving and impacting the Florida Keys shortly. But on the local storm tracking radar, the center of Irma is being detected already and about 165 miles away from Marathon in the Keys. Now check out the wind gusts. Already tropical storm force wind gusts clocking in Miami. 49 miles per hour, 28 in Fort Lauderdale, to 36 mile per hour winds in Marathon. And the level of threat for us to see flood concerns here is a lot higher. So there's a flood watch in effect all the way through Monday evening. 10 to 15 inches of rain possible. Isolated amounts of up to 20 for the Florida Keys, lower Keys, upper Keys, isolated amounts of up to 25. We're still under a hurricane warning. So that means you've already had to finalize your preparation plans, and the latest at least through this morning before conditions start to worsen across South Florida. And we could experience hurricane force winds around the warning area in the next 24 to 36 hours, all the way into Tampa, Orlando, points northward into Daytona Beach and Jacksonville into the Big Bend area under a hurricane watch. But both coastlines have a storm surge warning in effect, extending into the Florida Keys, for the potential of seeing those rising water levels making it inland above ground level. And what we do know is that storm surge gets enhanced with the high tides, so we could see even more water moving up the coastline and inland. Around Deerfield Beach, the next high tide is 12:05 in the afternoon. Key West, 12:53 this afternoon. Hollywood Beach at 12:14 this afternoon. Now, the Weather Service of Miami doesn't want us to let our guards down. They're suggesting that this is still a serious and potentially deadly situation for South Florida. And the threat level to see hurricane force winds is high around Broward and Miami-Dade, extreme around inland Broward and Miami-Dade, far southern Miami-Dade into southwest Florida and the Florida Keys. And as far as storm surge is concerned, extreme around Miami-Dade and the Florida Keys. And that means we could see structural damage to buildings, flood control systems, and barriers will be stressed as a result. Now, flooding, that threat level is high around all of South Florida, and tornadoes, that threat is more moderate with the outer feeder bands of Irma spinning up those severe type storms, and also a few tornadoes will be possible. Bottom line, the threat of a direct impact is imminent, and the worst period for us will be this afternoon running through tomorrow night. We will be right back.
For hourly forecasts and live radar, tap the 7 Weather app. It's free. Just search WSVN in your app store. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
South Florida bracing for Hurricane Irma. If you have a question or concern, just hashtag AskPhil on Twitter. Feel safe, feel secure with Phil and the Storm Station. 7 News. Brought to you by the law offices of Anajar and Levine.
Home is where we all feel most comfortable. It's where we're secure, where we keep those we love safe. We're the law office of Anajar and Levine, and South Florida is our home. It's where we work to keep you safe with responsive legal help. We can assist you in all types of property damage cases. If you are filing a property claim due to water damage, we're here to help. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We don't just practice the law, we practice what we love. Call the law office of Anajar and Levine for a free consultation.
Do you suffer from facial pain and pressure?
I suffered for years with chronic sinus issues. I would wake up, I couldn't breathe, my head would hurt, I had total congestion. I was just miserable.
Ryan suffered for years with chronic sinus infections, and now...
It's amazing. No pain, no headaches, no pressure. It changed my life.
Call WSVN-Ch today, 786-516-2777.
When was the last time you did a comparison quote on your homeowner's insurance? Realizing that every time we turn on the television nowadays, you see one calamity after another. Hurricanes, floods, tornadoes, tropical storms, fires. You need to be protected. You need the most protection you can get for the least amount of money. Call All About Florida Insurance today and get your free comparison quote. The number to call is 1-888-270-1964. Call today.
South Florida. Now we have the opportunity to bring in Dr. Michael Brennan, acting chief of the National Hurricane Center Specialist Unit, to answer some questions in regards to Irma as to the latest information. Good morning, Dr. Brennan.
Hi, good morning.
Thank you so much for joining us. I know a lot of people are wondering and basically a little bit relieved that parts of Broward and Miami-Dade are not included in the forecast track. Now, should they let their guards down?
No, not at all. And right now is when the event is actually just upon us. You can see on the radar here from Key West, you can see the eye of Irma scooting along the north coast of Cuba. And we're now starting to get some of these first more substantial rain bands moving into South Florida. The winds are starting to pick up, and the conditions are only going to deteriorate through the day today. So the last thing we want is for people to start maybe thinking that the event's not going to be as bad here. They start trying to go out and do things, because we're going to still see a long period of sustained tropical storm force winds begin later on today and tonight. Could have many hours of hurricane force wind gusts. We're also still expecting 5 to 10 feet of storm surge inundation in that storm surge warning area from Boca Raton all the way down through Miami-Dade County and into the Keys. And certainly the Florida Keys are at risk for a direct landfall from the core of Irma as we go through the night tonight and early tomorrow morning.
And I know that yesterday there was some concerning language used in regards to storm surge, especially around far southern Miami-Dade and the Florida Keys. Can you talk to us about the Florida Keys in specific, just because they get the surge from both sides, right?
Right, yeah, the areas that are, let me adjust my map down a little bit so you can see it, but the areas down here in the Keys where the center, if the center comes up like this part of the Keys is going to get the storm surge coming in from the Straits of Florida on the south side of the islands. The western part of the Keys to the west of the center are going to get the storm surge coming down from the Gulf side. So they're going to, as the center or even after the center goes by, so there could be 2 periods of storm surge in the Keys. Hopefully everybody's evacuated. This is a truly life-threatening event in the Keys. I know there are still people trying to get out today. There are shelters of last resort that people can try to take shelter in if they need them, but it's a very serious life-threatening situation, not only from the storm surge, but for the wind hazard in the Keys.
All right. Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Brennan.
Sure.
All right, you heard it. It's a potentially life-threatening situation in terms of the surge in regards to Irma moving through the Florida Keys, far southern Miami-Dade as well. And it also gets enhanced, especially during times of high tide. Satellite picture showing Irma's not skipping a beat. It's still a Category 4 system, 155-mile-per-hour winds that it continues to pack and impact Cuba at this hour. And torrential downpours being experienced, hurricane-force winds, and it's still moving west, but eventually late today, it's going to start to turn to the north and make its way into the Florida Keys by early Sunday and in the afternoon approaching the southwest coast of Florida. And again, you heard it from Dr. Michael Brennan. The east coast of Miami-Dade and Broward should not let their guards down. We're going to get significant impacts. And if Irma stays in this general path, we will be on the dirty side, which is the second most dangerous part of the storm. I'll be back with another update in a few minutes. Oh, we're going to toss things over to Rebecca out back.
All right, thank you so much, Viv. Well, out here we are on our North Bay Village studios located in an evacuation zone. Now that the sun is finally up, we can show you just how close we are to the bay. In fact, we are surrounded on 3 sides by the bay. The wind gusts are very strong. As you can see here, they're topping about 20 miles per hour at their strongest. The rain has stopped for a little bit. At one time, just not too short or a short time ago, we were getting rain coming down here, but it is a little bit quieter. As you can see behind me, that the bay behind me, choppy waves. We do know that that is a 3-foot seawall there. We also have several feet here of our studios elevated a little bit higher. But again, the storm surge has been a big concern, and that is why this was part of the mandatory evacuation zone. A lot of people heeding that warning and getting out of here. It really is a ghost town around here in North Bay Village. All of the businesses boarded up. We're not seeing a lot of people around, so it is the best thing to do. We're keeping our guard up. We are not going to let it down because this area and a lot of the coastline is not a safe area to be. So we will continue to bring you updates as they come. Of course, you see the wind here just whipping, and Irma is not even here yet. We're now reporting live outside our North Bay Village studios. Rebecca Vargas, Today in Florida.
All right, it is pretty incredible to see that those winds have really picked up, especially since we came in those overnight hours. Driving through, those bands first started to come through, and now we're really seeing a change in the wind speeds.
Let's turn things over now to 7's Jessica Hawley. She's live in Miami Shores to see how things are doing over there. Jessica?
And we're now feeling the wind and the rain from those outer bands of Irma. You can take a look behind me here, these trees, the palm fronds waving in the wind, and then check out the ominous gray clouds in the sky. Then let's take a walk over here to the bay so you can get a good look at the water. This is in Miami Shores along North Bayshore Drive at Northeast 96th Street. You can see this bay is very choppy today. All right, let's go to some video. A neighbor tells me most people here in this neighborhood evacuated, but there is a handful of people still here. They're waking up this morning. They're curious. They want to see how Irma is impacting their area. We ran into Marcelo, Maya, and Andy as they came here to check it out.
It's definitely super windy right off the bat this morning, and the waves are crazy. The water's going to lift up and stuff, so it's really cool out here, actually. It's a nice feeling right now, but it's definitely going to be something else in a couple hours. So, I mean, as of right now, if this is just the start of it, then I can only imagine what it's going to be like when it really hits us.
Again, most people in this neighborhood are gone. This is a mandatory evacuation area. This is one of those areas where officials are concerned about that storm surge. They're also concerned about power outages. They are expecting that to happen once those winds kick up. If you have a power outage in your area, you can call FP&L by calling 1-800-4OUTAGE. Again, you can report a power outage by calling 1-800-4OUTAGE. We're live in Miami Shores. Jessica Hawley, Today in Florida.
And we are experiencing some outages right now. Miami-Dade County, the numbers are up to 13,000 right now. We had about 500 people without power in Broward County, and the number now has gone up to 960. These are the latest numbers on the power outages, folks, and this is just from the strong winds that are starting to move through. So once again, 13,000 people in Miami-Dade County without power, 960 in Broward.
All right, and as you wake up, we, of course, continue to track Hurricane Irma. Right now, she is a Category 4 with 155-mile-per-hour winds. Here's a look at what we can expect throughout the day. Of course, keep it right here. We're coming back in 2 minutes.
Feel safe, feel secure with 7's Hurricane Tracker app. Your digital guide to stay one step ahead of the storm. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
Mom, who is that man?
He was from the insurance company and he wanted to talk to me about my accident.
What did he say?
He wanted me to sign some papers and do a quick settlement.
Don't do it, Mom. You have to call 1-800-TELL-ROBERT because Robert is an attorney who listens and he'll know what to do.
Hi, I'm attorney Robert Fensterscheid. If you've been injured, don't let the insurance company persuade you to settle your claim. Call me at 1-800-TELL-ROBERT, the attorney who listens.
Been trying to prepare for this day. I'm still not ready. The reason I'm telling you this is that there will be moments in your life that you'll never be ready for. Your little girl getting married being one of them.
Get ready. The new Rooms to Go Superstore opens Saturday, September 16th in Fort Lauderdale. Don't miss the Rooms to Go grand opening celebration starting Saturday, September 16th in Fort Lauderdale.
Welcome back, everyone. Parts of South Florida already feeling Irma's impact as those outer bands start making their way through here in South Florida. And a live look right now at Key West. Want to show you that picture if we can. And what I can tell you about it is that it looks like a ghost town right now. Most of the people, they're evacuated. As you look at these live pictures, we have been seeing some rain and strong winds moving through the lower Keys.
And several areas from Miami-Dade to Broward also dealing with lightning and rain, again, as we feel those outer bands as they approach here to South Florida. 7's Katrina Bush has more from Florida City now.
We have seen a little bit of everything out here along US 1 near Palm Drive over the last few hours that we've been here in Florida City. It has been quiet at times, and then the wind will really pick up and we will see pouring rain just like this. But right now, this is what a lot of the gas stations, restaurants, and other stores are looking like here in this community. We see these have been shut down and secured as much as they possibly can, and we also see the stores are boarded up. They've got their shutters on, just trying to let people know that this is closed. You're not able to get gas here. We had some officers tell us that they've had to go about a half an hour away from here, Florida City police officers, to be able to fill up their gas. Well, we also talked to someone who lives in a Florida City neighborhood who is getting ready with his family to ride out Hurricane Irma inside their homes, and here is what he had to say.
Well, our complexes say we have hurricane-proof windows. I'm not too sure, but we don't have shutters up, so we put like the X's with the tape. So we've been doing that, and we just been, just waiting to see how the wind's going to be. I've never been through it. My mom said she was here for Andrew, and it was like a train came through it. She said there was the eye and everything was very difficult to get through.
So that's all we can do right now is just hope for the best. But as for that gas station the police officers were telling us about, that is Snapper Creek Service Plaza. They say they have been able to fill up over the night and now into the early morning hours. The police officers have been counting on that gas station there to be able to fill up their cars and continue to patrol the area here in Florida City. That is the latest from Florida City. Katrina Bush, Today in Florida.
All right, and as South Florida watches and waits this morning, parts of Cuba already being slammed and feeling Irma's wrath. We know that the system wreaking havoc, bringing whipping winds and dangerous storm surges across the Cuban coast.
Yeah, it came across and made landfall in Santa Clara. And 7's Christine Cruz is live in the Satellite Center with more of the conditions that they experienced. Christine?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the area that it hit. It's where my family is from in Cuba, and it's Santa Clara. It's the capital of Villa Clara. It's about 160 miles away from Havana. And when you look at these pictures, you'll see what Irma is capable of, passing through the Caribbean with devastatingly very strong winds. That storm, as I said, made landfall in Cuba. That was last night, just before 11 p.m. Altogether, at least 22 people have been killed and buildings have been blown away. Now, the forecasters had predicted the storm surge in Cuba to rise up to 10 feet. We can tell you that some areas in the Bahamas also expected high storm surge. As we await the storm's impact here in South Florida, President Trump using his weekly address this morning to remind everyone just how dangerous the situation can be.
My fellow Americans, as Hurricane Irma approaches, my administration is working closely with our state and local partners to help save lives, protect families, and assist those in need. This is a storm of absolutely historic destructive potential. I ask everyone in the storm's path to be vigilant and to heed all recommendations from government officials and law enforcement. Nothing is more important than the safety and security of our people.
The president also saying the federal government stands ready to assist Florida in case of widespread damage or flooding. Live in the Satellite Center, I'm Christine Cruz, 7 News.
All right, and as we continue this morning, if you're just waking up and wondering what happened in those overnight hours, there was a slight shift to the left in that forecast path. It is still a Category 4 storm, packing 155-mile-per-hour winds. There are some portions of South Florida that have come out of the cone. Now, that does not mean you let your guard down. Officials this morning making sure that everyone is aware these storm force conditions can affect everyone all across South Florida this morning.
That's right. Remember, that cone is only showing you where the eye may make landfall. Remember, this is a system that's almost 400 feet wide. Stay right here. We have live pictures here from Deerfield Beach. You can see the waves already crashing there on the shore, the white caps, the wind picking up. Stay with us. We're back in 2 minutes.
For hourly forecasts and live radar, tap the 7 Weather app. It's free. Just search WSVN in your app store. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
How does Stearns & Foster craft the world's finest bed? It starts with luxurious materials, carefully handled by master craftsmen, with attention to every detail. When you lie down on a Stearns & Foster bed, you'll appreciate everything we've put in, making it that much harder to get out. Stearns & Foster, crafting the world's finest bed.
Save up to $800 on select Stearns & Foster adjustable sets. Plus, get free delivery only at Mattress Kings.
South Florida bracing for Hurricane Irma. If you have a question or concern, just hashtag #AskPhil on Twitter. Feel safe, feel secure with Phil and the Storm Station. 7 News. Brought to you by the law offices of Anajar and Levine.
Home is where we all feel most comfortable. It's where we're secure, where we keep those we love safe. We're the law office of Anajar and Levine, and South Florida is our home. It's where we work to keep you safe with responsive legal help. We can assist you in all types of property damage cases. If you are filing a property claim due to a storm or a hurricane, we're here to help 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We don't just practice the law, we practice what we love. Call the law office of Anajar and Levine for a free consultation.
I lead an active lifestyle, but despite the heat and humidity, I covered up, embarrassed by the veins in my legs. I was also feeling leg pain and fatigue. But Sofer Health, Florida's leading vein specialist, found more to it than just my vanity. An underlying medical cause for my condition, venous insufficiency. My treatment was painless and covered by insurance. Now my pain is gone, my legs look great, and my energy's increased. Get the beautiful, healthy legs you deserve. Sofer Health, the experts in vein care, with 7 locations in South Florida.
Welcome back, everyone. As Hurricane Irma approaches us, remember, she is measuring 400 miles wide, as Miss spoke just a few moments ago. So 400 miles wide, a large system. Don't let your guards down. I'm Alex Diarmas.
And I'm Diana Diaz. We are here with you throughout the entire morning and all the way through the end of this hurricane and afterwards, everybody. We're coming back into.
Feel safe, feel secure with 7's Hurricane Tracker app. Your digital guide to stay one step ahead of the storm. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
Come straight to Keith Pearson Chevrolet Cadillac.
Whether you're purchasing or servicing, we guarantee a great experience.
If you're looking for an amazing experience buying a new or used vehicle, come straight to Keith Pearson Chevrolet Cadillac.
The only thing I enjoy more than my purchase is my service experience here at Keith Pearson Chevrolet Cadillac.
In my experience, I have the best price, best service, hands down.
You heard from our customers.
Now come experience it for yourself, the Keith Pearson Chevrolet experience.
We're talking to people about who they would call after a car accident.
Steinger is going green!
Steinger is going green. What about you?
Easy. Steinger is going green.
Yeah, Steinger is going green all the way.
You're in a car accident. You need help. Who do you call?
Steinger.
Isco. And green. And there you have it. After a car accident,
you call Steinger is going green.
How much can Steinger is going green get you?
Steinger is going green. 800-561-1111.
Annette Tadeo's attacks against me are dishonest and false. The Herald's Florida PolitiFact has rejected Tadeo's lies. I have worked in a bipartisan fashion to achieve results for this community.
The lives of 20,000 perfectly legal immigrant children and their families have health insurance, and it wouldn't have happened in Florida without Jose Felix Diaz. That speaks to what a true public servant is all about.
Vote for me and I'll be a state senator that you can be proud of.
This is 7 News Today in Florida.
Hurricane Irma getting closer. The massive storm already starting to be felt across South Florida. The latest forecast cone shows the system moving west, but people all across the Sunshine State expected to be affected. And a live look right now outside our North Bay Village studios. And there you go, everybody. We are starting to feel Irma right here in North Bay Village. You can barely see what we're looking at right now. I can tell you, though, it is definitely raining, and we have seen shots across South Florida this morning from our reporters. They are stretched all over town, and we are definitely starting to see the wind pick up and now the rain come down. Let's talk about just from the time we've been here. We've been here since 1:30 this morning, and now it's 8 o'clock. And what a difference, right? Because when we came in, it was just, okay, the winds are picking up. You can see the difference. But now it's starting to rain. Again, for those of you who aren't familiar with where our station is located, we're in North Bay Village. We're surrounded by water. So whenever any type of storm approaches, we start to feel the effects immediately. So if you're inland, if you are a little bit up north or anywhere really away from us, this is what you can expect. The Florida Keys, Christine, already feeling this. They obviously got this before us. So this is just a little bit of what you can expect. Meteorologist Vivian Gonzalez is in the storm center now. She has the very latest, Viv.
Hi there, Alex, Christine, South Florida, and we're getting word from the National Weather Service that there's a significant weather advisory for strong winds between 45 to 55 miles per hour approaching parts of Miami-Dade, moving into mainland Monroe and Collier County as we speak. So certainly conditions will continue to worsen throughout the day as Irma is approaching. But we do have the 8 o'clock intermediate advisory, and Irma weakens around the terrain of Cuba since it's skirting the northern coastline. 130-mile-per-hour winds. It's still a Category 4 system. And don't focus on how these winds got knocked down so much, because re-strengthening will be possible around the Florida Straits. It's moving west at 12, located 225 miles to the south of Miami, Florida. Here's the latest satellite picture, because the system is still not skipping a beat. The center still managing to stay over the western Atlantic Ocean into the warm waters, where it's maintaining that that major status, even though it's weakened a bit over the terrain of Cuba. It's still packing a punch over the area with torrential rains and hurricane-force winds. It will move to the northwest eventually late in the day as a Cat 4 system. Re-strengthening will be possible around the Florida Straits going into Sunday morning, approaching the middle and lower Florida Keys, moving through the region, and then making its way into southwest Florida Sunday afternoon with potentially 150-mile-per-hour winds. We've been getting a lot of messages through social media about how now we're not in the forecast cone, or at least the immediate coastline around the East Coast and Broward and Miami-Dade. And that's the thing with these systems. They tend to wobble a little bit more to the west or to the east, and we can't follow that exact line in the middle of the forecast track. I was able to speak to a specialist over at the Hurricane Center a short time ago, and they're saying not to let our guards down. This is such a large storm, and significant impacts will stretch all the way towards the East Coast. And we're also talking about hurricane-force winds at some point late in the day today going into Sunday. And this is a statewide affair and a serious situation for Sarasota and Tampa down the road, too. Eventually, once it starts to interact a little bit longer with land, it will start to weaken. But Irma, all eyes on this system. And the outer feeder bands already impacting parts of South Florida with severe to strong type storms across the area. But I want to give you an idea of how large and powerful Irma is. The hurricane force winds extend 70 miles out from the center, and the tropical storm force winds extend 195 miles out from the center. So certainly everyone will be feeling Irma. Now, as far as the wind field is concerned, here's a good indication timeline of events as to what we can expect. And it looks like by 2 o'clock Sunday morning, hurricane force winds, destructive winds will be possible for Marathon and the Florida Keys. And around 11 o'clock Sunday morning, those hurricane force winds spread into the upper Keys and parts of Miami-Dade, West Broward County by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and southwest Florida too. But everyone here, at least through Sunday and Monday, will be experiencing tropical storm force winds and conditions across the area into early Monday. Now, the local storm tracking radars picking up some strong to severe type storms, gusty winds here associated with this activity, and more feeder bands will begin to impact Miami-Dade and the Keys shortly. But Broward County getting into the action anywhere between I-75 and US 27 into Miramar and Pembroke Pines, dealing with wet weather. We move on over into Miami-Dade, heavy rain spreading into North Miami, Miami Shores, and I-95 as far west as Miami International Airport and Doral. Now we move on over to Cutler Bay and Homestead, seeing wet weather too. Steady rain, periods of heavy rain between Key Largo and Tavernier. Also around Isla Mirada along the overseas highway, spreading into the 7 Mile Bridge. Key West now starting to get clipped with heavy rain, but Boca Chica and Big Coppic Key seeing a little bit of a break. Now I want to widen out the radar view to show you that the center of the storm is right here being detected on the radar, and it's about 165 miles away from the middle Florida Keys. Wind gusts already nearing tropical storm force in Fort Lauderdale, 37 miles per hour in Fort Lauderdale, 33 in Marathon. And because the flood threat is increasing, there is a flood watch in effect for South Florida until Monday evening. We also have a hurricane warning that remains in effect for all of South Florida, and a storm surge warning along both coasts, including the Florida Keys. I'll be back with another update in a few minutes.
Viv, just listening to what you've been saying, I just have a quick question regarding when people should already stay put. It sounds like conditions have already started to deteriorate. What's your best advice as far as that's concerned? It's already going downhill pretty quickly.
Well, whenever we have a hurricane warning, that means we need to have our hurricane plans finalized. And as early as this morning, that's it. Stay in your location to weather and ride out the storm. You don't want to be caught in these elements because the conditions are just going to go downhill from this point forward. Tropical storm force winds sustained by this afternoon, possibly hurricane force winds starting late this evening for parts of Miami-Dade and western Broward County. And that's not to say for the Florida Keys, conditions looking extremely serious for you down the road.
All right, Viv. Yeah, I'm getting text messages already from my family in Kendall and Doral, and there's different gusts that go come in and out, and they're telling me they feel it and it's getting scary, and they realize that it's not even here yet.
Yeah, and that's, the outer bands of the storm, that's what Vivian has been talking about all morning long, and we've been reiterating, don't just focus on that little cone, because we're going to experience a lot of this storm regardless of where that eye goes.
Absolutely. We have a chance now to take a live look out of Deerfield Beach. The conditions there, just like we've been telling you about, the wind slowly picking up. We may not have that. There it is. Here's what I'm talking about. There are the waves, Christine. You can see the white caps. And it's been like that all morning, I have to say, but perhaps you're feeling it more there if you're standing outside.
Yeah, let's go to 7's Lorena Estrada, who can tell us what it's feeling like out there right now. Lorena?
Well, it is windy and it is very humid. And as Alex mentioned, the waves, well, many people woke up really early here in Deerfield Beach, and they came out here to check out the waves. Every time there's a storm, folks expect the big waves, and, well, that is what attracts so many people. We ran into one man earlier who had a message for Hurricane Irma. The message in the sand, you probably can't really see it. It may be a little tough to see, but it says, "Stay away, Hurricane Irma." He later snapped a few photos, and photos is what many other people were taking out on the beach this morning. All eyes or camera lens on the large waves crashing into the Deerfield Beach fishing pier. And while those waves are pretty to look at now, forecasters say they will grow dangerously over the next several hours. The South Florida coast under a storm surge warning. Today was a deadline, to finish prepping and getting all the last minute things you may need. Folks now taking a moment to get some fresh air. One man calling it cabin fever.
It was like, it's not too windy. We don't see any debris, blowing or anything like that. So we felt it was safe enough to walk. But, that's what we're doing right now. So.
And you say cabin fever, is it because you've been indoors preparing?
Preparing, exactly, yeah. So, and helping neighbors and stuff, so it's...
And back out here live, as you can see, the water is a little rough. It is nothing serious. So people say they still feel safe right now. But while people are out here, businesses, they're closed. There are signs that say we are closed until the storm passes. And there were other signs that say, your families are in our thoughts and prayers. And I also want to mention Deerfield Beach. For those of you who are familiar with Deerfield Beach, it is in Broward County, but it is just south of Palm Beach County. And in Palm Beach County, I know Christine had mentioned, when do people stay put? Well, Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, they are implementing a 3 p.m. curfew. They do not want people out on the road after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, because that is when conditions are expected to worsen. So there is a curfew there. In Broward County, we don't know anything about that. We have not been told, or there has been no mention of a curfew, but we do know that we are expecting to hear from Broward County officials a little later this morning. So we will be listening to see what they are advising folks in the area, folks who are wanting to come out and see the waves. And, they ought to, pay attention to forecasters to see when is a good time to stay put. That is the very latest from Deerfield Beach this morning. Lorena Estrada, Today in Florida.
Lorena, thank you so much. On 7 News, getting a rare opportunity, entering the eye of Hurricane Irma. This is so interesting. Just one Florida station joining hurricane hunters for a ride inside of the storm.
7's Joe Rhodes tells us about his experience.
This is the forecasted track. This is the nightmare track for Florida.
By ground, Hurricane Irma is a lot of talk for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's hurricane hunters, plotting the best way to provide urgent and sensitive data as the monster storm takes aim at Florida. But the real work for this group of NOAA scientists happens in the skies, not near the deadly storm, but heading directly into it. Irma has been on this group's radar for days.
They don't come much more serious. Honestly, you don't want to be either east or west of the center.
Collecting data to calculate its movements is a big task.
This is what's called a drop wind sonde, and there are more than 24 of these on the plane. They measure pressure, temperature, humidity, and wind speed, and they will actually go into this tube right here and be ejected from the plane as we pass through the eye of Hurricane Irma.
Once this chute is out of the way and that beam of light is actually able to go across to the other side to the sensor, we get a launch detect on our station saying that sonde is good.
The information instantly beamed back to computers on board the P-3 Orion aircraft and pushed back to the National Hurricane Center for forecasting.
The part that's over water is very strong, very well-defined eye, about a 30-mile across eye, hurricane force winds 50 miles all the way around the storm out from the center.
7 News cameras capturing one of the final 3 flights through the massive eye of the storm.
All right, folks, we are in the eye of Hurricane Irma. Great opportunity to look out the window.
30 miles wide and a turbulent trip to get there. The best opportunity to get a good read on the catastrophic storm on this plane, with 2 Doppler radars attached and all the other tools on board. The data tells a troubling story.
All of the evacuation orders are exactly well placed. Hopefully everybody's responding to them because this is a real bad storm.
We're passing through the center, and as we exit up here on this just past Cuba, we're going to do one more combo drop and at RTV and return to base.
After 3 passes, the landing a lot more smooth than the 6-hour journey through the eye of the storm. But this group gets little rest.
Again, the NOAA hurricane hunters expect to make 2 more trips into the eye of Hurricane Irma. They'll call off these trips as it makes landfall. They already plan to go out again early Saturday morning. Reporting in Lakeland, Joe Rote, 7 News.
And still ahead on Today in Florida at 8 o'clock, Hurricane Irma inching closer to South Florida. The massive storm slamming Cuba as residents here already start to feel its effects.
Its effects seen right here in Deerfield Beach. You can see the wind picking up as you wake up on this Saturday morning at 8:14. It is now a Category 4 storm with 155-mile-per-hour winds. And as Christine mentioned, it passed right over Cuba as you were sleeping. Stay with us. We are back in 2 minutes.
For hourly forecasts and live radar, tap the 7 Weather app. It's free. Just search WSVN in your app store. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
First Nations culture and traditions come alive. The only event of its kind in South Florida, as Miccosukee Resort and Gaming celebrates American Indian Day, proudly sponsored by the Miami Heat.
You had an accident and need an injury lawyer? Call 1-800-BAD-PAIN. You may be entitled to money. Money for medical treatment and pain, money for your family, money for your lost wages. Call 1-800-BAD-PAIN and speak to the attorney right now, no matter what time it is. Call 1-800-BAD-PAIN. The worse it hurts, the more money you need. Call 1-800-BAD-PAIN.
Hallett's Roofing and Inspections has been providing quality service in South Florida for over 30 years, specializing in residential and commercial roof inspections, roof repair, and re-roofing. Call Hallett's Roofing today for your free estimate.
Good morning, South Florida. Thank you for joining us. We are monitoring Irma's every move, and it's still a Cat 4 system. The latest from the Hurricane Center is that its interaction with the northern coast of Cuba has weakened it a bit, but it's still a Cat 4 with winds at 130 miles per hour, and it is moving west at 12, located 225 miles to the south of Miami, Florida. But re-strengthening is expected as it makes its way into the Florida Straits. The storm really hasn't skipped a beat, despite the fact that its interaction with the northern coast of Cuba. The center still remains over the open waters, at least the majority of it, which is why it's maintaining its integrity. And we do have hurricane force winds, torrential rains impacting Cuba, anywhere from Santa Clara, Camagüey, and all the way into Holguín. The official track from the Hurricane Center calls for it to turn more towards the northwest. Sunday morning, 150-mile-per-hour winds approaching the Florida Keys, moving through the region, and then eventually by Sunday afternoon make its way into southwest Florida. I know everyone's noticed that the forecast cone has shifted a little bit more towards the west, not including the majority of Broward and Miami-Dade, but the Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service wants us to stress to the public not to focus on this change in the track or the line in the middle of the cone. Irma is large and powerful, and significant impacts will be expected all the way towards the east coast. As early as this afternoon, sustained winds of tropical storm force. By the evening, hurricane force winds and the impacts that come with those type of winds too. But this system is a statewide affair and a serious situation even for Sarasota and Tampa, just because of the way they're situated at this hour. St. Pete, and then this one will interact with land a little bit longer and around the southeast, start to fall apart by the middle part of next week. But the outer feeder bands continue to impact South Florida in the form of severe type storms and also gusty winds. In fact, at least through 9 o'clock this morning, there's a significant weather advisory, especially for Miami-Dade, for seeing winds anywhere between 45 to 55 miles per hour. We have tons of rain right now setting up shop around parts of the Florida Turnpike in Broward County into Coral Springs into Sawgrass. We move on over to Miami-Dade, a cluster of storms over the region into Doral too, and Tamiami Trail, heavy rain into Palmetto Bay and Cutler Bay, and widespread rain stretching from Key Largo to Tavernier. Heavy downpours here, more moderate in Isla Mirada and steady into Layton and the 7 Mile Bridge. It seems like there are parts of the lower Florida Keys that are seeing a little bit of a break here and there. But the center of the storm, very visible on the local storm tracking radar and about 165 miles removed from the middle Florida Keys. Check it out. Near tropical storm force wind gusts already being clocked in Miami and Fort Lauderdale. 37-mile-per-hour winds, 33 in Marathon. And the flood threat continues to rise here in South Florida. 15 inches of rain will be possible. Isolated amounts of up to 20 for the Florida Keys, or at least parts of the Keys, up to 25. Flood watch in effect until Monday evening. And there is a hurricane warning in effect for all of South Florida. And that means hurricane force winds conditions will likely be in the region in the next 24 to 36 hours. So make sure that you've already finalized your hurricane preparation plans and where you plan to ride out the storm. No later than this morning, make sure you're at that exact location. Conditions throughout the day will go downhill, and from points northward, anywhere from Daytona Beach into the Big Bend area of Florida, a hurricane watch. But both coastlines under a storm surge warning. Same for the Florida Keys. And what this means is that a dangerous storm surge along with the tide and will cause the water levels to rise and move inland. But for the Florida Keys, it's a 1-2 punch. They get a storm surge from both sides, from the northern side and from the southern side. And the Weather Service Hurricane Center using concerning language, saying that the storm surge in the Florida Keys could possibly not be survivable. So hopefully everyone has heeded those evacuation warnings, and it gets enhanced during times of high tide, or at least the flooding from the surge. Deerfield Beach, the next time of high tide, 12:05 this afternoon. Key West at 12:53. I'll be back with another update in a few minutes. We will be right back after a break.
Feel safe. Feel secure with 7's Hurricane Tracker app, your digital guide to stay one step ahead of the storm. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance, car insurance, lowest price guaranteed.
South Florida bracing for Hurricane Irma. If you have a question or concern, just hashtag #AskPhil on Twitter. Feel safe, feel secure with Phil and the Storm Station. 7 News. Brought to you by the law offices of Anajar and Levine.
I'm Mark Anajar with the law office of Anajar and Levine, and South Florida is our home. It's where we work to keep you safe with responsive legal help. We can assist you in all types of property damage cases. If you are filing a property claim due to a storm or a hurricane, we're here to help 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We don't just practice the law, We practice what we love. Call Anna John Levine at 1-800-747-FREE for a consultation.
I've been trying to prepare for this day. I'm still not ready. The reason I'm telling you this is that there will be moments in your life that you'll never be ready for. Your little girl getting married being one of them.
It's hard being a smoker. I've heard all the lectures.
You know, you shouldn't smoke.
I know all the signs. I've seen all the faces. I know the money it costs me. But that doesn't change the fact that it's hard to quit.
Quit your way with Tobacco-Free Florida. With free patches, text messaging, emails, phone, group, and web coaching. Call or visit tobaccofreeflorida.com.
And these live pictures right now out of Havana, Cuba. And this, as you well know, is the famous Malecón seaside there. You can probably see a little bit to your left there. It looks like a reporter is trying to get in for a shot there. But Cuba has really been hammered by this storm. Of course, it was a Category 5 when it battered the island. In the Caribbean in general, already a loss of life, almost 24 people. And, you know, they were prepared for this storm. Again, the Caribbean is no stranger to hurricanes. However, when it's something of this force, you know the destruction is going to be rampant.
Absolutely. Now, since we've been in here, since we arrived here at around 1:30 this morning, things have changed. We got here, it was a Category 5 with, I believe, 160-mile-per-hour winds. Since then, it has changed. It is now a Category 4. Winds are at 130 mile-per-hour right now. Live look right now outside of our North Bay Village studios. The clouds are coming in, Christine.
Yeah, let's get the latest now out of Hollywood Beach. Let's see what it's looking like there, and that's where we have 7's Ann Keel. And, of course, the beach is where we always start to see those conditions pick up quickly, and we can see the palm trees behind you are swaying already, Ann.
That is right. It has changed really minute by minute, hour by hour. As you mentioned, we are here on Hollywood Beach on the Broadwalk, which is typically a very popular area for people to enjoy with their families, fun in the sun, really. But today, with this hurricane coming in, we have seen a very few number of people, which is a great sign. This is an evacuation area. This is a mandatory evacuation area. And if you take a look at the beach, you will see that there are a few people out here obviously wanting to see this weather firsthand. It is certainly not recommended. The waves coming in strong, this wind certainly telling us that this hurricane is on the way. And one more thing I wanted to show you, and you mentioned these palm trees as well. As the hours have passed, you can see just the movement from them, especially the ones on the beach as well. Some of these structures also out here have been boarded up. They do have a lot of protection, and they're in a vulnerable spot. As we know, we're right here on the beach, but I can tell you right here in this yellow type building here, just along some of these condos here and apartments, we have seen some people still here. This is a mandatory evacuation area. It is their choice to stay here, but emergency officials have warned if you stay here and something happens, we may not be able to get to you. Now, I had a chance earlier to speak with a former police officer from New Jersey. He said he has been through multiple hurricanes, but this one is certainly big. And he, though, is going to stay even though he is in a mandatory evacuation zone because of the people he loves.
My wife is in New Jersey visiting my daughter. I have a house in Virginia, and you know, what do you say? I have a very, very good friend of mine he's 85 years old, and he's like my father. And I'm down here to take care of him. So we're going to ride it out together.
Any thoughts for anyone else out there at these times?
Just be safe and don't take any chances. You know, this is not something to play with. If you're in a vulnerable spot, move. And if you're going to stay home, just make sure you're in a substantial structure, because once it starts coming apart, nobody's coming to get you.
There you have it. And right now you are looking at the wind. It's about 14, 15, 16 miles an hour. Actually saw it increase to about 25, but as a lot of the reporters have also mentioned, it slows down and then it picks back up in a few seconds, and you really feel the power of that wind. Again, this area is a mandatory evacuation. We're hopeful that some of the people who are coming out here for a quick look will go home shortly. And if there's nowhere to go, if you don't have friends or family to stay with, there are shelters that are available here in Broward County. Reporting live in Hollywood Beach, I'm Ann Keel, reporting today in Florida, and we'll be right back at the bridge.
For hourly forecasts and live radar, tap the 7 Weather app. It's free. Just search WSVN in your app store. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
Food, water, internet. We need it to live. But what we don't need are surprises, like extra monthly fees. I See You fee played by legendary actress Angelica Houston.
You got me, Mark.
We just want fast internet for one simple rate. For all the streaming and the shopping and the newsing, but most of all, for this.
Internet for one everyday simple price and no extra monthly fees.
As the storm approaches, don't be left without lights, refrigeration, TV, or out of touch. Prepare now with a reliable, quiet, and efficient Honda generator from Rick Case Honda, the powerhouse store. The Rick Case specialists have Honda generators from 1,000 to 10,000 watts to power your needs safely. Stay out of the dark and in touch with a Honda generator from Rick Case Honda, the powerhouse store. I-75 at Griffin Road, next to Rick Case Honda, the world's largest full-line Honda dealer.
Broughton Garage Door Sales installed our first garage door in 1955. Today, there's a Broughton Garage Door in almost every neighborhood in South Florida. We feature American-made Clopay garage doors and LiftMaster garage door openers. It is our mission to provide the best customer service in the business. For residential and commercial, installation or repair, trust Broughton Garage Door Sales. Opening doors in your neighborhood since 1955.
The 8 o'clock intermediate advisory from the National Hurricane Center calling for Irma to weaken a bit as it's interacting with the northern coast of Cuba. 130-mile-per-hour winds. It's still a powerful and dangerous hurricane, a Cat 4 system moving to the west at 12 miles per hour, located 225 miles to the south of Miami, Florida, and re-strengthening is likely as it moves into the Florida Straits. Now, this system just hasn't skipped a beat. The center has managed to stay over the warm waters of the Atlantic, and that means it will maintain its integrity, and it's doing so. Satellite pictures showing that hurricane-force winds, torrential rains are spreading over Cuba at this hour. The official track calls for Irma to start to make that northwestward turn as we go into late in the day, approach the Florida Straits as a Cat 4, 150-mile-per-hour winds strengthening, moving through the Florida Keys by Sunday afternoon, impacting southwest Florida. But notice how the forecast cone has changed a bit, and it doesn't include parts of Broward and Miami-Dade, including the upper Florida Keys. And the Hurricane Center, as well as the National Weather Service of Miami, doesn't want you to focus on that change in track, nor that line in the middle of the forecast cone, because Irma is large and powerful, and the impacts will be significant, stretching into the East Coast. And it will be a serious situation, too, for Tampa, Sarasota, as it makes its way inland and then eventually falling apart down the road around the southeast United States. Now, I want to show you the wind field because the hurricane-force winds extend 70 miles out from the center. Tropical storm force winds 195 miles out from the center. And this is a timeline of events to show you that as we move into Sunday 2 a.m., hurricane winds, destructive winds, will be in the vicinity of the middle and lower Florida Keys. Tropical storm force winds sustained over 40 miles per hour around all of South Florida. Then we move into 9:30 in the morning on Sunday. The hurricane force winds expand into far southern Miami-Dade and the upper Florida Keys, and Broward and Miami-Dade around the western edges around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But all of the impacts will be present here at home. Going into the evening on Sunday, more of the same, since this is a statewide affair. Irma is going to be lingering for quite a bit. Now, as far as the feeder bands are concerned, we're getting some strong winds moving in, and at least for parts of Miami-Dade, mainland Monroe, Collier County, there is a significant weather advisory for strong gusty winds between 45 to 55 miles per hour. Around parts of Broward County, spotty downpours along the east coast north of Fort Lauderdale, Davie, Cooper City, also into Weston, I-75, seeing some heavy rain, a cluster of storms in Doral, getting word from a 7 News viewer that it's also very gusty, and it sounds like the wind is howling with these feeder bands, and that's exactly what we're going to be experiencing throughout the day as conditions continue to worsen. Extreme southern Miami-Dade also seeing some heavy rain, and around Key Largo and Tavernier, we have some thunderstorms, steady heavy rain in Isla Mirada, steady all the way into Big Pine Key, Cudjoe Key, a little bit lighter for Big Coppic Key and Key West. But the rain band's definitely moving in. The center of the storm is right here and about 154 miles removed from the middle Florida Keys. Wind gusts nearing tropical storm force for Fort Lauderdale and Miami, 37 miles per hour being clocked in, a wind gust of 33 in Marathon. And because the flood threat is increasing for South Florida, there is a flood watch in effect all the way through Monday evening. Rainfall amounts could range between 10 to 15 inches, isolated amounts of up to 20. For the lower Florida Keys, a little bit less in the way of rain, but other areas of the Florida Keys could see isolated amounts of up to 25 inches. Hurricane warning in effect for all of South Florida, and that means that hurricane conditions, including winds sustained at 74 miles per hour, will be likely in the next 24 to 36 hours for the area under the warning. And this is also the same for Tampa and Orlando, points northward into Daytona and Jacksonville, Big Bend area, Florida under a hurricane watch, parts of Panama City along the immediate coastline under a tropical storm watch. Storm surge warning also in effect along coastline, both coastlines and the Florida Keys. And I do believe that now we have the opportunity to speak to a hurricane expert at the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Michael Brennan. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
Thank you. And please tell us, because we've seen that change in the forecast track a little bit more towards the west. And now a lot of people are getting relieved or getting that sigh of relief that parts of Broward and Miami-Dade are not in that forecast cone. And what we've been wanting to tell people is not to let their guards down. Can you relay that information as well?
Right. The cone doesn't tell you anything about what the impacts are going to be. And actually, you know, as you can see outside now, the impacts right here in South Florida are beginning to increase. We've seen these first outer rain bands come through. And as you notice, we've seen some wind gusts up to near tropical storm force. You're seeing palm fronds down. The driving's difficult. So the last thing we want people to do is sort of think that the event isn't going to be very bad over here and start going out and trying to resume normal activities right as the weather deteriorates today. So we're still very concerned about a prolonged wind threat here from sustained tropical storm force winds for many hours, wind gusts to hurricane force. We still have that storm surge warning in effect, and it's going to be a very rough 24 to 48 hours down here, as we are going to be on the stronger side of the storm and see that rainfall threat as well that's going to persist long after the center of Irma has passed by us to the west.
And in terms of a storm surge, because we saw some concerning language in regards to the storm surge, especially for far southern Miami-Dade and the Florida Keys. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Sure. As the center of Irma moves up northward, it's going to pile all this water from the Atlantic side up into South Miami-Dade and into the Keys. We could see 5 to 10 feet of inundation of storm surge water above ground level in these areas. And it's a particularly life-threatening situation in the Florida Keys. Anybody who's stayed there has really put their lives at peril, not only because of the storm surge risk, but because it now looks likely that the core of the major hurricane winds with Irma are going to go over portions of the Keys tonight and early tomorrow. So there are 2 life-threatening hazards in those areas, and hopefully everybody has gotten out.
And we've noticed that with this last advisory, the winds have been knocked down to 130 miles per hour. Are there any signs that with its interaction along the northern coast of Cuba that it will weaken anymore before it gets here?
We could see a little more weakening, but I don't want to really emphasize that because those hazards are going to be there regardless. And we could see some strengthening again once the storm moves away from Cuba and into the Florida Straits. It's going to take it almost a day to get, or all through the rest of the day and tonight to get to the Keys. And then it may still be out over water north of the Keys before it reaches the west coast of Florida. So there's the potential for it to re-strengthen. And regardless, it's going to be a very impactful hurricane for very, very, very many people in the state of Florida.
Thank you so much for your time.
Sure.
All right, you heard it. A certain life-threatening situation possible with storm surge flooding, not taking into account during times of high tide. Very serious situation for far southern Miami-Dade, Florida Keys in terms of storm surge. You heard it from the expert at the National Hurricane Center, and we will be right back.
Feel safe. Feel secure with 7's Hurricane Tracker app, your digital guide to stay one step ahead of the storm. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance, car insurance, lowest price guaranteed.
From all of us at Florida Community Bank, thank you for the opportunity to grow with you. We've built a banking institution with 46 locations in 17 counties across the state that employs nearly 700 Floridians. And through the help of our team and great customers just like you, we've grown to more than $10 billion in assets. Florida Community Bank, Florida-based, Florida-focused, built here and based here.
Today,
Cleveland Clinic Florida is here for you.
with our nationally recognized orthopedics team.
So stop playing through the pain and let us get you back in the game.
And back to your life. Whether you need help keeping up,
Running farther,
Or just want to stay on course. Our whole team is here for you.
anytime.
Anywhere.
Find your way to the best care at clevelandclinicflorida.org.
South Florida bracing for Hurricane Irma. If you have a question or concern, just hashtag #AskPhil on Twitter. Feel safe, feel secure with Phil and the Storm Station. 7 News. Brought to you by the law offices of Anajar and Levine.
Home is where we all feel most comfortable. It's where we're secure, where we keep those we love safe. We're the law office of Anajar and Levine, and South Florida is our home. It's where we work to keep you safe with responsive legal help. We can assist you in all types of property damage cases. If you are filing a property claim due to water damage, we're here to help. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We don't just practice the law, we practice what we love. Call the law office of Anajar and Levine for a free consultation.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. Hurricane Irma making landfall in Cuba late last night, hitting the island hard. The northern coast of Cuba feeling the brunt of Irma right now.
And we have a chance to take you live now to the island and reporter Patrick Oppman. Good morning, Patrick.
Yes, hi, good morning, and it still continues to be very, very windy here. These gusts come through and just about knock you over. So while Irma is heading away from Cuba, heading towards South Florida, it continues to be a menace to this part of Cuba. We are seeing the waters recede. They had gotten quite high, almost to the second story where we are of this house. But thankfully, as the storm is going out further to sea, it is the storm surge has begun to recede, and so that is good news. It's still far too high though to walk around this town that has been absolutely another gust here coming in that has been absolutely devastated by this hurricane. We've seen roofs torn off, trees blown down, and power is out in this whole area. And then most of the homes in Caybarien, where we are on the north coast of Cuba, are one-story homes, and we're completely engulfed in water, completely underwater. So it's going to take probably days for the owners of those homes, the residents who evacuated, to come back and see the damage. We've seen some of the people who stayed here last night beginning to survey the damage to their town and their homes. But the process of rebuilding here is going to certainly be a long one, because they were hit here just about as hard as you can imagine. And again, just when you think things are lightening up, you get another gust like that, very powerful gust. So the storm is leaving, but it's not gone.
Wow. Yeah, that really gives you a clear image. Thank you so much for that, Patrick Ottman. Thank you for that live report. And again, he's coming to us live from Havana. That's about 160 miles away from where the storm made landfall. And yet, look at those conditions. And remember, it made landfall last night, so conditions lingering there.
And that just goes to show the main message today. Don't worry about that cone. We're going to feel the effects of Irma right here in South Florida, no matter where you are situated. That's the very latest. Stay with us. We're back after a break.
Some things are just worth repeating. Car accident? Remember, after 911, call 411. 1-800-411-PAIN. Car accident? Remember, after 911, call 411. 1-800-411-PAIN.
7's Business Buzz. Here's one of the 7 businesses in South Florida you need to know.
Hey, I see your cell phone there. You have 30 seconds during this commercial break to save money. Go to 305deltoro.com. Come on, do it now. 305deltoro.com. I can save you a lot of money on your auto insurance.
To see more of 7's top businesses, visit WSVN.com/news/businessbuzz.
A careless truck driver falls asleep at the wheel and slams right into you. Someone should have to pay for this.
That's right. Someone should have to pay. If you've been the victim of a careless driver, call us right now.
Bernstein and Marinoff got a client who hurt their ankle $650,000.
We are Bernstein and Marinoff, protecting your rights.
Hurt by a careless driver? Call in Dade 305-777-8888 and Broward 954-222-3333.
Do you suffer from facial pain and pressure?
I suffered for years with chronic sinus issues. I would wake up, I couldn't breathe, my head would hurt, I had total congestion. I was just miserable.
Ryan suffered for years with chronic sinus infections, and now...
It's amazing. No pain, no headaches, no pressure. It changed my life.
Call WSVN-Ch today, 786-516-2777.
Some things are just worth repeating. Car accident? Remember, after 911, call 411. 1-800-411-PAIN. Car accident? Remember, after 911, call 411. 1-800-411-PAIN.
All eyes on Hurricane Irma, still a dangerous Category 4 hurricane, 130-mile-per-hour winds moving west to 12 and located 225 miles to the south of Miami, Florida. Now the system is interacting with the northern coast of Cuba, but the Hurricane Center feels that it will still re-intensify as it makes its way into the Florida Straits. Now here's the latest satellite picture, just not skipping a beat, even though its interaction with land, it's still holding its own. The center, or the majority of it, still over the open waters, and it's producing torrential downpours, hurricane-force winds over sections of Cuba. And it is going to move to the west a little bit longer, and then eventually late in the day make that turn towards the northwest and make its way into the Florida Straits Sunday morning through the Florida Keys. Sometime Sunday afternoon, be in the vicinity of southwest Florida or impacting the region. But yes, there's been a change with the track. Parts of South Florida, that means Broward and Miami-Dade, not under the cone of concern, but we shouldn't lower our guards. Hurricane Center, National Weather Service wants us to relay this information that even though we're not included, we can't focus on the exact line in the middle of the track. Irma is large and powerful, and the impacts will be significant all the way towards the East Coast. And this is a statewide affair. Certainly a serious situation for Tampa and Sarasota on Monday morning. Packing winds of possibly Category 3 strength, then interacting with land, weakening eventually around the southeast U.S. But already we're starting to feel Irma's wrath in the form of feeder bands moving onshore from time to time. Significant weather advisories still in effect for parts of Miami-Dade, mainland Monroe and Collier County for strong gusty winds of 45 to 55 miles per hour. We got a report from a 7 News viewer that the wind is already starting to howl around certain sections, and that's a sign of those feeder bands moving in, but conditions expected to deteriorate even more throughout the day. Now, around parts of Broward County, we do have some spotty downpours and also some storms around western areas, especially around Tamarack, Sunrise into the Sawgrass Expressway, also Pembroke Pines and Miramar, Doral, seeing some thunderstorms too. And around Chrome Avenue, Homestead, Florida City, Naranja, also seeing heavy rain, consistent rain and thunderstorms around Isla Mirada and Layton, Duck Key too, spreading into Big Pine Key and Good Joe Key, and now more rain starting to enter into Key West with these feeder bands. But I want to widen out the view. Our local storm tracking radar picking up the center of Irma, which is about 154 miles removed from the middle Florida Keys. Wind gusts nearing tropical storm strength, 37-mile-per-hour wind gusts being reported in Fort Lauderdale and Miami to 33 in Marathon. And a flood watch is in effect for all of South Florida until Monday evening. I'll be back with another update in a few minutes. We're going to a break.
For hourly forecasts and live radar, tap the 7 Weather app. It's free. Just search WSVN in your app store. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
Did you know you can earn money while saving people's lives? That's right, up to $300 a month at CSL Plasma. By donating plasma, you help patients right here in our community survive and thrive. Every donation counts. Visit our donation center today, where you get while you give. Get started today. Visit CSLPlasma.com or call 866-CSL-6800 for locations and new donor requirements.
Long live effort. With a legendary Hemi engine or a powerful proven Cummins turbo diesel engine. It's capable of carrying on great American traditions. During Ram Power Days, get a great deal on the trucks that are proven to last.
Medicare got you, Looney. If you or a loved one are 64 or older and have questions regarding your Medicare options, call I Will Advisors for a free no-obligation consultation. We represent every major national carrier and have been specializing in senior solutions for over 40 years.
Feel safe, feel secure with 7's Hurricane Tracker app. Your digital guide to stay one step ahead of the storm. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. As you look at these live pictures from Miami Beach this morning, I want to tell you about some numbers we're getting in from FP&L. We know that about 25,000 customers in Miami-Dade without power right now. In Broward, more than 500 customers. Just to give you an idea of what the situation across South Florida is right now. In Miami Beach, you can see the wind slowly picking up. That street sign right there, you can see, is flapping a bit, and the trees, well, you see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the outages are not a surprise. You know,
No.
FP&L told us, and we know this happens with every storm. It's not here yet, but the power starts to go out. One thing that is reassuring is that we know that FP&L is ready for this storm.
Yeah.
They have pre-positioned crews throughout the state. They're ready to come in and get to work. But they did say, be prepared for these power outages. They could even last weeks.
Absolutely.
All right, so as you're looking at Miami Beach there, let's go to Omar Lewis, who's there with more.
Well, the usually popular Ocean Drive here on Miami Beach is anything but at this point. What we do see is heavy wind and rain coming in waves, with those feeder bands coming and going. Businesses here boarding up with sandbags and plywood, of course. And they're worried about the storm surge and those strong winds, of course, that will come along with Hurricane Irma. At this point, very few people on the streets. When we arrived here earlier this morning, we did see one of those feeder bands coming in, and you could see the rain whipping in with those winds, of course. At the entrances to Miami Beach, police are waiting with their lights on, warning folks that this is not the safest place to be. We are also seeing lightning here, and again, those feeder bands coming and going. We did spot some people still riding around, checking out exactly how desolate this place is. Take a listen.
So far, it's not that bad. Let's see what happens. Yeah. Hopefully, it keeps going away.
Yeah, we've seen a couple people, I guess, they're trying to ride it out too, see what happens. But, you know, it's quite scary. It's something to really think about and make sure everybody's safe, and, you know, soon we're going to get back.
So police are also roaming the streets here on Miami Beach, making sure that everything is under control and trying to spot any problems before things get worse here. For now, reporting on Miami Beach, Omar Lewis, Today in Florida.
For hourly forecasts and live radar, tap the 7 Weather app. It's free. Just search WSVN in your app store. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
South Florida bracing for Hurricane Irma. If you have a question or concern, just hashtag AskPhil on Twitter. Feel safe. Feel secure with Phil and the Storm Station. 7 News. Brought to you by the law offices of Anajar and Levine.
Home is where we all feel most comfortable. It's where we're secure, where we keep those we love safe. We're the law office of Anajar and Levine, and South Florida is our home. It's where we work to keep you safe with responsive legal help. We can assist you in all types of property damage cases. If you are filing a property claim due to a storm or a hurricane, we're here to help 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We don't just practice the law, we practice what we love. Call the law office of Anajar and Levine for a free consultation.
I know what you're thinking. There's a dad that makes fathering look easy. But before Pacifica, he had his hands full. Sure, now you see a man who's able to stow and go with ease. But he wasn't always that man. Now thanks to our Pacifica, Dad can put his mistakes behind him. Well, most of them.
Booyah! Yeah.
Chrysler Pacifica is now the highest-ranked minivan in initial quality by J.D. Power.
Turn your dreams into a reality and experience luxury living with modern furnishings and collections from Addison House. For over 30 years, Addison House has featured industry-leading Italian brands that set the standard for quality and style. Our premier showrooms offer forward-thinking design and contemporary furniture that best fit your lifestyle. Step into one of our 3 South Florida locations today, including our newest showroom in the Design District, to let Addison House make your dreams come true.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. Live pictures right now out of Miami shores. You can see the water there already moving, the winds picking up. Similar situations across South Florida at this point.
Let's go live to Jessica Holly, who's there. Jessica?
Yeah, we've gotten a break from the rain, but you can see the wind really has picked up. The bay is super choppy. Let's go back out here. As the sun came up, we started seeing those white caps and those large waves, the waves crashing now on the wall. And in the past hour or so, people have been coming out here to see what's going on. This is in Miami Shores in the area of North Bayshore Drive and Northeast 96th Street. They want to get a look at this before it gets bad. And we met a couple this morning who said they saw on the news that the storm had shifted a bit. But they say that does not make a difference in how they see the power of Irma.
No. I saw it this morning as well, but as wide as the storm is, when they say it covering Florida, we know we're away from it. We're still within.
We intend to take extra precaution and follow the prompts that were given by the news, by our local area where the shelters are, just in case we run into any danger. We're not going to take it for granted.
And that is the right attitude to have, because right now you can come out here and you can look at it, but this situation could get dangerous. Again, this is a mandatory evacuation zone in this area, and that is because the fear of the storm surge, which Vivian told us could be anywhere from 5 to 10 feet. So if you're going to get out and see what's going on, you're not encouraged to do it at all, but if you're going to do it early on, because when things get bad, it could get dangerous and there may not be someone available to come help you. We're live in Miami Shores. Jessica Holly, 7 News.
All right, Jessica, thank you. I know a lot of people out there are anxious. No one knows exactly what's going to happen. Hang in there, guys. We are here with you. Stay with 7 News. Our coverage continues. I'm Alex Tiarmas.
And I'm Christine Cruz. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
For hourly forecasts and live radar, tap the 7 Weather app. It's free. Just search WSVN in your app store. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed. Moving made easy with Spiro the Good Greek, featuring Billy the Marlin and Pep Squad.
Label your boxes fragile so mistakes like this don't happen. Lift with your knees, not with your back. Tape the top and bottom of boxes securely to avoid accidents. These are some really good tips, but moving is a hassle. Save yourself some time and a trip to the ER, and just call the pros at Good Greek Moving and Storage, the official movers of the Miami Marlins.
Z Roofing and Waterproofing has been providing quality service in the commercial and residential roofing industry since 1998. Our services include waterproofing, roof replacement, roof inspections, new roofs, roof repairs, and annual maintenance. Give us a call or visit us at zroofing.com.
South Florida bracing for Hurricane Irma. If you have a question or concern, just hashtag AskPhil on Twitter. Feel safe, feel secure with Phil and the Storm Station. 7 News. Brought to you by the law offices of Anajar and Levine.
I'm Mark Anajar with the law office of Anajar and Levine, and South Florida is our home. It's where we work to keep you safe with responsive legal help. We can assist you in all types of property damage cases. If you are filing a property claim due to a storm or a hurricane, we're here to help 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We don't just practice the law, we practice what we love. Call Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE for a consultation.
This is 7 News Today in Florida.
And we have been telling you about powerful Hurricane Irma all week long, of course. Those outer bands now starting to affect us here in South Florida. Irma is almost here.
And here's a live look out of Miami Beach. You can see the conditions have started to change already. Mandatory evacuations, of course, in effect, and a lot of people heeding the advice and leaving Miami Beach.
And a live look right now from Fort Lauderdale. This is the podium where Broward County officials are set to speak to give everyone an update in the next few minutes or so. And of course, we are monitoring that situation. As soon as that happens, we will bring it to you live. Good morning once again, everybody. I'm Diana Diaz.
Hello, everyone. I'm Christine Cruz. Well, today is the day. Here's a live look outside our 7 News studios in North Bay Village. As you probably know by now, Channel 7 is surrounded by water. We can give you a good look of what it's actually looking like right now. As we drove into work this morning, we felt the wind starting to pick up. And in the 8 hours that we've been here now, we have certainly seen the conditions start to deteriorate on the water as well, as we start to feel Irma a little more and more as she gets closer.
That's right. You're seeing the whitecaps right there. Now, this is a shot of the bay right off of North Bay Village, and we've been showing you these shots all across South Florida with our crews, and we see that the winds have really picked up from the time that even we came in. And let's get the latest right now from meteorologist Vivian Gonzalez live in the Weather Center with what we can expect in the next few hours. Viv?
And you can tell that there was some camera shake there, too. But, yes, conditions expected to worsen throughout today. And it's all because of the outer feeder bands moving in from Irma, producing strong winds. We're getting word from the Weather Service, significant weather advisory for strong gusty winds, 45 to 55 miles per hour with an approaching feeder band, moving into Biscayne Bay inland pretty quickly at around 60 miles per hour. So certainly conditions are going to continue to go downhill. Finalize your preparation plans. It's not a good idea to be out there, especially with the weather starting to look like this even outside our Channel 7 studios. But as of 8 o'clock, winds are 130 miles per hour. It's a Cat 4 system. It's weakening as it interacts with the northern coast of Cuba. It's moving west at 12 miles per hour. Taking it back to the desk.
All right, and live pictures now. As promised there, officials from Broward County gathered to give everyone an update on the situation. I imagine that they're going to talk about the conditions outside and what they hope people will do. Let's listen in to the mayor.
Environmental Protection Agency. You guys are going to have to come in. Come on, I don't bite. Oh, okay.
Setting up right now, as you can see here once again. It looks like they're ready to go. This is the mayor of this is Barbara Sharif, the mayor. We're being told that there are other officials expected to speak as well. We see one of the officials there from Florida Power and Light expected to give an update. And Christina, as we've been telling our viewers all morning long, people are already experiencing power outages as a result of those outer bands and the strong winds that we're already experiencing.
Yeah, and Mayor Sharif had been talking about and really doing a great job updating the county and the residents, telling them, listen, we're prepared for this, but you have to be prepared as well. Mayor Sharif talked about the way that they activate the Emergency Operations Center from 3 to 2 to 1, obviously fully activational at this hour. And to her right, you can see the FPNL representative who was very clear yesterday in suggesting that power outages could last for weeks. It looks like the mayor is speaking now. Let's go ahead
It's
and listen.
still under a hurricane warning and storm surge warning. However, the storm track has shifted slightly west. That does not mean that Broward County residents should let their guard down. Irma is a huge and dangerous storm system that continues to pose a threat to all of South Florida. We expect 10 to 20 inches of rain, and the first line of thunderstorms are coming onshore now. Storm surge is estimated at 4 to 6 feet. We will expect high winds and some storm surge flooding with the possibility of tornadic activity. According to the National Weather Service, the worst part of the storm for Broward County will occur from 4 a.m. to approximately 9 p.m. on Sunday. We currently have 14,190 residents who have chosen to come to one of our 21 shelters that Broward has opened. Also, more than 1,000 persons in our community experiencing homelessness have been safely sheltered. Many of the shelters are at capacity. If you choose to evacuate to a shelter, you should go to one of the 2 new shelters just opened this morning. Lakeside Elementary School at 900 Northwest 136th Avenue in Pembroke Pines, or Coconut Palm Elementary, located at 13601 Monarch Lakes Boulevard in Miramar. It's important to note that Lakeside Elementary is also a pet-friendly shelter. So if you have allergies or sensitivities to pets, please choose Coconut Palm Elementary instead. Please remember, if you are going to a pet-friendly shelter, you must bring supplies for both you and your pet: the crate, food, bowls, leash, water, cat litter, pan, toys, and any medication and vaccination documents. For those of you coming to a shelter, please help us and help your fellow residents out. Remember that room at the shelter is limited. Bring the items you need to ensure your comfort, but please do not bring excessively large or cumbersome items. We've had reports of some folks bringing king-size mattresses, many refrigerators, and the shelters just do not have room for these types of items. Thank you for your cooperation in advance. There are 3 cities in Broward that had scheduled bulk pickups that the carrier did not complete. The impacted cities are Miramar, Pembroke Pines, and Deerfield Beach. We ask the residents of those cities who place bulk items at the curb for pickup to please bring them back inside and secure them as best you can right now. These items will not be picked up before the storm arrives. In transportation updates, Broward County Transit has discontinued service and will resume as soon as weather conditions allow. Port Everglades is closed. Fuel deliveries have currently stopped, but storm reserve supplies are in place and deliveries will resume as soon as petroleum companies can reopen and it's safe for truck drivers to be on the road. Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport is closed today and Sunday. Please check with your airline or cruise line carrier for updates. Irma is expected to result in widespread and extended power outages. Outage and restoration information is available by calling 1-800-4OUTAGE or 1-800-468-8243. I just want to say thank you to our amazing staff, volunteers, and community partners. The very organized effort would not be possible without them. Our goal during these types of catastrophic events is to prevent the loss of life, and as your mayor, I'm very proud of the way our community has responded to this event and very encouraged based on the evacuations that residents are taking this storm seriously. They say that all disasters are local. In the spirit of community, I urge residents to reach out to neighbors or people that you think may be vulnerable and need assistance in completing final preparations and in a recovery effort. The Broward County Emergency Hotline is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to answer your questions. You can call 311 from within Broward or 954-831-4000. The hotline has assisted over 19,000 callers since Tuesday. Visit broward.org/hurricane or Twitter @ReadyBroward or sign up for the Alert Broward text messaging system and we will keep you apprised of everything that's going on with the storm. You can include us on Facebook at Broward EMD to keep current on our situation. With me today at the podium, I have Juliet Rulek from FPL, I have FEMA, and I have the EPA here, as well as the Broward Sheriff. We are working together very hard to ensure the safety of the Broward residents. At this time, I'm going to invite Juliet Rulek from FPL to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. As we are getting closer to the storm, anxieties are raising up. And I want to be here to assure you that FPL is doing all it can to assure that everything will be in place for a proper restoration. We have over 13,000 workers in place ready to respond and restore your power after the storm. Some of you are already experiencing outages, and that is going to be, as hard as it is to know, it is going to happen. Some of you may experience outages before the storm arrives fully, because the outer bands are starting to impact us with weather conditions. Please understand that that is expected, and we are doing everything we can to make sure we keep you advised. All of us are here to help. I myself will be riding and staying here at the EOC through the storm, and FPL will have a presence here so that we can give you as much updated information as possible. We know information is important to our customers, and we are here for you in that regard. Please remember to be safe. It is so important that you are all in your homes now and really trying to be safe. There are tips that we have given in the past that I would really like to remind you about. After the storm, please do not go near any standing water where there are power lines down. If you see a power line down, do not approach it. Please call the 1-800 number that was provided. And I ask you and implore you, please be safe. Thank you.
I would like to, at this time, invite our Broward Sheriff forward for a few remarks. Broward Sheriff.
Thank you, Mayor. Broward County, put simply, I'm so proud of you. I'm proud of this community. You've remained vigilant and resilient. We've driven the streets. Very few cars are out there. Citizens have taken evacuation warnings very seriously. Our shelters are starting to get full. You're listening and you're doing what needs to be done. I just want to go over a few things once the storm passes and we have the aftermath. Stay, as Juliet said, stay away from standing water and power lines. Call the 1-800 number. When you fire up those generators, make sure those generators are outside. They emit poisonous gases. They're colorless and odorless, and you won't know that, and somebody can, die from inhaling these gases. Very serious. Make sure the generators are outside. The Broward Sheriff's Office, we will continue to patrol the streets of Broward County until wind speeds reach 45 miles an hour. As I said before, at that time, we will recall our firefighters and we will recall our deputies. We will wait till the roads are drivable, and then we will begin answering 911 calls and calls for service. Take care of your neighbors, take care of each other. As the mayor said, do not drop your guard. This is a time to be more vigilant than ever. The storm did kick a little bit west, but we are going to get punched by this storm. Make sure you stay inside, and as I said yesterday, find the room in your home that's most safe, the one with no windows. Find that room and bring your entire family into that room when the wind speeds reach their highest and we're under hurricane, and we're actually getting hit by the hurricane. Do not return to your homes. Do not think once the storm passed that you're able to. There'll be trees down, there'll be power lines down, there'll be a plethora of things for public safety and government to deal with. Make sure you monitor social media, monitor the TV, monitor the radio, call the informational numbers. Make sure you do not return until it is safe to return, because we don't want accidents there. As a community, let's come together. We are going to have power outages. We are going to have property damage. Let's make sure our death toll stays at 0. Again, I'm very proud of Broward County. I'm very proud of the men and women of the Broward Sheriff's Office, sworn, non-sworn, fire, detention, DLE. They've done an amazing job, and we will continue to do an amazing job. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. At this time, I just want to say that this has been a concerted, very, very collaborative team effort. On behalf of my colleagues at the Broward County Commission, I have Vice Mayor Beamfer with me today. I have Commissioner Michael Udine with me today. And all of my colleagues have been on the ground at shelters and in the communities, ensuring that people are transported to the shelters safely and ensuring that we have capacity for all the people who want to be sheltered. I can't thank Broward County enough for really collaborating and joining together to meet the needs of every resident in our community. I want to thank the community for listening to us, and I want to thank those who have evacuated safely, and for those who are still in areas that you may think are prone to flooding. I want you to consider right now evacuating to our shelter. This storm is going to hit us. It may not hit us as hard as we'd expected initially, but it still will hit us. And so I'm asking for your cooperation in that. We thank you, and at this time I'll conclude the press conference. Are there any questions?
Just a quick follow-up from earlier. The king-size mattress that was brought to you in a shelter, was that an actual mattress or an air mattress?
We've had both.
Are there any plans right now to open additional shelters?
As needed, on an as-needed basis.
Right now, the two that are open are only in the southwest portion of the county. Is that correct?
We are staffing our shelters with volunteers, and we're trying not to burn out our volunteers because we know we will need them post-storm. So we are opening shelters as needed based on population. Next.
Have there been any problems reported in any of the shelters so far?
Other than just oversized stuff, refrigerators, the king-size mattress, blow-up mattresses, things that are just chairs, things that are too big to fit in the spaces that we've allotted per person. But everything else has been pretty orderly.
And right now, you think you have sufficient space with the shelters that are currently open?
Yes, we believe we have sufficient space. We've actually got thousands of spaces open right now. And so as people come in and we feel the need, we'll open up more shelters. But remember,
I've got 2 shelters. How many thousands can they?
We still have a capacity on the others, and we opened up 2 more that gives us over 1,150 between the 2.
So the other 19 are not full. We've been told that they were full.
We say that they're full, but we have 25, 30, 40 spaces, so we have capacity.
Do you know what the overall capacity is of all the shelters that are open right now?
20,000. The overall capacity of the shelters that are open right now is around 20,000. And currently, like I said before, we have 14,190 residents who have checked into shelters. And as of last night, I mean, the numbers are going up. And so we're happy about that. And we will continue to open them up. But we have volunteers on standby. We want to assure our Broward County residents that we do have capacity. Keep on coming if you need help. Any other questions?
Are any completely full? There, people can't go because
there are.
All right, you have been listening to the mayor of Broward County, and before we go over a couple of very important things that she discussed, we want to show you this live picture on the left side of your screen. This is out of Sarasota, where we are awaiting Governor Rick Scott. When that happens, we'll bring it to you live. Now, let's go back to what Mayor Barbara Sharif said. One of the big issues that she addressed, the shelters. More than 14,000 people in Broward County shelters right now. As a result of many of them being at full capacity, they've opened 2 new ones. One is Lakeside Elementary, that's in Pembroke Pines. The other one is Coconut Palm Elementary. She also did suggest they have a capacity of about 20,000 between all shelters. So they have plenty of room still for people who need to get to shelters.
Something else that came out of that was rather important is, of course, the FPL update on the outages as people all across Miami-Dade and Broward County are already experiencing outages as a result of those outer bands and the strong winds that we're seeing this morning starting to move in. And this is way ahead of the brunt of the storm that we're expected to experience in the coming hours in Miami-Dade County. We have an estimated 25,000 people right now without power, and the crews working to restore those areas affected, and about some 500 people in Broward County also dealing with power outages.
Let's get the latest now on Irma, exactly where she is, where she's going. 7 meteorologist Vivian Gonzalez in the Weather Center with the latest information for us. Viv?
That's right, ladies. Good morning, South Florida. And I want to pass out some important information. The National Weather Service of Miami is suggesting that a strong storm with rotation will be capable of producing a funnel cloud near the Redland, moving west at around 50 miles per hour. So also, in addition to the potential of seeing a funnel cloud, gusty winds will be accompanying this activity, 45 to 55 miles per hour possible with this. And this is also associated to the outer feeder bands of Irma. As of the 8 o'clock intermediate advisory, winds down to 130. It's still a Cat 4 system, and re-strengthening will be possible over the Florida Straits as it makes its way into the Florida Keys. Now, it's moving west at around 12 miles per hour. It's located 225 miles south of Miami, Florida. Here's the latest satellite picture. This is just not skipping a beat, despite its land interaction around the northern end of along the coast of Cuba. It's still maintaining its integrity. The center, for the most part, remains over the open waters, but it's still producing hurricane force winds and torrential downpours around sections of Cuba. Now, as far as the forecast track is concerned, eventually it's going to make that turn to the northwest, and it will happen late in the day today. It could intensify 150 mile per hour winds around the Straits, Cat 4 system moving through the Florida Keys, then eventually around southwest Florida around Sunday afternoon. And I noticed everyone has been messaging us about that change in the forecast track, getting that sigh of relief that we're not on the cone of concern for parts of Broward or Miami-Dade. But the Hurricane Center National Weather Service of Miami doesn't want you to let your guard down. Systems don't travel in a straight line, and Irma is large and powerful, and the impacts will be significant, stretching all the way towards the East Coast. And this is certainly a serious situation for Tampa and Sarasota, too, as a major system could be coming onshore, and it will be a statewide affair. Eventually, it's going to start to weaken as it interacts with land around the southeastern states. But check it out, the outer feeder bands making it and producing strong to severe type weather across the area. And around sections of Broward County, Alligator Alley getting drenched with plenty of activity. But now around Broward County, we do have some spotty activity. But now we're starting to see slight rotation on a couple of cells, particularly the one near the Redland moving into the Glades. And shear will continue to increase today and increasing the risk for tornadoes. So that is certainly one of those elevated risks that the Weather Service wanted to pass along with the feeder bands of Irma. And if it stays on track, we're going to be on the dirty side, so severe weather likely. And again, with that cell around the Redland, there is rotation. Possible funnel cloud tornado could spin up with this activity. So please don't go out. If you can stay indoors throughout the remainder of the day, do so. Today is your last day for preparations, to finalize your preparations, at least throughout this morning, because conditions will continue to worsen throughout the day. Cutler Bay, heavy rain, thunderstorms over the area, and there is activity that stretches into Tavernier and Islamorada, even late in along the overseas highway, 7 Mile Bridge, Big Pine Key, and now we have rain spreading into Key West and more feeder bands located around the Florida Straits. The center of the storm is just hugging the northern coast of Cuba, about 154 miles away from the middle Florida Keys, but gusts have been clocking in near Tropical Storm Force in Marathon. 37-mile-per-hour wind gusts being reported there in Fort Lauderdale, up to 33. And now we're noticing that the winds are coming in all sorts of directions, and that's letting us know that the atmosphere is ripe to see rotations in those thunderstorms that do develop moving inland from the bands of Irma. Now, a hurricane warning is in effect for all of South Florida, and that means that your preparation plans should be finalized already. Hurricane conditions will be possible in the warning area in the next 24 to 36 hours from points northward from Daytona, Jacksonville into the Big Bend area of Florida. There is a hurricane watch, and we also have a storm surge warning along both coastlines, including the Florida Keys, for the danger, the likelihood of dangerous storm surge in combination with the tide to allow the water levels to rise along the coast and push inland. 5 to 10 foot storm surge likely, or at least worst case scenario for coastal Broward, Miami-Dade, and the Florida Keys. A little bit higher around Southwest Florida, 8 to 12 foot storm surge possible. But for the Florida Keys, it is an extremely dangerous situation because they're going to get the surge from the Gulf side and the Atlantic side. And the Weather Service has used some concerning language that the storm surge around the Florida Keys will possibly not be survivable, and it will be enhanced during times of high tide. Key West, the next time of high tide, 12:53 this afternoon. Cutler Bay, 12:39 this afternoon. Fort Lauderdale, 11:52 this morning. Now, the local weather service of Miami has divided the potential impacts that we could see here at home, and the threat for hurricane force winds is high around Broward and Miami-Dade, extreme around the inland portions and far southern Miami-Dade, including the Florida Keys. Widespread power and communications outages could be possible with this activity. And now we are getting word of a tornado warning for northeastern mainland Monroe County and southwestern Florida, west central Miami-Dade County and southeastern Florida, too. So we have a tornado warning in effect until 10:15, and a thunderstorm, a severe thunderstorm right now, is capable of producing a tornado. We don't have a report of a tornado on the ground just yet, but that thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 8 miles northwest of Homestead General Airport, moving west at around 50 miles per hour. And as far as this activity is concerned, conditions, again, are just going to go down here from this point forward. If you can stay put at your houses, your homes right now, do so. The level of threats of different types of weather situations that we could see here at home are definitely increasing as the day and the hours go by today. Storm surge, extreme potential around parts of Miami-Dade and high around parts of the metropolitan areas. But flooding concerns are also increasing. That potential is high for all of South Florida. And again, the potential for tornadoes is more moderate now because of those bands moving in from Irma. I'll be back with a whole lot more, but again, a tornado warning for parts of Miami-Dade.
All right, Vivian, as we continue this morning from the radar and the warnings, want to show you the conditions live outside as you are being encouraged to start staying indoors. If you haven't finished those preparations yet, these are the final couple hours that officials would like you to even be outside because of those strong wind gusts that we're seeing. And as you're looking there on the right side of your screen, that is Miami Beach, and the waves already starting to turn up there.
On the left side of your screen, we are awaiting Governor Rick Scott out of Sarasota. 20 million residents in the state of Florida. A quarter of those, 25%, about 5.6 million were told to evacuate. We're talking about historic evacuations for our state. When the governor steps up to the podium, we'll have that for you live, and we'll be right back.
Feel safe, feel secure with 7's Hurricane Tracker app. Your digital guide to stay one step ahead of the storm. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
Don't miss the grand opening of the new Floor & Decor in Fort Lauderdale.
If you haven't been to Floor & Decor before, this is the time to go.
Wow, I cannot believe this selection.
Everything here is very affordable. You're going to save a lot of money.
Tile, porcelain, slate, hardwoods, laminates. They've got every option that you can possibly imagine.
You got to go to the grand opening, man. It's got everything you need.
Run, don't walk.
Trust me, go. Floor & Decor, now open in Fort Lauderdale, 95 at Sunrise Boulevard.
You're going to be hanging out in here, so if you need anything, text me.
Do you play?
Use the Chase mobile app to send money in just a tap to friends at more banks than ever before.
You got next?
Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Alarm Central Station monitoring for only $19.95 a month? If you have a home security system and you're paying more than $19.95 a month, call 1-800-ALARM-ME and save money. But wait, that's not all. You'll receive additional security features like mobile control, so you can arm and disarm your alarm system with your mobile device. Don't have a security system? You can get a Sloman Shield for free. That's a security system with video surveillance and mobile control, all professionally installed, free. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME to find out how. The Sloman Shield, the right choice for everyone.
We continue our coverage of Hurricane Irma, still a very strong storm that is turning our way as we take a live look now out of Miami Beach. You can see that the activity is changing there, weather's starting to deteriorate, and the streets are empty. And that's a very good sign that residents there have heeded the advice to evacuate.
And quite a few difference from the past few hours as we've been watching the conditions take a turn. And 7's Omar Lewis is there live to tell us more on just how things have changed. Omar?
Yeah, those wind speeds increasing, the rain coming and going in those outer bands. That's what we're seeing out here right now. And Miami Beach police also roaming the streets, and they want to make their message known. Do not come outside right now. Do not come out here to take any pictures. Taking you to some video that we just shot moments ago on the beach. People are doing that, and that is their concern right now. Do not come out here to take pictures on the water. These conditions are getting worse by the moment, and you may find yourself in a sticky situation. But earlier today, lots of heavy rain and wind as we first arrived out here, those bands just making their way in. Miami Beach police actually on the other side of the bridge as you come into Miami Beach, and they said they just want everyone to know that they are here to help as much as they can. Once the conditions get worse, they must go inside. They say one of their concerns right now, a lot of homeless people not going to those shelters. Take a listen.
A little concerned about some of the handful of homeless people who did not heed our warnings. We just had a little incident on Collins Avenue with some of them hunkered down in a parking garage.
All right, and so as you heard the police chief there, they are trying to convince these homeless folks to go to one of these shelters. They are out in the streets this morning. And if we pan I'm going to get my photographer to actually kind of pan over to our right here. You can see a homeless person out here on the beach this morning, and that is really the concern from police right now. They talked to us again, and they told us that they're out here roaming the streets, telling people do not come out here, do not take a picture. It is not worth it. The American Red Cross also out here trying to offer up their services to anyone who needs any last-minute help. But again, those wind speeds starting to pick up, the rain coming and going at this point. But the main concern for police, people not showing up to the beach to take those pictures. We are live on Miami Beach this morning. You're watching Today in Florida. We're coming right back.
For hourly forecasts and live radar, tap the 7 Weather app. It's free. Just search WSVN in your app store. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
South Florida bracing for Hurricane Irma. If you have a question or concern, just hashtag AskPhil on Twitter. Feel safe, feel secure with Phil and the Storm Station. 7 News. Brought to you by the law offices of Anajar and Levine.
Home is where we all feel most comfortable. It's where we're secure, where we keep those we love safe. We're the law office of Anajar and Levine, and South Florida is our home. It's where we work to keep you safe with responsive legal help. We can assist you in all types of property damage cases. If you are filing a property claim due to water damage, we're here to help. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We don't just practice the law, we practice what we love. Call the law office of Anajar and Levine for a free consultation.
Do you suffer from facial pain and pressure?
I suffered for years with chronic sinus issues. I would wake up, I couldn't breathe. My head would hurt. I had total congestion. I was just miserable.
Ryan suffered for years with chronic sinus infections, and now...
It's amazing. No pain, no headaches, no pressure. It changed my life.
Call WSVN-Ch today, 786-516-2777.
When was the last time you did a comparison quote on your homeowner's insurance? Realizing that every time we turn on the television nowadays, you see one calamity after another. Hurricanes, floods, tornadoes, tropical storms, fires. You need to be protected. You need the most protection you can get for the least amount of money. Call All About Florida Insurance today and get your free comparison quote. The number to call is 1-888-270-1964. Call today.
And live pictures right now outside our 7 News studios here in North Bay Village, where you can see the wind really whipping up the waves there out on the bay and through the trees there. In the past few hours, we've seen the wind really pick up, and then those rounds of rain coming through from those outer bands. And of course, as we look at these live pictures right now, we are awaiting a very important news conference from the governor, who has now moved over to Sarasota on the West Coast, as we've seen that cone and the forecast shift westward.
Yeah, the governor has been very, very good about just telling residents, you know, we can rebuild your homes. We can't rebuild your lives. You need to heed the evacuation orders. He's ready for his update right now. Let's go ahead and listen.
I just had a briefing with emergency management officials here in Sarasota County. The storm's here. Hurricane Irma is now impacting our state. Southeast Florida is already experiencing tropical storm force winds, and nearly 25,000 people have already lost power. Hurricane Irma is beginning to batter the Florida Keys with dangerous winds and continues to remain a catastrophic and life-threatening Category 4 storm with winds of 130 miles per hour. This is a deadly storm, and our state has never seen anything like it. Millions of Floridians will see major hurricane impacts with deadly storm surge and life-threatening winds. The threat of significant storm surge floating along the entire west coast of Florida has increased. And 6 to 12 feet, think about that, 6 to 12 feet of impacts above ground level is now probable. 6 to 12 feet, this will cover your house. If you've ever watched how storm surge works, it flows in fast, very fast, then it flows out. You will not survive all this storm surge. This is a life-threatening situation. If you've been ordered to evacuate, you need to leave now. Do not wait. Evacuate. Not tonight, not in an hour. You need to go right now. If you're in an evacuation zone, leave. Evacuations are in place across the state. More than 5.6 million Floridians have been ordered to evacuate. You need to listen to local evacuation orders. If you live in an evacuation zone in southwest Florida, you need to be on the road by noon or find the nearest shelter to avoid life-threatening weather. It's going to go faster than you are. These winds are coming. If you're in this area and you're planning to leave and have not done so by noon, do not get on the road. If you're on the West Coast trying to go north, I mean, you're going to have a hard time getting out. Just remember this. Once the storm starts, law enforcement cannot save you. I'm a dad, I'm a grandfather. I love my family more than anything. I cannot imagine life without them. Do not put your life or your family's life at risk. Right now is the time to do the right thing for you, yourself, and your family. School buses are aiding in evacuations. Please take advantage of this service. If you need to leave and for whatever reason you're unable to leave and you need help, whether it's fuel, whatever the issue is, call 1-800-342-3557 and we will do everything possible to get you out. 1-800-342-3557. Protecting life is our absolute top priority. There will be no resource or expense spared to protect life. Our goal is to protect every person in this state's life. I urge everyone to check on your neighbors, your family, and your friends. If you know somebody who is not evacuating and should, contact them and make sure they have a plan to get out. We are being very aggressive in our preparation for this storm, and my hope is every Floridian should take this seriously and be aggressive to protect their family. Your house can be replaced, your possessions can be replaced, your life cannot be replaced, and your family cannot be replaced. Shelters. We have been working with counties to ensure there are enough shelters. Currently, there are more than 260 shelters open across the state in every county in the state. At least 70 more shelters are opening today. More than 50,000 Floridians have taken shelter, and there's still room for more. If you have a building, emergency individuals ask you to open a shelter, please comply. It's going to save people's lives. This is so important to families seeking safety. Everyone in Florida needs to find a safe place to go. Traffic. We still see some traffic, but overall evacuation routes are moving. Evacuations are not meant to be convenient. They're meant to be safe. I'm glad so many are taking this seriously and driving to a safe place. But if you don't need to be on the road, don't be on the road. We increased the number of troopers on Florida roadways to continue moving traffic along. You can check real-time traffic information evacuation routes at fl511.com. You don't have to evacuate out of the state. You don't have to evacuate even out of your county. You don't have to go hundreds of miles. We have shelters in every county other than Monroe, and those have evacuated to Miami-Dade. So shelters are available in every county. Again, if there's any reason you can't get out, any reason at all, fuel, whatever it is, 800-342-3557. We will do everything we can, but we can't do it once the storm starts. Fuel. We're working aggressively to keep our gas stations open and filled. But this won't last much longer because it's going to be unsafe to be on the roads. We're doing everything we can to get as much fuel into the state as we can. While all the fuel ports in Florida are now closed for safety as Irma impacts our state, so our ports are closed, so we're not getting any more tankers in. Following the storm, state troopers will resume escorting fuel supply trucks directly to gas stations in your community. So we'll get, after the storm, as soon as we can get fuel trucks moving, we'll do it again. I waived Florida's motor vehicle import tax for 5 days to help bring more fuel to our state for storm response and recovery. We all know fuel is important, and we're going to absolutely devote every state resource we can to get the fuel here. Law enforcement. Florida's prepared. We have great first responders. We have great law enforcement. Every single Florida Guardsman has already been deployed that we can deploy, and they're prepared to respond to this storm. We have so many members of law enforcement and our guardsmen that are putting their lives at risk to help Floridians get to a safe place. And they will not stop until it's no longer safe for them. I can't thank them enough. Utilities. Our providers are actively pre-positioning resources throughout the state and in neighboring states. We know how important power is, and we're going to be very aggressive at getting power back on. I want to be clear. We are under a state of emergency. Employees who perform vital services, including healthcare staff, we need you to be there to help your community. We need 1,000 volunteer nurses to help at our special needs shelters. If you can volunteer, let me give you a website. BPRCHD preparedness at flhealth.gov. Again, we need more nurses. All available nurses, if you'll please respond to BPRCHD preparedness at flgov or flhealth.gov. We've already received thousands of replies. This is great news, and we're actively working with all of these individuals to support this need. So many people across this country have called to offer their prayers and support. I want to thank the governors of other states that provided every resource we've asked for. I know the entire country is behind us. I've been talking to the White House almost every day. I've talked to President Trump. He has promised all federal resources. I talked to Brock Long, who runs FEMA, this morning, and he's guaranteed us all federal resources. We have the country's best first responders right here in Florida. But if you're in an evacuation zone, I hope you will go right this minute. Get to a safe place. This is a catastrophic storm. We've never seen this before. It's bigger than our state. Florida is tough. Florida is resilient. Florida is unbreakable. Let's all stay together and help each other. We are an amazing melting pot of wonderful people. This is a great state, and we're going to come out of this very strong. Este huracán es muy peligroso. Su vida es lo más importante.
All right, you've been listening to a news conference out of Sarasota. The governor there addressing many of his comments to the people of Southwest Florida, talking about the 5.6 million Floridians that have been ordered to evacuate and telling people in those areas not to leave after 12 o'clock, that if they are to evacuate, to do it beforehand. But want to bring it closer to home for a moment as we look at these live pictures out of Deerfield Beach. We had mentioned that there was a tornado warning for parts of Miami-Dade. Now, that has been canceled, but an advisory has been issued for other areas.
Yeah, that advisory that Diana mentioned is for mainland Monroe County and the northwestern parts of Dade County. They call it a significant weather advisory because strong winds in that area could produce funnel clouds. Now, that is not at all uncommon. In fact, the common term for it is storms inside storms. Whenever a hurricane is around, it's absorbing a lot of the energy in the atmosphere. And what that does is create a very unstable environment around the area. So usually, tornadic activity is common after the center of a storm passes an area. So that is why they are issuing these warnings. Now, the actual specific warning for tornadoes has been canceled. However, they're saying, but hey, keep an eye out, because this is not uncommon that because of the strong winds, we will get some funnel clouds in those areas. And again, specifically, they were talking about mainland Monroe and the northwestern parts of Dade County. Our coverage continues on the other side of the break.
For hourly forecasts and live radar, tap the 7 Weather app. It's free. Just search WSVN in your app store. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
How does Stearns & Foster craft the world's finest bed? It starts with luxurious materials, carefully handled by master craftsmen, with attention to every detail. When you lie down on a Stearns & Foster bed, you'll appreciate everything we've put in, making it that much harder to get out. Stearns & Foster, crafting the world's finest bed.
Save up to $800 on select Stearns & Foster adjustable sets. Plus, get free delivery only at Mattress Kings.
South Florida bracing for Hurricane Irma. If you have a question or concern, just hashtag AskPhil on Twitter. Feel safe, feel secure with Phil and the Storm Station. 7 News. Brought to you by the law offices of Anajar and Levine.
Home is where we all feel most comfortable. It's where we're secure, where we keep those we love safe. We're the law office of Anajar and Levine, and South Florida is our home. It's where we work to keep you safe with responsive legal help. We can assist you in all types of property damage cases. If you are filing a property claim due to a storm or a hurricane, we're here to help 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We don't just practice the law, we practice what we love. Call the law office of Anajar and Levine for a free consultation.
I lead an active lifestyle, but despite the heat and humidity, I covered up, embarrassed by the veins in my legs. I was also feeling leg pain and fatigue. But Sofer Health, Florida's leading vein specialist, found more to it than just my vanity. An underlying medical cause for my condition, venous insufficiency. My treatment was painless and covered by insurance. Now my pain is gone, my legs look great, and my energy's increased. Get the beautiful, healthy legs you deserve. Sofer Health, the experts in vein care, with 7 locations in South Florida.
And here's a live look outside our Channel 7 studios, and we're definitely seeing choppy seas out there. The wind has been picking up in the last couple of hours, and that's just a sign that the weather will worsen throughout the next couple of hours with the outer feeder bands of Irma and also the system approaching South Florida. As of the 8 o'clock intermediate advisory, a Category 4 system, 130-mile-per-hour winds moving west to 12 miles per hour, located 225 miles to the south of Miami, Florida. Here's a good view of the satellite picture that it is still holding its own despite its interaction with the northern coast of Cuba. The eye still remains well over the open waters, and it's drenching Cuba right now. Hurricane force winds being experienced in the area. And I was able to speak to a hurricane specialist moments ago, and they're saying that despite its land interaction, it is expected to re-strengthen over the Florida Straits. Eventually, late in the day, it's going to make that turn towards the northwest. Cat 4 system over the Straits, 150-mile-per-hour winds on Sunday morning, moving through the Florida Keys, and then eventually into southwest Florida by Sunday afternoon. Now, I know that there's been a change in the cone more towards the west, not including parts of Broward and Miami-Dade. But the Hurricane Center National Weather Service of Miami doesn't want you to lower your guard. This is a large and dangerous hurricane, and they don't travel in a straight line. Any jog to the west or east will implicate higher in threats or impacts here in South Florida, and significant ones expected extending all towards the East Coast because of its size and intensity. Now, this is certainly not a good situation for Sarasota and Tampa down the road. Major system moving through the region and then interacting with land. Now, I want to show you the wind field forecast, because the wind field forecast is indicating that the hurricane force winds extend about 70 miles out from the center, and then the tropical storm force winds extend 195 miles out from the center. So here's a good timeline of events. By Sunday morning, 2 a.m., hurricane force winds into the middle Florida Keys, and then it expands into all of the Florida Keys by 9:30 in the morning, and parts of far southern Miami-Dade, mainland Monroe, and Collier County. Parts of Broward and inland Miami-Dade will be getting hurricane force winds by Sunday afternoon. Tropical storm force winds all around, and this is a statewide affair. Even though the center of Irma will be moving to the north, we're going to still encounter those tropical storm conditions throughout the entire day, potentially through Monday too, as it rides up the state. Now, the outer feeder bands are capable of producing tornadoes, funnel clouds, and some very strong gusty winds, 45 to 55 miles per hour, and a significant weather advisory is in effect for parts of Miami-Dade until 10:15 this morning. Right now, we do have a cluster of storms out west, especially in Miami-Dade into Tamiami Trail, moving away from Coram Avenue, but we still have lightning markers. Parts of the Turnpike, US 1 between Cutler Bay and Homestead getting drenched with steady rain. The upper Florida Keys seeing a little bit of an improvement in Tavernier and Island Rana, just some light shower activity, a little bit drier into Layton and Duck Key, but Marathon, 7 Mile Bridge, and Key West now seeing pockets of moderate to heavy rain. Now, I wanted to widen out the view to show you where the center of the storm is located, and it's about 154 miles removed from the middle Florida Keys. We do have some very strong gusty winds nearing tropical storm force in Key West up to 38, 33 in Fort Lauderdale. Hurricane warning in effect for all of South Florida. That means that you've had to already finalize your hurricane prep plans and plan to stay put in your location since the weather will continue to worsen throughout today. Hurricane conditions possible as we go into tonight. And this is the same for Tampa, I-4 corridor into Orlando, but from points northward into Daytona Beach and Jacksonville, the Big Bend area of Florida, hurricane watch in effect. We're also under a storm surge warning along both coasts, including the Florida Keys. And what that means that the danger of a dangerous storm surge along with the tide will cause the water levels to rise along the coast and push inland. And worst case scenario for Broward, 5 to 10 foot storm surge along the coastline that extends into Fort Lauderdale, parts of Dania, into Miami-Dade. It could go all the way into I-95, Miami, West Miami, Coral Gables, and Sunset, and Pinecrest into Homestead, too. A 7 to 10 foot storm surge, 5 to 10 foot storm surge in Monroe, Southwest Florida, 8 to 12 foot storm surge. Now, a storm surge is a silent danger, and one of the greatest percentage of deaths happens with storm surge, and about 50% is one of the numbers or statistics that we have because of storm surge. Now, we also have some other impacts to talk about, and there's a high level of threat of seeing hurricane force winds along Broward and Miami-Dade inland locations. That threat is extreme. Extreme around far southern Miami-Dade and the Keys in southwest Florida. As far as storm surge is concerned, flooding potential will be present too from the heavy rains, and that level of threat is high. I'll be back after the break.
Feel safe, feel secure with 7's Hurricane Tracker app. Your digital guide to stay one step ahead of the storm. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
Come straight to Keith Pearson Chevrolet Cadillac.
Whether you're purchasing or servicing, we guarantee a great experience.
If you're looking for an amazing experience buying a new or used vehicle, come straight to Keith Pearson Chevrolet Cadillac.
The only thing I enjoy more than my purchase is my service experience here at Keith Pearson Chevrolet Cadillac.
In my experience, I have the best price, best service, hands down.
You heard from our customers.
Now come experience it for yourself, the Keith Pearson Chevrolet experience.
We're talking to people about who they would call after a car accident.
Steinger is going green!
Steinger is going green.
What about you? Easy. Steinger is going green.
Yeah, Steinger is going green all the way.
You're in a car accident. You need help. Who do you call?
Steinger.
Isco. And green. And there you have it. After a car accident,
you call Steinger is going green.
How much can Steinger is going green get you?
Steinger is going green. 800-561-1111.
Annette Tadeo's attacks against me are dishonest and false. The Herald's Florida PolitiFact has rejected Tadeo's lies. I have worked in a bipartisan fashion to achieve results for this community.
The lives of 20,000 perfectly legal immigrant children and their families have health insurance, and it wouldn't have happened in Florida without Jose Felix Diaz. That speaks to what a true public servant is all about.
Vote for me, and I'll be a state senator that you can be proud of.
Good morning and welcome back, everyone. We continue our coverage of Hurricane Irma. A couple of things we want to pass along to you as the storm approaches. A lot of people already starting to experience those power outages. This is normal and it's expected. So if you do, experience some of those intermittent power outages, that's just the way it's going to be. That's the way it always is once those outer bands start to come in. The other thing is, if you're out on the road, which at this point, unless you absolutely have to be, you shouldn't be, a lot of those traffic lights, they start to go out. If and when they do, remember, you have to treat that as a four-way stop sign. You have to just assume that someone else is coming. So make sure you come to a complete stop. Of course, it's for your own safety.
And once again, the best advice is to stay home at this point because we are seeing a lot of those outages right now, about some 25,000 people at last check. And that was not that long ago. Florida Power and Light reporting that in Miami-Dade County, 25,000 people are without power right now. In Broward County, that number 500 people. And of course, those grids also affect all those street lights that we're talking about. So once again, expect power outages leading up to when these conditions are set to deteriorate even more. Treat those as a four-way stop. But really, we heard the governor a short time ago, and his best advice is that come noontime, he wants everyone off the roadways for your own safety.
Yeah, specifically there, he was talking about the people in Southwest Florida, too. If they're still planning to evacuate, he said, unless you get on the road by noon, don't even think about doing that. It's just not safe. Let's go to the news desk now, and 7's Alex Diarmas. She has some information for us. Alex?
Well, Christine and Diana, as parts of South Florida begin to feel tropical storm wind gusts, not even a sustained amount of tropical storm winds, but just those gusts, we're starting to see a bit of damage around town. At this point, nothing too serious, fortunately, but we do have a picture from Hallandale Beach of a traffic signal that did fall down. You see it right there on the street. This specifically is on US 1 and Southeast 9th Street. You shouldn't be out on the road. But again, as Christine mentioned, if you are, for whatever reason, keep this in mind. The winds are picking up around South Florida, so damage trees and street signs and signals will be on the ground. This next picture is from Palmetto Bay. A large tree already uprooted. Again, nothing too severe, but damage already to be starting to be seen around town. Specifically, this is off of Old Cutler and Southwest 172nd Street in Palmetto Bay. I now want to turn things over to Monroe County. We received these pictures from the Monroe County Sheriff's Office as inmates were transported from one facility to another one in Palm Beach County. Now, the sheriff there in Monroe County decided to make this decision yesterday to evacuate about 460 inmates from their main jail facility on Stock Island and take them to a safer location in Palm Beach County because of the forecast that they are getting, because they are expecting a direct hit there in Key West or in the Keys. So this right here, pictures from Monroe County. We're getting pictures into the Newsplex. As soon as I have more, I'll bring those to you live from the news desk. I'm Alex Diarmas, 7 News.
And that'll do it for today in Florida at 9 o'clock. I'm Christine Cruz.
And I'm Diana Diaz. Stay with us for more coverage of Hurricane Irma coming up in 2 minutes.
For hourly forecasts and live radar, tap the 7 Weather app. It's free. Just search WSVN in your app store. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
First Nations culture and traditions come alive. The only event of its kind in South Florida, as Miccosukee Resort and Gaming celebrates American Indian Day, proudly sponsored by the Miami Heat.
You had an accident and need an injury lawyer? Call 1-800-BAD-PAIN. You may be entitled to money. Money for medical treatment and pain, money for your family, money for your lost wages. Call 1-800-BAD-PAIN and speak to the attorney right now, no matter what time it is. Call 1-800-BAD-PAIN. The worse it hurts, the more money you need. Call 1-800-BAD-PAIN.
Hallett's Roofing and Inspections has been providing quality service in South Florida for over 30 years, specializing in residential and commercial roof inspections, roof repair, and re-roofing. Call Hallett's Roofing today for your free estimate.
This is a special edition of 7 News, tracking Irma.
Good morning and welcome back, everyone. We continue to track Irma, and we want to get you the latest information on the storm right now.
Let's send things over to 7 meteorologist Vivian Gonzalez with the very latest on this storm. Viv?
That's right, ladies. Good morning, South Florida. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue to monitor Irma's every move. As of the 8 o'clock intermediate advisory, winds at 130 miles per hour. It's still Cat 4 system. It's been weakening because it's been interacting around the northern coast of Cuba. But a re-intensification is in the forecast as it moves into the Florida Straits. Right now, moving to the west at 12 miles per hour. Here's the latest satellite picture to show you that it's still an impressive looking system. The center still managing to stay over the open waters, and it's just producing torrential rains and hurricane force winds around parts of Cuba. The official track calling for that turn towards the northwest to happen at some point late today, then moving into the Straits, strengthening 150 mile per hour winds, still a Cat 4 as it moves through the Florida Keys into Sunday afternoon, approaching the southwest coast of Florida. And I know a lot of you have been sending us messages in regards to parts of South Florida, Broward and Miami-Dade, not being included in the cone since there's been more of a westward shift. But the Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service of Miami doesn't want you to pay attention to that. Irma is large and powerful, and systems never travel in a straight line. So significant impacts will be spreading towards the East Coast. And it is certainly a very serious situation for Tampa and Sarasota in the coming days, especially going into Monday morning, making landfall somewhere around the state of Florida once again. And then if Irma continues in this general path, we will be on the dirty side, which is the second most dangerous part of a hurricane. And that means that the counterclockwise spin will drag in moisture and destructive type of winds across the area, spinning up possible tornadoes too. Now, all of the models are in agreement that Irma will be a statewide affair for the next several days, leaving impacts all across the board, and it will eventually start to fall apart around the southeast. Now, here's a timeline of events. Tropical storm force winds sustained 40 miles per hour or higher in Miami-Dade will start at noon and run into early Monday. Broward County at 2 p.m. to early Monday. Hurricane force winds possible for Miami-Dade Saturday afternoon into early Monday. Broward County Sunday morning into late Sunday. Now, the outer feeder bands already producing some tornado concerns, especially in Miami-Dade County. Right now, we have a significant weather advisory for another 15 minutes or so for sections of Miami-Dade for the potential of seeing strong winds, 45 to 55 miles per hour with some strong storms that could also produce funnel clouds. Right now, Broward County looking pretty good. In Miami-Dade, just seeing some spotty activity. More widespread, light, steady rain in Cutler Bay and Homestead. Moderate rain around the upper Florida Keys into Tavernier. Islamorada seeing a little bit of a break late in Duck Key, too. But now moderate rain spreading into Key West. And the center of the storm visible on the local storm tracking radar and about 154 miles removed from the middle Florida Keys. Wind speeds, or at least gusts, nearing tropical storm force, 39 miles per hour in Marathon, 36 in Key West to 35 in Fort Lauderdale. We remain under a hurricane warning, and that means that hurricane conditions possible in this warning area in the next 24 to 36 hours. This spreads all the way into Tampa, Orlando along the I-4 corridor, and Daytona Beach into Jacksonville, all the way into the Florida Big Bend area. There's a hurricane watch. We also have a storm surge warning that will be in effect for both coastlines and the potential of seeing water rising along the coast and moving inland. So coastal Broward, Miami-Dade could see a 5 to 10 foot storm surge. Far southern Miami-Dade, 7 to 10 foot storm surge. The same goes for the Florida Keys. And unfortunately for the Florida Keys, they will be getting the storm surge from both sides, the north side and the southern side. And this is certainly a potentially deadly situation for the Florida Keys. I'll be back with another update a little bit later on.
All right, Viv, and as we've been hearing throughout the morning and seeing our different crews, the conditions have begun to deteriorate all morning as those bands have started to come through. We're experiencing a lot of strong winds and power outages throughout Miami-Dade and Broward counties, of course, Monroe as well. But want to remind everyone in Miami-Dade and Broward that with those power outages come those street lights that get interrupted. So want to treat those as a four-way stop if you are still out. But the best advice is to get off the roadways there as we're seeing the time frame before noon.
So one of the things when the conditions start to deteriorate, if you really want to see it quickly, go to the beaches. And that's where we're going to take you right now. We're going to take you live to Hollywood Beach. 7's Ann Keel is there. She's been there for us all morning long. And if you can just tell us, Ann, how the conditions have changed from the time you got there to now.
Well, these winds right now are sending a strong message. They have certainly increased over the last few hours. We have been here all morning long. And I know a lot of you want to see happening out here on the beach. Take a look. White caps at a distance, and these waves are coming in strong. You can actually see over the last few hours how the water has gotten closer and closer to us here on the Broadwalk. The palm trees showing the effects as well. And this is just the beginning. A lot of people are coming out here and saying they want a first-hand look. Obviously, keep in mind, this is just the beginning of what we are going to expect. They did promise they would be heading home, which is a good sign. You will see a few people just strolling around for that firsthand account. The good news, some of these businesses out here, some of these condos and apartments have taken precautions. Like, take a look right here. They have boarded up. They have their shutters. They are ready to roll. Some people, though, deciding, even though this is an area where families were told to leave because this is a mandatory evacuation area, they've decided to stay. The problem with that, of course, is that emergency officials may not be able to get to you during this hurricane and even after if you have an emergency. So you obviously are taking chances there. We have seen police officers also coming through this area by car, taking a look around, making sure everyone is safe. They can't tell people to leave, but I think a lot of people out here are getting that message. And I did hear a few people say, look, I stayed for my family. I spoke with a former police officer actually from New Jersey, and he said this. He said, look, I have to stay for a man who's like my father. He's in his 80s and he's not leaving. So I sent my wife up north and I'm staying here for him. So tough times, tough stories, tough choices. But many of us know at this hour, the best place you can be is inside, away from this water, away from the coastal area, away from this wind. Of course, we will continue to keep you updated. Reporting live in Hollywood Beach, Ann Keel, Today in Florida.
And part of the reason why we're starting to see those conditions deteriorate as quickly as they are, as Vivian has mentioned, because we're on the dirty side of that storm, it draws in moisture. All that tornadic activity that we could possibly experience is due to that.
And want to take you from Miami-Dade County now further north to Deerfield Beach. And that's where we find 7's Lorena Estrada live, where those conditions have really taken a turn for the windy. Lorena?
Yes, it is way windier than it was this morning. But folks, I know we spoke earlier and I said several people woke up early to come check it out. Well, it's probably doubled when I'm talking about the crowd size. Folks have been out here watching the waves. You see kite surfers, people taking video of folks out in the water, something we do not recommend anyone to do. But of course, the waves is usually what attracts a crowd. I've spoken to some people. I asked them, hey, what brings you out here? And they say, well, we have cabin fever. We've been preparing for this thing. We've been watching it on TV. We've done everything we have to do. So we want to be out here for a few hours until we can't be here any longer. Let's listen to one guy who says he was also out here taking footage so we could send it to his family. Let's listen.
Yeah, I'm taking some footage for Facebook and Instagram. You know, my family lives out in Parkland, and they're a little concerned about me because I didn't evacuate. So this is a good way for me to say, hey, I'm okay, you know, check out my videos, and everything's good, and it's not that bad, not yet anyway.
And back at here live in Deerfield Beach, we are right by the popular pier here, which is the Deerfield Beach Fishing Pier. And you know, this pier was damaged last year by Hurricane Matthew. We didn't get a direct hit, but we certainly felt the effects. And that was something that locals said they weren't too happy about. So we can only imagine what will happen now with this hurricane, or at least the effects, which is a much greater, stronger storm here. And I know I was reporting earlier about Palm Beach County. Deerfield Beach is just south of the county. It's almost at the county line, although it is in Broward County. But I can tell you, Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, they had already implemented a 3 o'clock curfew. 3 o'clock this afternoon. They didn't want folks out and about for their own safety. And we've learned this morning that Deerfield Beach will also be implementing a curfew at noon for all those along the coast. And they will be announcing a citywide curfew sometime this afternoon. So for now, while there are many people out here enjoying the view, this is not going to stay this way for some time. This breeze may be nice now, but after some hours, they're going to have to get out of here. So I'm sure we'll be seeing some officers eventually telling them, all right, guys, time to go home. And of course, we'll be here when all of that happens. For now, that's the very latest in Deerfield Beach. Lorena Estrada, back to you.
All right, Lorena, as we look at those pictures from Deerfield Beach and all across South Florida, where our crews are stationed all the way down into the Keys, we're seeing that all of South Florida is experiencing some sort of the effects here as these outer bands move through. We spoke to the officials earlier and, of course, heard from the governor at a news conference, and he made sure to stress once again that storm surge for areas of southwest Florida, a major concern, saying that 6 to 12 feet above ground level is probable, and telling everyone really across the state that noontime is the time to shut it down and stay indoors.
You know, we've been talking a lot about protecting our property, protecting our family, protecting our pets. We love our pets here in South Florida, but you know what's really interesting is to see how people just care about the animals in general. One of the things that they did in Monroe County, which I found, you know, you have to have a big heart to kind of go out there and do this. After you've protected your family and you've gotten your stuff ready and you've started to evacuate, they have these gypsy chickens that are known to be around the neighborhood. They grabbed them, they put them in a car, and they evacuated some of them just because they felt like, hey, this is part of home. We're going to keep them safe, too. You know, we talked about the animals that were flown from Fort Lauderdale to California. About 150 pets went there. We're talking about dogs, cats that were flown there to stay safe. Just people looking out for everything and everyone that they care about, and it's kind of nice to see.
It really is, and as so many of you are hunkered down right now watching with your families, hopefully you still have power right now, as we are seeing some power outages through Miami-Dade and Broward counties. I know that at my house right now, my family is there with a few extra dogs and cats, as well as a lot more family members than we're used to, and that has been the best part of all this, that South Florida has pulled together to make sure that everyone is safe. And as you look at our live shots all across the area, and of course our reporters are out there weathering the elements to make sure to get the information out. For the most part, it is so nice to see that people have been heeding the evacuation orders even up to now, as the governor is saying, if you are in those areas, especially the lower Keys and Key West and southwest Florida, as you look at these live pictures of the elements, that there is still a small window here to evacuate. These live pictures out of Miami Beach, but he did encourage those living in the evacuation zones that still have not left, that you have that small window of opportunity right now to get out of those evacuation zones. 5.6 million Floridians have been ordered to evacuate.
Yeah, that's a huge number, and it's even more huge when you think about that being 25% of our state's population. There are about roughly 20 million people here in Florida, and when you're talking about more than 5 million being told, you probably need to get out of where you are right now, because that encompasses both the mandatory and the voluntary evacuations. Okay, one of the other things that we've been touching upon, as you look at these pictures and you start to see the conditions will deteriorate throughout the day, that's just what's going to happen, are those FP&L numbers. And, you know, we worry about our power because it's something so basic that we take for granted. And after a storm, it's something you realize, wow, we really need this, and we may not have it for a while. This is what FP&L officials have been saying throughout the last couple of days, and in just the last hour that we got an update from Mayor Barbara Sharif, along with the FP&L representative. These are your numbers out of Miami-Dade right now, about 25,000 people without power. In Broward, it's roughly about 500. They said, expect this. You know, we are already experiencing the outer bands of the storm. You may or will lose power, and that may be sustained for weeks on end. And one of the reasons for that, it sounds like a long time, but you have to realize the size and strength of this storm. And FP&L officials saying, yes, we're ready. We're ready to bring you back up, you know, up to code, bring that service back up. It's going to take some time, though, because we may have to rebuild some of that service, depending on what this storm does. We are talking about a very big storm Alex Yarmus has been here with us covering it all morning long. And, you know, we talk about the Cat 5 going to the Cat 4, the shift from west to east, east to west. And at this point, what officials are saying, forget that. You know, you're really right now, you have to be concerned because you have to feel like you will be experiencing the core of this storm if you are in a hurricane warning area. Alex?
Yeah, Christine, that's true. You know, everyone's focused on that cone and it's the fact that it's shifting west, but you have to keep in mind what that cone means is basically that eye can touch land anywhere in that cone, but that eye is not the entire storm. It's just that little piece right there. Of course, the most powerful piece, that it is a relief for some people here in South Florida, that it did shift west. But look at your screen right now. That is taking up more than the entire state of Florida width-wise. And with all these winds coming in and as they slowly start picking up in this drought this morning, we continue to get pictures of damage reported throughout our area. We have a new picture here from Sweetwater. This is another uprooted tree that fell on a minivan. Of course, the damage we're talking about, nothing too severe compared to what could be coming our way, but another damaged vehicle, another uprooted tree. We saw another one in Palmetto Bay just a short time ago. You're sending us these pictures, you're telling us through social media, you're calling in, you're telling us what you see, and we appreciate that. And as you do that, we'll be bringing it on to our viewers. But again, the latest picture into the plexus right here, another uprooted tree. So continue to expect these conditions throughout the area. At this point, only some of South Florida is experiencing some tropical storm wind gusts. Just the gusts right now. Keep it here. That's the latest from the news desk. I'm Alex Yarmus. Christine and Diana.
All right. All right, Alex, thank you. Let's go right to Florida City now. Katrina Bush is there for us. And, of course, those people who left Monroe County, first stop after that, Florida City. Katrina, are you there with us?
Yeah, that's right. Well, and there's some good news for Florida City this morning as things have kind of slowed down. So we do not have any rain right now and the winds have let up a little bit. But man, just a few hours ago before the sun came up and a little into when the sun was up, we had some really heavy rains and heavy wind out here. And with things slowing down here along US 1 and Palm Drive, we have seen the traffic pick up just a little bit. And as we take a look at some of the wind damage, we've seen some branches down, palm fronds here. It looks like that one up there is maybe going to be coming down next. But take a look at this gas station. This is what a lot of the gas stations are looking like in Florida City. There was some caution tape here around it, but that is now gone. That did not withstand the winds, again, that we saw right before the sun came up. Employees just trying to wrap things up, secure them as best as they could so people know that this is closed and this is boarded up and you know that you cannot get gas here. So folks have had to go a little bit further up north to see if they can find some gas. Now, we also want to show you some video that we shot a little bit earlier this morning of some evacuations. It looked like taking place. We're driving north up US 1. We saw quite a few Florida Highway Patrol officers with lights and sirens escorting school buses up for folks leaving Monroe County. So we're not sure exactly where everyone was coming from, but perhaps taking those people there to shelters in Miami-Dade County. As we have heard, the forecast is not looking good for Monroe County this morning. We also had a chance to talk to a man who changed his plan once he saw that changed forecast this morning. So he stopped here with his sister looking for gas. We had to tell them where else they might be able to find it. But he said, again, they were thinking about riding out the storm and the Keys. But once he saw the updated forecast this morning, those plans quickly changed. But he said it wasn't very easy to change those plans. He really wasn't able to find a rental car to get things moving, but then someone helped him out. Take a listen.
I also tried to make a reservation by airplane, and it was all sold out. And so I figured, okay, well, then I'm stuck here. And then miraculously, a neighbor said, take my car. You want my car? Take my car. I'm going to Chicago in an SUV, and, I'm going to Fort Lauderdale and flying out of town.
So they also told us that there were some neighbors of theirs in their neighborhood who have never left the Keys, no matter what kind of event that they've had here. But the forecast and how Hurricane Irma is approaching Florida had even them leaving. So Nicholas, who you just heard from, and his sister are on their way right now to New York. And so we know they are just a couple of many people who have already and are still making their way and trying to get out of Hurricane Irma's path. For now, that is the latest live from Florida City. Katrina Bush, 7 News.
All right, Katrina. And of course, here in South Florida, as we await what is to come and already feeling the effects of Irma making its way towards us, we know that we've been seeing and showing you the images of Cuba overnight making landfall in Santa Clara.
Yeah, it was a deadly storm in the Caribbean, already claiming almost 24 lives, and it really was battering Cuba. Let's take a look at what happened there and some of the images that we're getting now from Patrick Oppman in Caivari in Cuba.
Yes, hi, good morning, and it still continues to be very, very windy here. These gusts come through and just about knock you over. So while Irma is heading away from Cuba, heading towards South Florida, it continues to be a menace to this part of Cuba. We are seeing the waters recede. They had gotten quite high, almost to the second story where we are of this house. But thankfully, as the storm is going out further to sea, it is the storm surge has begun to recede, and so that is good news. It's still far too high though to walk around this town that has absolutely another gust here coming in that has been absolutely devastated by this hurricane. We've seen roofs torn off, trees blown down, and power is out in this whole area. And then most of the homes in Caivari, where we are on the north coast of Cuba, are one-story homes, and we're completely engulfed in water, completely underwater. So it's going to take probably days for the owners of those homes, the residents who evacuated, to come back and see the damage. We've seen some of the people who stayed here last night beginning to survey the damage to their town and their homes. But the process of rebuilding here is going to certainly be a long one, because they were hit here just about as hard as you can imagine. And again, just when you think things are lightening up, you get another gust like that. Very powerful gust. So the storm is leaving, but it's not gone.
And that was Patrick Oppman reporting for us out of Caivari in Cuba.
And you're looking at live pictures right now out of Deerfield Beach, and this is quite the difference from what we saw there earlier in the morning as these hours have progressed from when we first saw daylight here over this picture. I can tell you that the surf is now turned up, a lot more white there. The white caps as the winds have really picked up all across our coastline.
And as far as covering the storm for you, we really have an advantage as to where we're located. We are in North Bay Village, surrounded by water. And so the live look that you're getting right now outside our studios, this is North Bay Village. You can see the skies are gray. It's been raining on and off all morning long, and the conditions are only going to get worse throughout the morning. We'll be right back.
Safe, feel secure with 7's Hurricane Tracker app, your digital guide to stay one step ahead of the storm. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance, car insurance, lowest price guaranteed.
South Florida bracing for Hurricane Irma. If you have a question or concern, just hashtag #AskPhil on Twitter. Feel safe, feel secure with Phil and the Storm Station. 7 News. Brought to you by the law offices of Anajar and Levine.
I'm Mark Anajar with the Law Office of Anajar & Levine, and South Florida is our home. It's where we work to keep you safe with responsive legal help. We can assist you in all types of property damage cases. If you are filing a property claim due to a storm or a hurricane, we're here to help 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We don't just practice the law, we practice what we love. Call Anajar & Levine at 1-800-747-FREE for a consultation.
I've been trying to prepare for this day. I'm still not ready. The reason I'm telling you this is that there will be moments in your life that we'll never be ready for. Your little girl getting married being one of them.
It's hard being a smoker. I've heard all the lectures.
You know, you shouldn't smoke.
I know all the signs. I've seen all the faces. I know the money it costs me. But that doesn't change the fact that it's hard to quit.
Quit your way with Tobacco-Free Florida. With free patches, text messaging, emails, phone, group, and web coaching. Call or visit tobaccofreeflorida.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Continuing coverage of Hurricane Irma. This is a live look out of Deerfield Beach where the surf is already kicking up there, a sign of things to come.
And from Deerfield Beach, we take you down to Miami Beach, where we've seen much of the same, those conditions turning very windy and those bands of rain moving in. And our friend Omar Lewis has been there all morning long and can tell us how things have changed. Omar?
Those winds are increasing as we go through the morning here. You can see that with the palm fronds that are blowing in the wind at this point, some of them snapping right off the trees. And Miami Beach police actually out here telling folks not to show up to the beach because it is dangerous at this point and the wind speeds are only increasing. And so if you take a look here on Ocean Drive here right now is where we are at 5th and Ocean, and you do have some people walking around, and Miami Beach police saying stay inside, do not come outside to even take a picture. But Ocean Drive, pretty desolate. You can pan down the street here and see that businesses are boarded up in this usually popular place. Not so popular right now. You see several cars here, but again, the message from police is not to show up to the beach. So let's take you to some video from earlier this morning. The waves coming crashing in and getting more intense with time here this morning is what we are seeing out here on the beach. And so again, folks are showing up, but police telling them not to. They have more than 60 officers on the beach right now patrolling these streets. They have their lights on and sirens on, and they really just want people to know that they are here to help them in case they need any kind of assistance. And while they still can give them assistance, because once the winds get over that certain speed, they are going to go seek shelter themselves, of course. And the rain coming down in those bands, we keep talking about it, but it is quite something to see out here, as one moment you get rains that are very heavy, winds very heavy, and then the next moment things kind of die down. And that's what we've been seeing, this ebb and flow all morning long. But again, police telling folks not to show up to the beach. And we want to take you, if we can, to some we talked to a Red Cross official earlier this morning. I'm not sure if we can bring that up, but that official telling us that they are out here trying to help folks to survive this storm. If you were contemplating finding a shelter, if you didn't have anywhere else to go and wanted to make that last-minute decision, their message was, we are here to help and we will find some place to get you there. We will have that interview for you coming up in a little bit, but that was their message from the Red Cross. And again, back out here live, you can see the winds coming by, rain every now and then, but again, people should start staying at home. Bunkering down is the message, again, from police. This morning, we're live on Miami Beach. Omar Lewis, Today in Florida.
All right, Omar, and as we've been bringing you our live coverage throughout the morning, it's very interesting to see the shots change from when we first came in overnight, then daylight, and now seeing how the conditions have really turned.
Yeah, one of the things also that I do want to mention that Governor Rick Scott talked about was just basically the whole fuel issue concern. Right now at this point, that concern should be dwindling because you really should not be out on the road. If you have not gassed up at this point, he said at this point it's just becoming too dangerous to get those trucks in. However, he did assure the residents of Florida that once the storm passes, fuel trucks will be escorted by police to get to the stations. And as you're looking live at these conditions outside, remember another key point here is that once conditions become too dangerous, and for them, that's 45-mile-per-hour winds, they simply will not respond. They cannot put their personnel at risk for that. So that's why they're telling you, stay safe, because at a certain point, you really are taking your life into your own hands. And look at these live pictures. While the conditions really are changing out there, and they're changing quickly.
And, of course, we've been talking about the power outages that come with these strong winds. Some 25,000 people in Miami-Dade County without power, about 500 in Broward. And you can imagine that it's very difficult for crews, rather, to go out into even these kinds of winds to restore power. So now let's get the latest on those numbers. Once again, 25,015 people in Miami-Dade County still without power. And in Broward, that number, 508. Let's get the latest on the storm now and what we can expect in the coming hours from 7 meteorologist Vivian Gonzalez. Viv?
Ladies, and conditions are expected to continue to worsen throughout the day. So hopefully you've already finalized all your preparations and you stay put in your location. We're going to ride this storm together, and it's a Cat 4, 130-mile-per-hour winds as of the 8 o'clock intermediate advisory. In about half an hour or so, we're going to get the new complete advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and it's moving to the west at 12, located 225 miles to the west, south of Miami, Florida. Now, here's the latest satellite picture, because it's been interacting with the northern coast of Cuba. So we've seen some weakening. You don't see that eye as visible as it was in the last 12 hours because it's being impacted by Cuba as we speak, but it's still holding its integrity, a Category 4 system. And despite this interaction, the Hurricane Center feels that it will re-intensify as it makes its way into the Florida Straits tonight and approaches the lower and middle Florida Keys, makes direct contact with the Florida Keys sometime Sunday morning, potentially with winds at 150 miles per hour, and then impacting southwest Florida by Sunday afternoon. Now, I know that the cone has moved a bit more towards the west, and parts of Broward and Miami-Dade not under the cone, but don't focus on that line in the middle, because systems don't travel in a straight line, and Irma is large and powerful, so significant impacts will be spreading towards the East Coast, and we will be feeling hurricane force winds at some point tonight into the overnight on a Sunday morning. Now, here's a timeline of events. Tropical storm force winds, 40 miles per hour plus sustained, likely to reach Miami-Dade around noon to early Monday, and Broward by 2 p.m. we should start to see those tropical storm force winds picking up, and they will run through early Monday. Now, this is an entire state affair. That is why these type of conditions are set to linger for quite some time, and around Saturday afternoon into early Monday, parts of South Florida will be experiencing hurricane force winds, and Broward County too. The outer feeder bands continue to impact the region and will be capable of producing severe type storms, spinning up some tornadoes, some very strong gusty winds. Right now, Cutler Bay heads up a batch of rain showers located around Key Biscayne. Biscayne Bay will start to move in your area in the next couple of minutes, but heavy rain already spreading into Key Largo, lighter in Tavernier, more moderate into the middle Florida Keys, and light and steady between Big Coppic Key and Key West along the Overseas Highway. Now, the center of Irma is located roughly about 150 miles from the middle Florida Keys. And because the level of flood concerns is increasing, there is a flood watch in effect through Monday evening. Now, here are some potential totals that we could see. The rainfall cast the next 3 days is calling for about 10 inches in Broward County, 10 along the coastline in Miami-Dade, around interior areas, far southern Miami-Dade, up to 15 inches, and that includes southwest Florida. Parts of the Florida Keys could see 20 inches or even more of rain. And check out the wind gusts along the immediate coastline, nearing tropical storm force already in Marathon, 39-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 35 in Fort Lauderdale to 28 in Miami. We are still under a hurricane warning. And that means that your plans need to be done by now, and you need to ride out the storm wherever you are located. Hurricane conditions possible in the warning area in the next 24 to 36 hours, stretching into Tampa, Orlando, Daytona, into Jacksonville, parts of Georgia, Big Bend area, Florida, under a hurricane watch. We are also under a storm surge warning for both coastlines, including the Florida Keys. And what this means is that the danger for a dangerous storm surge, along with the tide will cause the water levels to rise along the coast and push inland above ground level, and it gets enhanced during times of high tide. And for the Florida Keys, it's certainly a very serious and potentially deadly situation since they get the storm surge from both sides, the north side and the southern side. I'll be back with another update in a few minutes.
All right, Viv, and as we've been mentioning, and she just did right then, that threat of storm surge is a big concern. Also, those strong winds. Want to remind you again about an advisory that was affecting mainland Monroe and also parts of northwest Miami-Dade, and that included some very strong winds and possible funnel clouds. So that is the kind of condition that these areas all across South Florida are expecting to see, especially in the coming hours.
Try to stay off the roads at this point, and if you are on the roads as we take you into some of our neighborhoods, we're going to take you into Miami Shores right now. We do want to remind you that if those traffic lights are out, you need to treat them as a four-way stop sign. So make sure you stop and just be very, very careful out there. 7's Jessica Hawley is live for us in Miami Shores with more. Hi, Jessica.
And Christine, earlier we were bringing you reports from the sidewalk over here next to the seawall, but we can't do that anymore because if I did that, I would be soaked. But these huge waves, they are drawing a crowd. People are coming out here to take pictures and just get a good look at what's going on. This is along the bay on North Bayshore Drive at Northeast 96th Street. This is a mandatory evacuation zone, an area where there is a serious concern about storm surge. Still, people are coming out here wanting to take pictures. We met a man this morning who said he had to get out here, get some video. He also had some good advice for during and after the storm.
This is my first hurricane other than Matthew. Matthew wasn't really that bad, but this is my first one. So I really just wanted to see the reaction of the water and look at the storm surge and everything like that. And it's really amazing. It's really amazing. Wow. Please, 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 please be safe. If you see water that you can't walk in, don't try to walk, don't try to drive. Just be safe and try to help anyone else that you see that possibly needs help.
All right, the time for picture taking is just about over. Again, there is a crowd here. People have been looking at the waves. These are huge waves in the bay, and we have seen the water rise significantly with these waves crashing over the seawall onto the grass. Picture taking time, that window is closing. The governor wants everyone to head home, head to a safe place, and be off the road by noon. We're live in Miami Shores. Jessica Hawley, 7 News.
And we are getting word of a fire right now in West Park.
Let's find out what's going on here from 7's Alex Irma. She's left the news desk. Alex?
Yeah, this house fire going on in West Park. I want to show you this video. This is what firefighters are dealing with. You can see a very active scene there. It's at 3500 Southwest 40th Avenue. You see those intense flames, the dark smoke. Firefighters not only having to put out this fire, but they're dealing with those strong winds that we have been showing you all morning long. Again, West Park, 3500 Southwest 40th Avenue. Not too sure if there was lightning in that area. Not too sure if people were inside. We are working to find out that information for you. And then, of course, you think about where will this family, where will these people go when the storm gets even closer to us here. But this is a scene out of West Park, very active, the flames, the smoke, and on top of all of that, the strong winds. That's the latest from the news desk. Christine, Diana?
All right, Alex, thanks for that. Again, you are watching continuing coverage of Hurricane Irma right here on 7 with Christine Cruz and 7's Diana Diaz. And right now we're looking at conditions starting to deteriorate throughout our area. This is Miami Beach right now, and here's a live look. What we're starting to see, of course, are those outer bands, and as they affect us, you can see the white caps in the ocean. You can see palm trees starting to sway, and our reporters have told us, you know, since they've been on the scene early, very early this morning, middle of the night for most, about 1:30 to 2 a.m., they have just seen these conditions start to deteriorate quickly.
And speaking of those conditions, you just saw that fire there. And a reminder for everyone to be very careful with what you have going on inside your house and propane safety. And as we look at these live pictures, and 7's Lorena Estrada joins us now from Deerfield Beach. Lorena, we've seen a lot of bad weather coming out of your area.
Yes, a lot of wind, dark skies, no lightning, so that is a good news, and I'll tell you why that's good news, because there are so many people out here. I spoke to you not long ago, and I told you that the crowd had doubled. Well, just when you think you couldn't see more people. More people are coming out here. Just take a look. Many of them, of course, their eyes on the water. Whenever you have a storm headed this way, the waves are huge, and it's quite the scene to see. I've talked to many people who tell me that they have been preparing for this storm. They've been indoors. You know, they've been stocking up on the water, the supplies they need. They've been putting all their patio furniture. They say it's been a lot of work this past week. So now, today is a deadline, because by today we had encouraged and advised everybody, make sure you've done everything you need to do. So now what happens? Everyone's done, and many of the people I talked to say we want to come out here, you know, spend a little time outdoors, because they know that at some point they're going to have to go back inside. They'll probably be glued to the TV and comes this way.
People look at the path and the direct line and everything, and it could be quite deceiving, because I don't think a lot of folks realize how big this storm is. You know, they're saying that the hurricane, hurricane winds stretch out 70 plus miles, which is, Andrew didn't do that. You know, this is a much larger storm than Andrew, and we should just all take, the certain precautions and just be vigilant and just make sure, all our ducks are in order and just, just hope for the best.
Some good advice from someone who was out here enjoying a few hours and is now headed back home. Like many people, when you see this hurricane headed west, a lot of people think that they don't have much to worry about. But his advice was, we can be a little relieved, but you can't put your guard down. That is something officials have been advising. Speaking of officials, we have learned that Broward County has implemented a 4 o'clock curfew. I've been talking about curfew all morning long regarding Palm Beach County. The sheriff's office there implemented a curfew 3 o'clock. After 3 o'clock, they don't want anyone out on the roads. We know that Deerfield Beach as well will be implementing a noon curfew, and we learned that there would be a citywide curfew. So the bottom line is, look, there are going to be lots of curfews, but at some point, you're going to be out here watching the waves, enjoying the wind, looking to see what's happening, but you're going to have to go home. And I have to tell you, there are some people that did not evacuate. They say they do feel safe, but the important thing is, at some point, you have to be inside and just take this very, very seriously. We'll be out here monitoring the situation, as we will also be watching Vivian and all of you explaining to us what's happening while we continue to talk to folks out here. That's the very latest from Deerfield Beach. Lorena Estrada, Today in Florida.
Lorena, before we let you go, I have a quick question, and it basically is regarding those curfews that you mentioned. If you're still there with us, earlier in the week, officials were urging everyone to get out and do everything they needed to do. Go out, get your gas, get your supplies. And now it's the opposite. It's already Saturday, and now they're basically saying, stay inside.
That's right. And, and for the most part, most of the people I've talked to say they have gotten all the supplies. And now today, officials have been saying they have been, I guess you can say, people have known about this for some time, right? We've had plenty of time to prepare. So today was the day when officials were saying, look, by Saturday, you should have everything you need to have. We want you to stay inside. I know my colleagues have been reporting it as well. We've seen the situation in the Keys where authorities, at some point, they're going to have to stay put for, their own safety. So, while I've been to a gas station, by the way, we had to look for a bathroom. There was one gas station that was still open. Folks were still pumping gas, and they were still topping it off while they could. But he did tell me that, come 3 o'clock, we're done. So we're still seeing people out there, despite officials saying, but Christine, yes, officials are advising people to stay inside. The supplies, you were supposed to get all of that a long time ago. Maybe because we've been out here all morning long, it feels like it's a lot later. It is 10:43, around 10:43. So the hope is that by noon, folks here in Deerfield Beach are going to start heading inside, because, Christine, that is the curfew that we're told will be implemented here.
Lorena Estrada, thank you so much for that live report.
And that brings up a very good point, and the reminder for everyone as we look at these conditions outside right now about safety indoors, to secure those propane tanks and those gasoline canisters, all those that are outside, make sure that they're securely fastened. And indoors, we just saw a fire once again in West Park. No word on the official cause of that, but we want to make sure that everyone is now, as you're heading to stay indoors for quite some time, to make sure that you are safe inside, because you look at these conditions right now. In some areas, it's clear as these bans continue to come through, other areas are not. And the concern here is that these rescue crews and first responders may not be able to get to you once these conditions get worse. We're coming right back.
For hourly forecasts and live radar, tap the 7.
Test, 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 test. This is DJ coming to you from the Bingoplex, Hurricaneplex. Can you hear me? This is DJ. I love you. Oh, lovely. Yes, we will white balance. Oh, maybe. We'll white balance.
Road, next to Rick Case Honda, the world's largest full-line Honda dealer.
Broughton Garage Door Sales installed our first garage door in 1955. Today, there's a Broughton Garage Door in almost every neighborhood in South Florida. We feature American-made Clopay garage doors and LiftMaster garage door openers. It is our mission to provide the best customer service in the business. For residential and commercial, installation or repair, trust Broughton Garage Door Sales. Opening doors in your neighborhood since 1955.
Continuing coverage of Hurricane Irma right here on 7 News. On the left side of your screen, clearly a picture that you would never see unless the conditions warrant it. And that is the case this morning. That's Duval Street. Normally would be packed on a Saturday. It is not. Some very serious evacuation orders there. In fact, we talked so much about the National Weather Service and the tweet that they sent out basically saying this is as real as it gets. Nowhere in the Florida Keys will be safe. A lot of people heeded the advice of officials there, and that is why Duval Street is empty.
And so much of the concern there is the storm surge expected to get very high. We heard from the governor a short time ago, 6 to 12 feet above ground level probable. And that is why officials were so adamant about those Keys residents getting out. As you see some of them on these final hours here looking around, and we've only before this couple of girls maybe seen 1 or 2 other people, and mostly police officers out making sure the streets are clear and encouraging folks like that who are out there just like they are here in Miami-Dade County, telling them that about noontime is when they should head back indoors as the conditions are expected to deteriorate even more. So let's bring you further north as we have crews stationed all over South Florida. And we have 7's Ann Keel. She is live right now in Hollywood Beach, where we've seen much of the same. The big story at this hour is the wind and how it has picked up dramatically in the past few hours. Ann?
Well, that's right. And we are on the Broadwalk right now, which is typically full of families when there is good weather right here on the beach. As you can see right now, though, the weather is not looking good. And as you mentioned, this wind has been picking up. In the distance, you can actually see those white caps as well. You can see it far, far in the distance, and those waves are crashing along the shoreline. You can see people out here as well. They said they just want to take a few pictures and see this firsthand, and that they will be going home, which is a good sign. County officials, state officials, everyone has warned at this point that you shouldn't be out here. You should be with your family and friends in a safe place. This area is a mandatory evacuation. That means families should have already left. They should have secured their homes and left and found a safer place to stay. And those shelters, obviously, part of them. We'll continue to keep you updated. Reporting live in Hollywood Beach, Ann Keel, 7 News.
All right, we're taking you live right now to the Broward EOC. Once again, we see Mayor Barbara Sharif now approaching the podium to give us another update when we heard from her last time. And there she goes, high five with the translator there. One of the things that she talked about was the shelters and that they were opening 2 more in Broward County to accommodate the needs of the many people. She said, you know, we have shelters that have a capacity for 20,000. We still have plenty of room, but a lot of them were getting full, so they chose to open 2 more, one in Miramar and one in Pembroke Pines. As we await some comments now from Mayor Barbara Sharif.
And 14,000 people in those 21 shelters so far. And we're expecting another update right now. But she did mention in the previous update a few hours ago that Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport, as we've been telling you, closed down, as well as Port Everglades, which means that the fuel delivery has stopped as well. At this point, there is no reason really to head outdoors. She is encouraging people really to stay indoors, and I'm imagining that that's what she's going to address as the winds and conditions begin to deteriorate all across Miami-Dade and Broward County, as well as Monroe County, because their concern at this point is that if you're out and you get into trouble, happen to fall into some of those waters that are coming up over the edge of those walls, there may not be anyone that can come out to rescue you, because if the conditions get that bad, then it is, of course, first responders who are putting their lives at risk. So they want to just keep everyone safe, and for your own well-being, many of the cities here have made sure that they have curfews in place, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, but really even as far up as the governor, who is right now in the Sarasota area, encouraging everyone in these areas of South Florida to get indoors by noontime. That's about a little over an hour now.
Some of the things that she discussed, you know, those 10 to 20 inches of rain that are expected, the storm surge 4 to 6 feet. We're talking specifically about Broward County right now, possible tornadic activity, and just how terrible those conditions could get out there.
Good morning, Broward County.
And there she goes. Let's go ahead and listen in. Mayor Barbara Sharif.
Completed our second emergency conference for today. Broward has determined that it is necessary to start a 4 p.m. curfew effective today for all residents in Broward County. At 4 o'clock today, we will be enforcing a curfew due to the tropical storm force winds that will begin to move into our area starting 2 p.m. At 2 p.m., the winds will be between 40 to 73 miles per hour. At 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., they will start to increase and will get to somewhere in the neighborhood of 74 up to 100 miles per hour. This includes rain. At this time, we're expecting 10 to 15 inches of rain and a storm surge of 2 to 4 feet. Broward County, we are urging you to stay off the road. Our essential personnel will not be responding to 911 calls after winds reach 45 miles per hour. At 4 p.m., our Broward Sheriff's Office and all of our law enforcement will be working to ensure that the streets are clear and that people are sheltered safely within their homes or at shelters. We thank you in advance for your cooperation. At this time, I will take any questions from the media. Are there any questions?
What are consequences if someone's on the road past this curfew?
It's not about consequences as much as it's about safety and preventing death. So if they're going to take that chance to be on the road, we're going to try to enforce and make sure that they get to the safest place when we see them and find them. Any other questions?
So the practical impact of this basically is just if you call for help after that time,
the emergency officials won't be able to get to you. Is that right?
The practical impact of enforcing the curfew is because at the time that the curfew becomes in place, the tropical winds that are deathly will be already started. And at that point, we're trying to save lives and we're trying to keep people from harm's way. And so 4 p.m. is the absolute time that this storm is going to start to really pick up. And we're asking people to abide by the curfew and stay off the streets. This is a life or death situation at this point. You cannot walk the streets at 4 p.m.
Was that a reduction in the storm surge as expected? I think you
Yes.
said 4 to 6 feet earlier, and now it's 2 to 4 feet?
Yes, correct. As the storm veers off to the west, our storm surge level decreases, and so it did decrease by 2 feet from the previous press conference, yes.
So at what point will the curfew then be lifted? What wind speeds or?
Right. So we are expecting that the storm will start to die down around Monday, around 4 o'clock. And so at that point in time, we'll reassess the curfew, and we will be giving updates throughout. So just stay tuned to your TVs and to the radios and to internet if you have it. But we are going to give updates as that occurs.
And you said at 2 o'clock you're starting to expect
Yes.
40 to 73 mile per hour winds?
Yes.
So
2 o'clock, we're starting to expect those winds.
is it possible that the law enforcement sheriff's offices are going to be off the streets before 4 p.m., before the curfew?
That could very well be the case. That could very well be the case. But we are enforcing our curfew at 4 o'clock.
And you're expecting that to last for at least 48 hours?
Yes. Winds and the rain and the possible flooding will last for at least 48 hours. We're expecting that to go through Monday.
Mayor, there's calls coming in. People are just asking if they're out on the street after the curfew, will they be arrested?
We're not arresting anybody after the curfew. What we're saying is that it's a huge safety risk and a huge issue for people to be on the street, and we are enforcing our curfew by saying get off the streets, and you will see law enforcement out there telling you to get off the streets until the winds reach 45 miles per hour. We know that we can't force people to do anything, but we are telling you that this is our curfew. Is that it? Okay, that concludes the press conference. Thank you very much.
All right, and you've been listening to the Broward County Mayor, and as expected, that message getting out to everyone right now is they want you off the streets. There's a 4 o'clock curfew for Broward County. They don't want anyone to get themselves in any kind of danger because, as she pointed out, they're not going to send out first responders and rescue crews when those winds reach 45 miles per hour, expected to start at about 2 o'clock.
And we're going to take a quick break so we can come back with a weather update for you from Vivian Gonzalez.
Feel safe, feel secure with 7's Hurricane Tracker app. Your digital guide to stay one step ahead of the storm. Brought to you by Estrella Insurance. Car insurance. Lowest price guaranteed.
From all of us at Florida Community Bank, thank you for the opportunity to grow with you. We've built a banking institution with 46 locations in 17 counties across the state that employs nearly 700 Floridians. And through the help of our team and great customers just like you, we've grown to more than $10 billion in assets. Florida Community Bank, Florida-based, Florida-focused, built here and based here.
Today,
Cleveland Clinic Florida is here for you.
with our nationally recognized orthopedics team.
So stop playing through the pain and let us get you back in the game.
And back to your life. Whether you need help keeping up,
Running farther,
Or just want to stay on course. Our whole team is here for you.
anytime.
Anywhere.
Find your way to the best care at clevelandclinicflorida.org.
South Florida bracing for Hurricane Irma. If you have a question or concern, just hashtag AskPhil on Twitter. Feel safe, feel secure with Phil and the Storm Station. 7 News. Brought to you by the law offices of Anajar and Levine.
Home is where we all feel most comfortable. It's where we're secure, where we keep those we love safe. We're the law office of Anajar and Levine, and South Florida is our home. It's where we work to keep you safe with responsive legal help. We can assist you in all types of property damage cases. If you are filing a property claim due to water damage, we're here to help. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We don't just practice the law, we practice what we love. Call the law office of Anajar and Levine for a free consultation.
This is a special edition of 7 News, tracking Irma.
Welcome back. Continuing coverage of Hurricane Irma as it inches closer to Florida. We have talked about the storm moving slightly west, and we've also talked about officials saying do not let your guard down for that reason. This is a very strong storm. It's certainly coming our way, and it is so wide, so big, and so strong that it is going to affect us one way or another.
And 7's Vivian Gonzalez is live right now in the Weather Center with the very latest on this storm. And Viv, are there any changes?
There are some changes with the 11 o'clock advisory. It's a Category 3 system. That interaction around the northern coast of Cuba is weakening Irma down to a Cat 3, 125-mile-per-hour winds. However, as it approaches South Florida, the Florida Keys, re-strengthening is expected around the Florida Straits, and it's moving a little bit slower to the west at 9 miles per hour, right now at 175 miles to the south east of Key West, Florida. Here's the latest satellite picture. We've seen a considerable difference as far as its organization is concerned in the last couple of hours because the center, although the majority of it's still over the open waters, it's interacting with the terrain in Cuba, but it's still pounding the area with hurricane force winds and torrential downpours. We're also getting the outer feeder bands of the system. Now, as far as the advisory is concerned, here's a forecast cone just to show you that it is expected to make that northwestward turn eventually late in the day. And it's a Cat 4 system re-strengthening 130-mile-per-hour winds, and then it will make its way into the lower Florida Keys by Sunday morning, 140-mile-per-hour winds, and then approach the coastline of southwest Florida by Sunday afternoon. Yes, parts of Broward and Miami-Dade and the Keys not under the forecast cone, but the Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service don't want you to focus on the straight line in the middle because systems never travel in a straight line. Also, Irma is large and powerful, and significant impact still expected to expand into the east coast of South Florida. This will also be a very serious situation for Tampa and Sarasota going into Monday morning, as a Cat 3 system could be in the area. So here's the timeline of events. Tropical storm force winds for Miami-Dade from noon to early Monday morning. Broward County, 2 p.m. to early Monday morning. Hurricane force winds will be possible for Miami-Dade starting this afternoon into early Monday. Broward County, Sunday morning to late Sunday. And Irma will be a statewide event, which is why we're going to get some long-lasting impacts from this system. And the outer feeder bands continue to move in, producing the potential of us seeing funnel clouds, spinning up tornadoes, and also some strong gusty winds. That's the very latest.
Viv, I have a quick question for you, and it's just regarding those latest numbers in the advisory showing that it's moving now west at 9 miles per hour. It's slowed down a little bit, and I know you've been talking about how when it moves quicker, obviously, it doesn't sit over the state and dump that amount of rain. Is it a bigger concern now because it's slowed down a little bit that we might get more rain?
Well, it's a slowed down, so that means its arrival is going to be a little bit later. So as it moves into the Florida Straits, it will have the opportunity to re-strengthen. So it's a Cat 3. And it is forecast to move through the Florida Keys as a Cat 4, but it just does not matter what major system it is as far as numbers are concerned. 3, 4, 5 in status. It is a major storm that's capable of producing catastrophic impacts, especially for the Keys and parts of South Florida.
All right, Viv, and very vital information right there as we've been listening to officials all across Miami-Dade, Broward, and throughout the state, even the governor, as we look at these live pictures of what the wind is doing right now all across South Florida. They want to make everyone aware of curfews that are in place in Broward County, 4 o'clock, and the governor asking everyone that in an hour from now at 12 o'clock, you make plans to stay indoors. The reason for that is that after that point, We are expecting 45-mile-per-hour winds, which means they are not sending out rescue crews or first responders for their own safety because of the conditions that are set to deteriorate at about that time. So they don't want you to get into a situation where you may need rescue and not be able to get it. And as you look at these live pictures, and we've seen the conditions change. Now, we've been here since overnight, and I can tell you it is night and day from the time that we drove in. There were some scattered storms as the very far outer bands were coming through. But now, as you look at this, we're really starting to feel those strong winds that we've been telling you we are going to feel as a part of the storm.
Let's talk a little bit as we're looking at these live pictures out of Deerfield Beach, and you can see what the storm is starting to do, and it's really nowhere near us yet, and already we're seeing this. Let's talk about what Mayor Barbara Sharif was stressing for the residents of that county in Broward. Okay, so we already talked about the 4 p.m. curfew. Basically what she said that's going to entail is BSO going out and about, making sure that the roads are clear, that the streets are secure, and that people are sheltered. She also said this is a life or death situation. They want people to take this very, very seriously. You don't normally hear officials talking this way, and we've heard them from the National Weather Service to our county leaders, to our state leaders. They're all emphasizing this. This could be a deadly storm. She talked about the 2 to 4 feet storm surge. The reason why that dropped a little bit in Broward County is because as the storm treks west, they have less of a chance of getting that. And 10 to 15 inches of rain, that's a lot of rain. As far as that curfew is concerned and people wondering, well, how long will it be in effect? She said more than likely throughout the weekend. On Monday, they're going to reassess because by then, they hope the conditions will start to improve.
All right, and just to give everyone an idea, so in case some of you are getting that false sense of security because of the track and it has shifted more westward, that does not mean it is time to take this any less serious. And the reason is, as we've been telling you, that 74-mile-per-hour sustained winds could be experienced in the next 24 hours. Okay, so the eye in and of itself is about 30 miles wide. Hurricane-force winds, 70 miles can be felt away from that center, 155 miles per hour. Now, tropical storm force winds can extend 195 miles away from the center, and we can start experiencing, this is what officials have been talking about, those 40-mile-per-hour winds, which makes it very dangerous for first responders to go out to any homes, anyone who decided to stay outside in these conditions. And, you know, it's surprising to some folks, as we've been seeing here on social media and those calling into the station, the power outages. This isn't even the brunt of what we're expecting, and already 25,000 people right now are in the dark without AC because of these strong winds. You can just imagine what may be to come here. So that is why they're encouraging everyone to stay put as crews go out there. They don't want to encounter problems with individuals getting themselves into trouble while they're trying to restore power for those who already need it.
And listen, here's the other thing. We don't really have to imagine what's to come because we've already seen where it's been and what it's done. Although we're showing you these local pictures right now to show you what the conditions are in Miami Beach, in Deerfield Beach, this particular shot right now out of Miami Beach. We just saw the devastation in the Caribbean. We just saw pictures this morning out of Cuba where it was pounding Santa Clara, where it made landfall at roughly 11 o'clock last night. I don't know if we have those pictures to show right now, but it certainly looked really, really bad out there. It hit as a Cat 5 storm, and what we're looking at now is a Cat 3 system, as our experts have been telling us throughout the week. You know, when these systems interact with mountainous regions, they weaken. Then they go into the Florida Straits, and then they strengthen again. So even right now, if you're one of those people who really looks at the numbers and looks at the categories, which again is irrelevant at this point, because whether it's a Cat 3, Cat 4, or Cat 5, it's an extremely strong storm, and a big storm at that. Those 125-mile-per-hour winds that are being reported right now in that latest advisory will likely go up, as Vivian just mentioned. It's weakened a bit because of the topography of northern Cuba, and it's going to strengthen again into the Florida Straits. So it's likely that that category will continue to shift between 3 and 4.
And already we're feeling those outer bands and the conditions here in South Florida. I want to take you to the Miami-Dade Emergency Operations Center, where the mayor is there giving us an update.
There have been some rumors about Miami-Dade County being in the clear and being safe from a hit from Hurricane Irma because we're no longer in the cone. Let me make this very clear. Miami-Dade County is still expecting to be impacted by Hurricane Irma. In fact, I've heard reports that we've already had some gusts that exceed hurricane force. We must remain vigilant. A very serious storm is coming our way and will be here through Sunday. As Hurricane Irma passes through the coast of Cuba as a Category 4 and makes it right now a Category 3 and makes its way to Florida today, the storm can still strengthen. The likelihood of a direct impact to our community is diminished and is less, but we're still going to be impacted by the storm. The storm surge threat still stands. And let me repeat that. The storm surge threat still stands. In fact, the threat from storm surge is something that we will continue to pay very close attention to, and it was a storm surge that actually is the one that triggered the evacuations. We're gathering our information directly from the subject matter experts from the National Weather Service. The weather will continue to deteriorate as the day goes on. As of 9 o'clock this morning, Florida Power and Light is reporting that 19,000 homes have already lost power, mine included, and the winds and rainfall will only worsen. Hurricane Irma will continue to fluctuate in intensity as it moves towards us. If we don't know, and we don't know exactly where landfall will be. Those of you who have already evacuated your homes and gone to shelters or the home of a family member or friend, please stay there. Do not attempt to go home today. If you absolutely do not need to leave your home, don't. No one should be on the streets today. Once again, we have opened 42 shelters and 1 special needs shelter. And as of this morning, 10 are at the capacity. We still have 32 with plenty of room for residents wanting to get to safety. Visit www.miamidade.gov/emergency to find a complete list of shelters and availability. We are continuing to work through the glitches. As of about an hour ago, we've taken in approximately 25,835 residents taking advantage of our shelters. That number is far below our capacity of 100,000 residents. This number is unprecedented in Miami-Dade County history. Miami-Dade County can no longer accept registrants to our special needs registry. If you have an emergency, call 911. Our priority remains to keep Miami-Dade County and our residents safe. For those heading to one of our shelters, please bring your supplies with you. We have cots, but the elderly will be given priority for those. So please take bedding, whether it's a sleeping bag or an air mattress, and a blanket, and personal items, and some food and water. And now for our county services. Miami-Dade Transit, Metrorail, Metromover, they're closed today. Metro bus service, including pickup and drop-off of evacuation shelters, will continue to operate and will begin to cease operations 3 hours prior to the estimated arrival of sustained winds of 39 miles per hour sometime later this afternoon. Our neighborhood trash and recycling centers have closed since 7 o'clock last night and will remain closed today. Miami International Airport, our airport remains open, but flights have been canceled until at least Monday. And please remember that Miami International Airport is not a shelter. Please don't seek shelter at MIA. Port Miami, all commercial vessels, including cruise and cargo, have departed our port, and the port closed last night and remains closed today. I'd like to remind everyone that 911 is for emergencies only. Please call 311 for questions related to the storm or visit www.miamidade.gov. Our 311 call center is operating now at 24 hours a day. You may experience wait times, but please be patient and stay on the line, or again, visit our website, which may be able to answer your question in a much quicker fashion. I would like to once again thank our partners at Miami-Dade Public Schools and Superintendent Carvalho, the Miami-Dade Emergency Management Team, our police and fire rescue departments, the Red Cross, and all others that are doing a magnificent job here in Miami-Dade County. I also want to thank Senator Marco Rubio, Congressman Carlos Corbello, and all other elected officials, especially our commissioners, our chair, and Commissioner Moss and Diaz and Sosa, and all the others that have been here and have supported us, 100% of the time. These are all the updates that I have at this time. Thank you for your attention, and stay safe. I plan on briefing you at a later time, maybe later this afternoon or maybe tonight. Now for any, actually I will bring Senator Rubio up for English.
Well, just to echo, first of all, let me just say, I said this earlier to one of the networks and one of the folks that are here. You never want to live through a storm, but if you have to be through a storm, there is no better community in to be in than Dade, Broward County, Southeast Florida. These folks that are working here, all the people behind me here are the best in the world in getting ready, and we just thank them. We remember all our first responders have families, too. They also had to put up shutters. They also had to take care of their situation, and so we thank them for their service. Now, a couple things that happen around this time, and I think I'm speaking to you because everybody knows someone like this. Everyone becomes a sort of amateur meteorologist, right? They tell you see it on Facebook, oh, we're out of the cone. Number one, the people that establish that cone will be the first ones that tell you that cone is the cone about the center of the storm. That is not the storm and its impact. Number two, a tropical storm wind, which we are projected with great certainty to be impacted by, those are serious winds. That stuff blows off tiles. It knocks down trees. Don't be the guy that gets killed by the tree. All right, every year we have it. The guy that's standing around, the tree falls on their head. Don't be the guy or the gal that gets killed by the tree. Don't be the person. Number three, people, I'm going to take off into the street. Where are you going? Everything's closed. If you don't lose power, that's great. It's a great time to get it home, catch up on Games of Thrones, whatever it's called. I haven't watched it myself, but it's just if you're in the shelter, just ride it out at this point. Where are you going? And I think it's important for us to know that, because we just heard a report as we were walking out. I think the mayor heard it too. People taking down their shutters. Don't be the guy that gets killed by the shutters, taking them down. These are the things that you want you to think about. You've already made preparations. You are in place. It's going to be dangerous out there. If you're near water, you know the surge threat and all that it poses. So let's just ride this thing out. You're in a good spot. And one last point. And obviously, I'm very concerned about the rest of the state. If you have loved ones in the Tampa Bay region and they're anywhere near the water, they need to look at that map. They need to move. A lot of us know people that left. They left Miami-Dade. They left Broward County. They drove up north. Now, all of a sudden, they drove right into the center of what they might be the direct impact. At this point, if they are in a safe place, that's where they need to stay. Can't play chicken with this thing or try to outrun the storm. The last thing you want to be is out there on the road trying to get away from the storm as this thing is zigzagging around. And you don't want to be in a car on the Turnpike or I-95 or anywhere in the world in the middle of a storm, a hurricane for sure, but even a tropical storm. So I think everybody just needs to follow through with their plan, ride this thing out, and we're going to get there together. And obviously, and then if God willing, we'll see how we can be of assistance to the rest of the state.
Oh, Senator Marco Rubio, we heard from other officials at Miami-Dade EOC making a very important point. This has come up a lot today. People who left our area, whether they left Miami-Dade County, Broward County, West Palm, and they headed up north, a lot of them asking, well, now should I go back? Since, technically we're out of the cone in the area. And they are saying absolutely not. Wherever you are right now, if you're in a safe place, that's where you need to ride out the storm. Not safe to be out on the roads right now.
And so much misinformation, as he's been mentioning, on social media. And for a lot of folks, at least 20,000 in Miami-Dade and 500 in Broward who lost power, now relying on their phones for information. Be careful, as much as everyone's trying to help one another and get all that information out, to leave those specifics to the experts and perhaps share their exact wording. Because the worst thing that we can experience is that false sense of security for those people who, as the senator addressed, say we're out of the cone, so we're fine. That is not the case. As he mentioned once again, the cone is the center of the storm. That does not say what is going on around it. And those winds, as we've been seeing, is the reason that those trees have been knocked down, and we're seeing a lot of power lines down. So really, it's not a good idea for you to go out in these conditions.
And let's take you now live to Florida City. That is where we find 7's Katrina Bush. Katrina, how are conditions looking out there? And I'm interested in knowing, are there a lot of people out there at this point, or is it pretty much a ghost town?
Not quite a ghost town. The traffic here along US 1 has been pretty steady, but I'd also say it's been light. So that has been the good news. But as far as the weather conditions are concerned, it's really been up and down. At some points, we've seen really heavy rains and really strong winds. And then it'll be something like this, where it's just a little bit of a drizzle and not too windy out here. But we want to give you a look at what some of these tougher weather conditions have been causing. Some damage. Just new video into the 7 newsroom this morning. This if you can't see it, and it is very hard to see what's under this tree, that is a house. This tree has fallen down on to this house. This is on 228th Street at 57th Avenue. You can see the tree just really snapped right there at the base and fell on top of this house. We were able to just get some quick information from officers there at the scene who did say that there was a family inside when this happened, but that no one was injured. That family has since left. They have taken off. Now, these are the kinds of conditions that are causing people to make change their plans that they had at the beginning of the week, making new plans. So this is what the sheriff has decided. The Monroe County Sheriff moving 460 inmates from the main jail facility and on Stock Island. So we caught those buses. They found some school buses along with some other Department of Corrections buses to get hundreds of inmates out of Monroe County and get them to safety. Now that building is Category 5 rated, but the sheriff making that decision on Friday to move them and just not take any chances as we take a look at them kind of loading it and loading the inmates onto those buses and seeing what the process was like, because as you can imagine, making a decision like that, it's not an easy process. We're talking about 460 inmates that are now on their way. They have left Monroe County from this morning and were on their way to Palm Beach County. And a lot of people are making similar decisions. We talked to one man who was leaving the Florida Keys. His plan was to ride the storm out at home with his sister, and then once he saw that new track, that new forecast, a new path of Hurricane Irma, he changed those plans quickly. They got in a car, got it packed up, and are on their way to New York City right now. So a lot of plans changed as the path of Hurricane Irma has changed. Reporting live this morning in Florida City, Katrina Bush, 7 News.
All right, and that window of opportunity to change those plans is getting quite narrow as we're getting close to the 12 o'clock hour, when the governor and other officials have said stay put because the conditions are expected to get really bad. You see that flying debris already.
Yeah, it's not good out there, and really it's not a day to be out on the roads unless it's absolutely crucial, and at this point it should not be. 7 meteorologist Vivian Gonzalez is in the 7 Weather Center now. Viv, you've had some great information for us throughout the week, and you've been talking about this storm and just don't focus on those numbers and those categories. This is a strong storm no matter what.
That is very true, Christine. It doesn't matter whether it's a Cat 3, 4, or 5. The implications of a system this powerful could be catastrophic in terms of damages wherever it goes through. And I do believe we have the opportunity to take things over to the National Hurricane Center to speak to a hurricane specialist, Dr. Michael Brennan, to find out a little bit more in terms of this new advisory, the changes that have been happening with Irma. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, hi. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Brennan, I know a lot of people have been sending us messages via social media. The cone has shifted a bit more towards the west. It's not encompassing a lot of Broward, Miami-Dade, and now the upper Florida Keys. Should we let our guards down?
No, not at all. And in fact, we don't want to let our guard down right as the conditions in South Florida here are beginning to deteriorate. You can see on our satellite image here just how large the circulation of Irma is. We have these big rain bands. They're already coming into South Florida, into the Bahamas, and we've seen wind gusts up to tropical storm force. And if you look at our cone graphic, we actually put the size of the storm on here. Here's the area covered by tropical storm force winds. Covers about 200 miles on either side of the storm. So that's going to affect basically the entire Florida peninsula as the storm moves northward. And the hurricane force winds extend out about 70 miles away from the center. So here in the metro areas of southeast Florida, we're expecting several hours of sustained tropical storm force winds, wind gusts to hurricane force potentially for several hours, and it's still expecting to see some storm surge. In the area from North Miami Beach down to Card Sound Bridge, we could still see 4 to 6 feet of storm surge inundation in those areas, especially these areas along the Biscayne Bay on the west side of the bay that are exceptionally sensitive to storm surge flooding.
And is there any sign that it will continue to weaken maybe as it makes its way towards the Florida Keys in southwest Florida?
Well, unfortunately, we're expecting the storm as it moves off the coast of Cuba to re-strengthen once it gets over these very warm waters in the Straits of Florida. And if it stays offshore a little longer as it moves up the west coast, then you could see the storm continue to intensify or at least hold its own all the way up until it makes landfall somewhere along the west coast of Florida during the day on Sunday or Sunday night.
And this system is going to have long-lasting effects here in South Florida once it moves past southwest Florida. So how long will we be experiencing those tropical storm force conditions, possibly hurricane force conditions?
Well, the tropical storm force winds are going to hang on quite a ways into Sunday evening. And then even beyond that, because we're on the right side of the storm, the threat for heavy rainfall is going to persist even for a day or two after the storm moves by, because even when the storm's up here in North Florida, we're still going to be on the southeast side of the circulation, drawing that moist air in from the Caribbean and the Atlantic Ocean. It's going to continue to create these rain bands. So in South Florida and actually much of the Florida Peninsula, we could see 8 to 15 inches of rain and isolated amounts as high as 20 inches.
Thank you so much for your time. In South Florida, we have some important information. I do believe we can take things over to the local storm tracking radar because there's a significant weather advisory for 50 to 60 mile per hour winds for northern Miami-Dade County until noon. And the primary impacts will be for gusty winds, again, 50 to 60 miles per hour that can easily down small tree limbs and branches and blow around unsecured small objects that may be in your backyard. And this is all related to Irma, the outer feeder bands impacting the area. And we have a cluster of very strong storms around Key Biscayne into Biscayne Bay and approaching right now Three Lakes and also Cutler Bay along US 1 and the Florida Turnpike, the hammocks as well. So very strong winds associated with this activity. It's a good time to stay put where you're at because conditions will continue to worsen throughout the day, and it's all because of Irma. I'll be back with a whole lot more in a little bit.
All right, Viv, and once again, we want to remind everyone that as these conditions continue to deteriorate, and you heard there from the National Hurricane Center and our weather advisory, rather, to keep everyone healthy here and safe. 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. They don't want people out on the streets. Come 12 o'clock is when the governor asked everyone to go back inside their homes. And really, it's for that flying debris that really is also affecting power all across Miami-Dade and Broward counties. Some 20,000 people right now without power in Miami-Dade as a result, some 500 in Broward County.
And the reality is that we had so much time to prepare for this storm. South Florida knew it was coming. South Florida knew it was a big storm. The days for preparation are over. Today is the day to be home with your family, ready to ride out the storm. Let's get to 7's Alex DeArmas at the news desk with more information for us. Alex?
Christine and Diane, I want to talk about those strong winds that Viv was just mentioning. Southwest Miami-Dade already feeling those strong winds, and we have a number of pictures that I want to show you. This one right here is of an awning that is attached, part of it attached to the roof there of this home in Southwest Miami-Dade, and you can see those poles there. They were once in the ground. You can see the wind tore it apart. This in particular is just west of Chrome Avenue and 174th Street. The next picture I want to show you, also Southwest Miami-Dade, is around 137th Avenue and 18th Street. Not this one, but the next one. If we can show the next one, because that was just a still of the awning. If we can show the next photo, this one, there it is. Southwest Miami-Dade, a wall. You see that wall towards the bottom of your screen there? That just fell down early this morning. This, again, around 137th Avenue and 18th Street. Our next picture I want to show you, this one near Southwest 137th Avenue and 30th Street, a leaning power line. You can see that they're into the trees. Dangerous situation here. If those are active power lines, you're talking about a dangerous situation for people who live in that area. So keep this in mind. Earlier this morning, I told you about a fire, a house fire that happened in West Park. This is video from the scene. This is a situation that firefighters had to deal with in West Park about maybe 2 hours ago or so. Now, on top of these large flames and that thick smoke, firefighters had to deal with the winds that I'm talking about. These heavy winds making this battle even more challenging. This fire happening at 3500 Southwest 40th Avenue. Broward Sheriff Fire Rescue on the scene, and we are getting an update this morning. This video right here is of those poor people who live in this home. A tough situation already, a tough situation with the storm we're dealing with. But now these people, we know 10 adults and 5 kids, now don't have a place to go to. A heartbreaking situation for them. We are also hearing that Red Cross officials are on the way to them to at least help them and hopefully take them to a safe place so that they can be at during this storm. Next thing I want to tell you about are the power outages. You saw that down power line, or that down power pole, I should say. These are the latest numbers when it comes to outages across South Florida. In Miami-Dade County, more than 30,000 people already without power. And in Broward County, more than 1,800 people without power. We want to remind you, we are at this point only feeling those outer bands, those feeder bands of Irma. This is a powerful storm. Do not let your guard down. That's the latest from the news desk for now. As soon as I have more, I'll bring that to you.
All right, Alex, thanks for that. Live pictures right now, Deerfield Beach. It seems like every time we go to this shot, it's easier to understand why these curfews are being implemented throughout the state of Florida. The conditions simply starting to deteriorate as expected.
That sent things over to meteorologist Vivian Gonzalez, who just had an update from the National Hurricane Center on what we're set to be experiencing very soon. Viv?
That's right, ladies. In South Florida, thank you so much for joining us. The latest as of 11 o'clock, winds are at 125 miles per hour. It is a Cat 3. Moving a little slower to the west at 9 miles per hour and located 175 miles to the southeast of Key West, Florida. Eventually, it's going to make that turn very soon to the northwest, but its interaction with the northern coast of Cuba has weakened Irma a bit. But the center, at least the majority of it, still over the open waters, and their thinking is that it will re-intensify as it makes its way into the Florida Straits. Now, here's the official track from the Hurricane Center. Yes, it's shifted a bit more towards the west, but it will gain Category 4 status Saturday in the evening tonight. 130-mile-per-hour winds move through the Florida Keys sometime Sunday morning and then eventually impact southwest of Florida. Yes, a good portion of Broward and Miami-Dade, Upper Keys not in the forecast cone, but these systems just never travel in a straight line. They just jog all over the place. Wherever this forecast cone is located, that's where it could be. And it is so large and powerful that significant impacts will stretch all the way towards the East Coast. That's why we urge everyone not to let their guards down. You've been seeing those pictures from those power lines, at least to pull down tree branches, and also damages to homes as well already occurring with those outer feeder bands producing strong gusty winds and storms that are just booking and capable of producing some tornadoes. But this is a very serious situation down the road as well for Tampa, Sarasota, moving into Orlando eventually, and then interacting with land. And the expert from the National Hurricane Center also mentioned that we will be on the worst side, which is the second most dangerous part of the hurricane, which we call the northeastern section, northeastern quadrant, the dirty sector. So we have counterclockwise spin, which is dragging in the moisture and those destructive winds and possibly spinning up those tornadoes. That's what's going to be over us throughout the day and even tomorrow as the system approaches Florida. Now, this is a timeline of events. Tropical storm force winds, 39 miles per hour higher sustained, likely to start sustained at noon here in Miami-Dade into early Monday. Broward, 2 p.m. to early Monday. Hurricane force winds likely late this afternoon into early Monday for Dade, Broward County, Sunday morning into late Sunday. So we're certainly going to be feeling Irma. And already this morning, the feeder bands impacting the area. We have a significant weather advisory for parts of Miami-Dade. Check out the storms. They're just booking right now very strong, and lots of lightning right now being recorded on the radar, especially in Key Biscayne. We have one spotty downpour in Pembroke Pines into A1A at this time, but heavy, steady rain falling in Cutler Bay, stretching into Chrome Avenue with plenty of lightning. And around the Florida Keys, it's been consistent over here, especially in Tavernier and Isla Mirada, including Layton along the Overseas Highway. We move on over to the lower Florida Keys. We've been seeing a break here and there, but heavy rain impacting Cudjoe Key and Big Pine Key as we speak. The center of the storm is already being detected by the Key West radar, and it's located about 140 miles away from the middle Florida Keys, and soon it will start to make that northwestward turn. But flooding concerns will be there throughout the next couple of days, which is why there's a flood watch that will remain in effect until Monday evening. 10 to 15 inches in parts, isolated amounts of up to 20. The Florida Keys could see isolated amounts of up to 25 until then. And here is that rainfall cast just to show you the actual numbers. Broward County about 10 inches, 15 in inland Miami-Dade, and up to 20 inches around parts of the Florida Keys. We have advisories in effect, and those gusts are already picking up, especially in Key West up to 40. I'll be back with another update in a few minutes.
And Viv, before we let you go, I want to follow up on some information that came out of that conversation that you had with the National Hurricane Center. Now, they made sure to stress, because some people may be letting their guard down because of that path. And this is what he said. He said something to stress to people about the importance of staying put, about those 200-mile-per-hour winds that we could be experiencing on either side, the 200 miles, I should say, on either side of the eye that could be experiencing those tropical storm force gusts as well as that storm surge. He specified Biscayne Bay, and we've been seeing there in our live shots people actually going out to the edge of the bay.
You just don't want to put you or your loved ones in harm's way. Conditions will continue to worsen throughout today as Irma approaches the Florida Keys and mainland South Florida. We definitely want to stress to the public that this is a serious and potentially deadly situation across sections of South Florida. So we need to pay attention, and right now just finalize your preparations, stay put where you're at, and we will weather the storm together.
And Viv, and just seeing your reaction to these last pictures that we showed of just that destruction that we're seeing just now, just some damage. I think we have this in our minds. We have to think of these monstrous numbers, 150, 160. You don't need that. Emergency personnel does not respond after 45-mile-per-hour winds. That's barely a tropical storm. It's a tropical storm at 39. And I think what you've been urging our residents is like, do not think that you need these monstrous winds to do damage. If you're out on the road in just tropical storm force winds, think about throughout the years how many storms we've all covered. And just standing out there in those winds, they are powerful winds.
It's definitely very dangerous, and you want to stay at home, safe, wherever your safe location is as throughout the storm. Take a look at the radar. These outer feeder bands, despite the fact that this system is located just off the northern coast of Cuba, we're already feeling it. These storms are booking 50 to 60 miles per hour and capable of spinning up tornadoes. Severe weather at any moment, quick moving. Flood concerns as well present across the area, and this is just moving in our direction into the upper Florida Keys, over parts of Miami-Dade County. Broward County has been pretty good for now, just more spotty activity, but it's been quite heavy and strong around parts of Miami-Dade. And these type of storms, quick moving with those winds, could continue to bring down small tree limbs and branches and also do quite a bit of damage to your home. So again, not wise to be out there. Conditions will continue to go downhill, and you don't want to put you or your loved ones in harm's way.
And Viv, and that is what officials in all the counties have been reiterating. Thank you so much for that update, because they don't want people out on the highways. As we've seen, there's already been a fire in West Park. No word on the official cause there, but it's very difficult for crews to get out to those real emergencies without creating others out in these conditions.
And now let's go to South Miami-Dade. 7's Andrew Scheinthal is there to tell us what he's seen while he's been there. And what's it looking like in that area right now, Andrew?
Well, it's very quiet. Every once in a while you have a car come through because not everyone has left the area. But you can see when you look at Dixie Highway here, it is very, very quiet. There is not a lot of traffic. You do see some stuff in the street. Now, right now, we're experiencing wind around 3 to 4 miles per hour. Nothing too severe, but you can see there's already some palm fronds and debris in the street. That's because as these feeder bands come through, they're packing a punch. So I want to show you what it looked like when we headed down this way. We shot some video earlier. And in that video, you can see what the conditions are like when these bands come through. So out of nowhere, we're driving on the turnpike, and then all of a sudden, you just hit this wall of rain and high wind, and that's when you experience some of those very dangerous conditions, and it comes and goes. So kind of teases with you a little bit, plays with you, because you think to yourself, conditions are you know, like just a normal cloudy day, but then all of a sudden, you're hit with something like this. There is no warning, and that is why it's so important to stay inside. The time to prepare is done. Now is the time to stay at home, be with your family, and just wait this out. Everyone did everything, hopefully everyone did everything that they needed to do in order to protect themselves from this storm. And even if we're not going to get a direct impact from the eye, we're still going to have some very severe gusts of wind and severe conditions. So again, you can see out here, it looks like just a normal cloudy day. But this is just the very beginning of what's going to be a very long time as we experience Irma come through the area. So we'll stay out here for you guys and let you know what it's like until it gets to a point where we feel like we need to get inside, and then we'll be going up to a shelter later today as we hunker down through Irma to make sure we're also safe.
All right, thank you, Andrew. And let's go now to a news conference. FPNL officials are briefing us on conditions. A lot of people already concerned about outages. Let's go ahead and listen in.
The track firms up, those resources will become more available. Now, as Irma's track continues to evolve, we are adjusting our crews and moving them in position where we need to make sure that we are best positioned to respond. And I'd like to show you a couple of graphics to give you a sense for what we're doing. Now, as we've seen with the storm shifting west, we had crews based in Lake City, Florida in the north. We are moving those crews east toward Daytona Beach and toward the Treasure Coast along the east coast. We've also moved crews to Orlando, and we are moving those folks all the way down into the Tri-County area and other parts so that we are best prepared to respond to what will be a restoration effort on the East Coast. Then shifting to the next day or so, once the storm is clearing, once we have moved the crews into the position here and have begun restoration, think about an envelopment move. We will move our troops, if you will, into position coming down from the north and the south, coming up from the south, and collapse in. We will swarm the West Coast area, where at this point we are expecting to see major damage. So as you can see, we're trying to best position our crews so that they can get out and restore power as quickly and as safely as possible. Now, based on the current forecast path, the intensity in our historical modeling, we are expecting upwards of 3.4 million customers still to be impacted by this storm and could be without power from Irma. And keep in mind, a customer is a meter, so obviously that number will be more than just 3.4 million people. We will continue to reevaluate the number as the storm shifts, but it's important to note that we will experience tropical force winds or higher across the entirety of our service territory, which runs from the Georgia border south to the Keys and north around toward Tampa. I want to be perfectly clear, our customers up and down the East Coast should not be complacent or get comfortable with the change in the path. Irma is a deadly and devastating Category 4 hurricane, and every part of Florida will feel its wrath. To put things into perspective, the state is approximately 160 miles wide, and this storm stretches more than 300 miles. Customers throughout the state need to pay attention, remain vigilant, and pay heed to the public officials who are still out there making sure that their word is being heard. We're still anticipating widespread impacts through the FPL service area, with significant impacts in the most densely populated areas. So with all that in mind, this will no doubt be one of the most complex restorations that the country has ever seen. With a storm of this magnitude and intensity, our crews will likely need to completely rebuild parts of our electric system. Likely on the East Coast, we will see a restoration, but on the West Coast, a complete rebuild. We anticipate this restoration effort will be measured in weeks, not days. And here's why. Setting aside the massive vegetation and tree cleanup that will be required, we anticipate, as I said, to rebuild parts of our electric system from the ground up, and again, particularly on the West Coast at this point, given the shift in Irma. This means setting up thousands of miles of new poles, stringing new lines, installing new transformers, and possibly replacing transmission structures and substations. Even our underground power lines may be damaged by the effect of the expected storm surge and flooding, and those same high waters can prevent and delay our crews from getting in to make repairs. Now, finally, let me focus on safety. Please continue to heed the warnings of Governor Scott and local and state and federal officials and keep a close eye on this storm. If you're using a generator, these are a few tips that we'd like to make sure you have now. If you're using a generator, please make sure you keep the generator outside of your garage and outside and away from windows and doors. Those fumes off the generators can come into the home, and that is where we do see, unfortunately, some fatalities. To protect you, our crews, and others, we also prefer that you be very careful with the use of the generator itself. We are concerned about backfeed into the electric system. Plug the appliances that you're going to be using directly into the generator, not the main panel, not the main electric panel, please. We take the safety of our customers very seriously, and we want you to also know how to identify FPL workers should the need come up. FPL workers carry a photo ID badge. The cars and trucks of non-FPL employees who are helping with the restoration effort will be typically marked as FPL-approved contractors or emergency workers. FPL employees, contractors, and workers from other utilities who are helping with the restoration effort may need to work on your property, but they do not need to enter your home. After a storm, be sure to stay away from power lines. Traffic signals may be out. You must treat them as four-way stops. Avoid flooded waters, standing water, and debris, and do not venture out in the dark because you might not be able to see a downed power line that could be energized and could be dangerous. These are all serious safety measures. We have them on our website at fpl.com, and we want you to exercise the utmost in safety. I would be remiss if I didn't say that most fatalities in an event like this do occur when the storm has passed, and that's our biggest concern, is the safety of our customers and the safety of our crews. Also, make sure you stay connected with us. You can download the FPL mobile app in the App Store or on Google Play. That will allow you to report an outage, get outage updates, and view information on your account. We've already had some 400,000 customers download the app. Please do so. It will help us and it will help you stay connected. You also should go to fpl.com/storm, and there will be information there as well, not just about outages, but what you can do to stay safe. Finally, let me just offer our sincere thanks for the support to the state of Florida and the Florida National Guard and all of the emergency responders who are out there working with us to prepare. We will weather this storm together. With that, I'm happy to take any questions. We do have a couple that I just want to address. One, are we changing our focus on Southwest Florida? I think I did address that, but just to reiterate, we are adjusting our forces to make sure we are prepared to address any shift in the weather that we are going to continue to see. Not sure if we have anything from others, Bill?
Yeah, if you could repeat this question too. There are some folks who are saying the storm is not quite here yet. Why are we seeing outages? Could you just address that and clarify?
So we will start to see bands of weather. The bands of the storm will start to approach As we see that, and keep in mind again what I said about Mother Nature not having done any kind of house cleaning in South Florida, in particular on the West Coast, in more than a decade, a lot of vegetation is going to start flying. And when they go into our lines, they can have an impact. Now, we have what we believe is the strongest, most resilient grid in America, but remember the strength of this storm. At any given point, this can be a Category 5 storm. It's a Category 4 storm. We have to be ever vigilant. Our system is very strong. We've invested heavily in it, but we still have situations where vegetation, particularly off of our right-of-way, will get into our lines. Any other questions?
Some customers are also wondering.
All right, you've been listening to an official from Florida Power and Light. And as we look at these live pictures, it's very important. We want to remind everyone out there, there is a weather advisory right now. 50 to 60 mile per hour winds are being felt in northern Miami-Dade County from those outer feeder bands. And that is part of the reason why 30,000 people in Miami-Dade right now are without power. That number has gone up by 10,000 in just the past couple hours. About 1,800 people in Broward County, and that is much of what he was addressing. Those numbers expected to only continue to go up. He even said at one point they expect 3.4 million people to be without power throughout the state.
Yeah, and it's more than people, because he explained that those are meters. Like, each customer is defined as a meter, so that could actually triple. It could be up to 9 million people without power. Now, these bands of storms, everybody wondering, well, why are we already losing power? As Diana mentioned, he talked about the power grids, and he said, Mother Nature hasn't done house cleaning in a while, and so the vegetation flies, it hits the lines, and those are the problems that we're experiencing. He said this will be one of the most complex restorations ever. Restoration will be measured in weeks, not in days. So there's a lot of work to be done ahead of this storm and after this storm. The one thing that is very encouraging, when he started that news conference, Diana, he talked about how the FP&L groups are positioned, how they have basically positioned their groups throughout the state and have those crews ready to go. But once again, keep in mind, we're talking about restoration measured in weeks, not days. We have the opportunity to take you live now to Florida City.
And 7's Katrina Bush is live there with some of the conditions that people are experiencing all across South Florida. A lot of wind, and of course that means, as we've been mentioning, down trees and even power lines.
Yeah, that's right. As we're keeping an eye on things in Florida City, things have been up and down in our location with those winds and rains coming in and out. But we want to show you some new video into the newsroom from Florida City. And this is going to show you just how strong these feeder bands are of Hurricane Irma. You see the whipping winds and how heavy the rain can be. And so that's when it's just really unexpected, because it comes in so quickly and the rain is so heavy, the wind is so strong. But in those moments, that's when you see those downed tree branches, and you could see some other damage in the area. And so we want to take you now to Kendall. Take a look at this picture. This is what these heavy winds and rain has been causing, some of the damage that we are seeing already. This downed tree, we'll let you know where that is. It's Southwest 85th Street and 132nd Avenue. And we're seeing some of the same things here back in Florida City along US 1 and Palm Drive. A few downed trees, a few down branches and palm fronds, but nothing too major right here. But we're going to continue to keep an eye, as you said, across South Florida and give you any new video, new updates of the conditions as they continue to come into our newsroom. For now, that's the latest live from Florida City. Katrina Bush, 7 News.
And we have some pictures to share with you now out of Southwest Miami-Dade. Some damage there already.
7's Alex Irma has left the news desk with more on that. Alex?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. The damage right here, Southwest Miami-Dade at 188th Terrace and 125th Avenue. So we met a viewer here, our crew there, or actually this is cell phone video that she sent to us, and she walks us through her neighborhood. And if you take a look around, a good amount of damage. We're talking about downed trees, which we have been showing you, but then we see damaged fences. We do know that right here, Miami-Dade police are on the scene. She must have called them. There's a better view right there. Ripped trees, uprooted trees. A mailbox slightly slanted, the fence there in a different distance, There are the officers I mentioned. Again, this is Miami-Dade, 188th Terrace and 125th Avenue. Damage video of property damage and trees uprooted continue to come in. When we have something else, we'll bring that to you. Live from the news desk, I'm Alex T. Armis, 7 News.
All right, Alex. And that scene playing out all across South Florida right now with those whipping winds continuing to come in from those outer bands. Want to remind everyone right now of a weather advisory of strong gusts from those feeder bands experienced right now in northern Miami-Dade County. Earlier, we saw it also in other parts of Monroe County and Miami-Dade as well.
And we're talking about a storm that is still a very strong storm, Hurricane Irma right now, packing winds of 125 miles per hour. You know, the category has changed from 5 to 4 to 3. And at this point, the experts suggesting that means very little because, remember, it interacted with northern Cuba. So the topography there calls for the weakening of the system because of some mountainous regions. Then it hits the Florida Straits, and it's expected to strengthen once again.
And as we go to a break here, want to give you some pictures all across South Florida of what we're experiencing. These pictures out of Deerfield Beach, and you see the surf really stirred up from the time we came in here overnight until now. It is night and day. We're coming right back.
Some things are just worth repeating. Car accident? Remember, after 911, call 411. 1-800-411-PAIN. Car accident? Remember, after 911, call 411. 1-800-411-PAIN.
7's Business Buzz. Here's one of the 7 businesses in South Florida you need to know.
Hey, I see your cell phone there. You have 30 seconds during this commercial break to save money. Go to 305deltoro.com. Come on, do it now. 305deltoro.com. I can save you a lot of money on your auto insurance.
To see more of 7's top businesses, visit WSVN.com/news/businessbuzz.
A careless truck driver falls asleep at the wheel and slams right into you. Someone should have to pay for this.
That's right. Someone should have to pay. If you've been the victim of a careless driver, call us right now.
Bernstein and Marinoff got a client who hurt their ankle $650,000.
We are Bernstein and Marinoff, protecting your rights.
Hurt by a careless driver? Call in Dade 305-777-8888 and Broward 954-222-3333.
Do you suffer from facial pain and pressure?
I suffered for years with chronic sinus issues. I would wake up, I couldn't breathe, my head would hurt, I had total congestion. I was just miserable.
Ryan suffered for years with chronic sinus infections, and now...
It's amazing. No pain, no headaches, no pressure. It changed my life.
Call WSVN-Ch today, 786-516-2777.
Some things are just worth repeating. Car accident? Remember, after 911, call 411. 1-800-411-PAIN. Car accident? Remember, after 911, call 411. 1-800-411-PAIN.
Welcome back, everyone. Tracking Hurricane Irma for you on the left side of your screen. It's Saturday, almost noon, and that is Duval Street, which normally, under any normal condition, would not look like that. But the residents there took the warnings very seriously. There were mandatory evacuations in effect, and many people heeding those warnings.
And moving further north now, these are some of the conditions that are coming through Miami-Dade County. And this is the reason why officials want you to stay indoors at this point. The governor saying that at noontime, everyone should stay put.
And let's give you a look out back so you can see what it looks like in North Bay Village Studios. Once again, we reminded you, in case you don't know where our station is located, we're surrounded by water. So we have a very good vantage point. We can show you exactly what the conditions look like here. And again, it's squally weather all around, because one minute it looks decent, And the next minute, the rain is coming down pretty hard. The clouds are looking pretty bad out there. The conditions only expected to deteriorate throughout the day. And of course, that is why all these curfews are going into effect. And even the cities that don't have curfews right now, officials are basically saying this is not the day to be out and about doing anything. This is the day when you should already be home with your loved ones riding out the storm.
And as we get set to experience some of the worst conditions, want to send things over to Craig Stevens, Belkis Nure, and Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow with the very latest. And of course, our prayers with everyone out there as we ride out this storm. Stay safe, of course, heed all the warnings from officials. Phil?
And good morning, everyone. Actually, good afternoon. It's the noon hour. We're going to bring you up to date on all the latest. Irma's arrival has been delayed. The system is getting hung up across Cuba. The impact now for the Keys should be sometime Sunday morning instead of Saturday night during the overnight hours and through Sunday. So here is the satellite image, and you're going to clearly see that this system made landfall across northern Cuba. It was moving in a straight line, then all of a sudden it took a little dip, and now it's bounced right back up again. But ahead of it, that interaction with land has stopped a lot of the moisture from going back into the center of circulation. What impact, if any, will this have down the road? And intensity is still yet to be seen. Here's the latest advisory. As of 11 a.m., 125-mile-per-hour winds. That is a Category 3 being tracked just under 200 miles southeast of Key West, Florida. The radar out of Cuba shows that we still have plenty of rain. There's the eye, a lot of feeder bands on the backside. Central Cuba just getting hammered with rainfall. That is going to lead to deadly flooding over the next 24 hours. Now, here at home, we're seeing the outer bands of the system impacting us. Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade, and the Keys. This is the kind of squally weather that we will see throughout the day, tonight, and into tomorrow. We're going to get a line of fast-moving thunderstorms across Broward, then Miami-Dade, then throughout the Keys, and they will increase in frequency. Broward right now, just one lone thunderstorm moving in across I-95 and I-575, and these thunderstorms are moving very fast, sometimes 25, 30, 35 miles per hour. Into Miami-Dade we go, more of the same. We have this big push of moisture coming in from the coast. One of these thunderstorms moved from the coast all the way to the turnpike in less than 10 minutes. That is impressive. We have more thunderstorm activity now impacting Biscayne Bay, going into Coconut Grove, Coral Gables, Cutler Bay, the turnpike and US 1 down in deep southern Miami-Dade, Homestead, Naranja. You are looking with light drizzle right now, but there's more rain sitting offshore. Will be impacting you shortly. Throughout the Keys, it has been light to moderate rainfall just about all morning long. Key West getting some strong thunderstorm activity right now, starting to move in through the Florida Straits. But there are more feeder bands just to the east. You can almost count them. 1, 2, 3, and then there's the eye just coming off of the north shore of Cuba. So this is what we will be focusing on throughout the rest of the day, when those feeder bands will be arriving and how strong the wind will be. So here's the forecast cone. They have this system bouncing back up into the Florida Straits. There's plenty of warm water here, so it could go back up to a Category 4, possibly impacting the Keys Sunday morning now at 8 a.m. with 140-mile-per-hour winds. Now, for a lot of folks, we're looking at this cone of concern, and we see that Miami-Dade and Broward are not in the cone of concern. But what this cone shows you is where the center, the eye of the system will be. It could be this far east or this far west, which means the eye could be right across interior portions of South Florida or as far west as the Gulf of Mexico. This is a big system. It's about 300 miles around. So even if the eye stays where it is right now, we're still going to see up to hurricane force winds here across our area with torrential downpours, the possibility of tornadoes as well. And then in the long run, the system is in forecast to move in across Fort Myers, right up down the west coast here through Tampa, possibly as a Category 3 by Monday with 115-mile-per-hour winds. Here's a look at the latest model runs. They are suggesting that this system is going to make that turn towards the north at any moment now. That's because high pressure is starting to move away. Strong upper-level winds are moving in out of the Gulf, and they're pretty much in unanimous agreement here that that's where they will track. Keep in mind that each one of these little lines across West Florida have a forecast error of about 100 miles in each direction, so we can't let our guard down here in South Florida. Everyone is going to get impacted, just some worse than others. So here is the wind field. Well, it's not popping up right now, but there we go. You can see the tropical storm force winds right here. By Sunday, 2 o'clock in the morning, just about everyone across South Florida will have winds of over 40 miles per hour. Then we focus on this patch right here, shaded in orange, which extends from Marathon down and through Key West. That's where we are looking to see winds in excess of 74 miles per hour, all the way to 130 or 135. And then eventually that will continue to track towards the northwest, impacting southwest Florida sometime 2 p.m. in the afternoon. And even by Sunday at 11 p.m., all of South Florida still dealing with tropical storm force winds, heavy rain, and that surge. Okay, wind gusts. Right now, Fort Lauderdale, already 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Miami, 30. Check out the Keys, 41 in Marathon, 40 in Key West. West Palm, 29-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We go in through Dade and Broward right now. Pompano Beach, 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Same in Fort Lauderdale. Picking up here across Hialeah, 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming out of the northeast, 30 Miami, 28 in West Kendall. As far as the Keys are concerned, it's been rather steady now with wind gusts of 40 and 41 miles per hour. So if the system continues to track towards West Florida, even though we may not be in that cone of concern that we continue to hear about, we are also going to be on the second most dangerous side of a hurricane. The most dangerous part is the eye wall next to the eye. But the northeastern quadrant, if you basically take the hurricane and split it into 4 parts, the northeastern sector, that's where you're going to find the second most dangerous part of a hurricane. That means plenty of heavy rainfall, gusty winds, and the potential for tornadic activity, which means we can get a tornado here or there at any time. So that is something that we will be watching throughout the afternoon. Now, here's the long-range forecast cone on Irma. After it leaves here the west coast, it continues to move right on up here through Gainesville. Tallahassee has a Category 4 even, and then hopefully raining itself out across the southeast, making a big turn back in through Kentucky and Tennessee, and even the remnants expected to be somewhere in Illinois by Thursday morning with 25-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be a huge rainmaker for them. Let me show you the satellite view here up close. A little bit of an interaction here with land. You can see that there's very little in the form of a lot of red shading just west of the eye. That means that there's very little rainfall here, so it looks like the terrain is impacting the flow of moisture from the ocean into the center. That's the tropical engine. Will that have a long-range effect? We really don't know right now. We're just going to have to wait and see if this will weaken any further as it moves into the Florida Straits. We have plenty of advisories. We have team coverage. And for that, we go right now to meteorologist Vivian Gonzalez for the very latest. Vivian.
Actually, we're going to interrupt because we want to hear from the governor.
Force winds, and nearly 25,000 people have already lost power. Hurricane Irma is battering the South Florida and the Florida Keys with dangerous winds and continues to remain a catastrophic and life-threatening major Category 3 storm with winds of 125 miles per hour. This is a deadly major storm, and our state has never seen anything like it. Millions of Floridians will see major hurricane impacts with deadly, deadly, deadly storm surge and life-threatening winds. There's a serious threat of significant storm surge flooding. There is a serious threat of significant storm surge flooding along the entire west coast of Florida, and this has increased to 15 feet of impact above ground level. 15 feet of impact above ground level. Think about that. 15 feet is devastating and will cover your house. In the Tampa Bay area, the surge is forecasted to be 5 to 8 feet. Think about that. The typical first story is 7 to 10 feet, 5 to 8 feet. This is a life-threatening situation. Remember, the storm surge comes after the wind. Do not think the storm is over when the wind slows down. Local officials will let you know when it's safe. The storm surge will rush in and it could kill you. Here in Orange County, you're under a hurricane warning and will see dangerous and life-threatening wind and torrential rainfall of more than a foot. The rainfall has already started in this area and the wind will begin tonight. We could also see tornadoes. Please take action to keep your family safe and shelter in place or find shelter now. There is a mandatory evacuation order for mobile homes in Orange County. If you have been ordered to evacuate anywhere in the state, you need to leave right now. Not tonight, not in an hour, now. You are running out of time to make a decision. Evacuations are in place across the state. More than 6.3 million Floridians have been ordered to evacuate. You need to listen to local evacuation orders. I'm a dad and I'm a grandfather. I love my family more than anything, and I cannot imagine life without them. Do not put your life or your family's life at risk. Right now is the right time to do the right thing for your family. School buses are aiding in evacuations. Please take advantage of this service. If you need to leave and are unable to do so for any reason at all, call 1-800-342-357. I'm sorry, 1-800-342-3557, and we will do everything possible to get you out. Protecting life is our absolute top priority. There will be no resource, there will be no expense that will be spared to protect lives. I urge everyone to check on your neighbors, families, and friends. If you know someone who is not evacuating and should, please contact them and make sure they have a plan to get to safety. But you can't wait to get out. You can't wait until the storm's here. You've got to do it now. Possessions can be replaced. Your house can be replaced. You and your family cannot be replaced. Shelters. We have been working with counties across the state to ensure there are enough shelters. Currently, there are more than 320 shelters open across every county in the path of the storm, and more are opening today. More than 54,000 Floridians have already taken shelter, and there's still room for more. If you have a building and emergency officials ask you to open a shelter, please comply. You will save somebody's life. This is so important to families seeking safety. Everyone in Florida needs to find a safe place to go. Traffic. Evacuation routes are moving, and we have stopped the shoulder driving on I-75 from Wildwood to the Georgia line because traffic is moving. If there's a need to reopen this, FDOT and Highway Safety will do so immediately. Evacuations are not meant to be convenient. They're meant to keep you safe. Check real-time traffic information and evacuation routes at fl511.com. Fuel. We are still aggressively working to keep gas stations open and filled. But this won't last much longer in South Florida because it will be unsafe to be on the roads. While all the fuel ports in Florida are now closed for safety as Irma impacts our state, following the storm, state troopers will resume escorting fuel supply trucks directly to gas stations across the state. I waived Florida motor fuel import tax for 5 days to help bring more fuel to our state for storm response and recovery. This will make our efforts to bring more fuel into our state help us bring more fuel from other states, neighboring states after the storm. We know fuel is important. We're doing everything we can to get more fuel in the state. Florida's prepared. Every single Florida Guardsman that can be deployed has already been deployed to prepare and respond to this storm across the state. We have so many members of our law enforcement that are putting their lives at risk to help Floridians get to a safe place, and they will not stop until it is no longer safe. We cannot thank our guardsmen, we can't thank our law enforcement, we can't thank any of our first responders enough because they're putting themselves at risk to take care of everybody else. Utility providers, they're actively pre-positioning resources throughout the state and in neighboring states. We all know the importance of getting power back on. We will work aggressively with our utilities to make sure it gets back on as quickly as we can. I want to be clear. We are under a state of emergency. Employees who perform vital services, including healthcare staff, we need you to be there to help your community. Right now, Florida needs 1,000 volunteer nurses to help at our special needs shelters. If you are a nurse, please, and you can volunteer, please email at HELP, HELPFL, HELPFL at flhealth.gov. So HELPFL at flhealth.gov. You can still email to the prior email address we were using, bprchd preparedness at flhealth.gov. Again, we need nurses. We need nurses for our special needs shelters. We've already received thousands of replies. This is great news, but we're still actively to try to get these individuals to our shelters. We're also going to continue to need volunteers before and after the storm. So many people across the country and across the world have called to offer their prayers and support. I want to thank the governors of the other states that provided every resource we've asked for. I know the entire country is behind us. I've been talking to the White House pretty much every day. I've been talking to FEMA all the time. I talked to Brock Long this morning, FEMA administrator. I've talked to almost every cabinet member, and they're doing everything they can to provide whatever resource they can. We have our country's best first responders ready to help us, and Florida will get through this. If you're in an evacuation zone, you've got to go. You've got to get out now. Get to a safe place. This is a catastrophic storm their state has never seen. Let's remember, we can rebuild your house, you can get your possessions again. We can't rebuild your life, and we can't rebuild your family. Florida is tough, Florida is resilient, Florida is unbreakable. Let's stay together and help each other. You can follow my Twitter account at FLGovScott for life safety messaging and updates in English and Spanish. Florida is an amazing melting pot of loving people, and I'm so proud to be governor of this incredible state. Hurricane Irma ya está impactando nuestro estado. Este huracán es muy peligroso. Acuérdense que la vida de usted y su familia es lo más importante.
The governor addressing reporters, the latest from state officials as the state keeps an eye on the storm. And I guess by way we should take care of introductions. Our first time with you to say 7 News coverage continues, the path of Hurricane Irma. Glad you're with us as we get through this together. I'm Craig Stevens.
I'm Balkis Nare. We are keeping track of this thing as we have been for the past several days, and we'll keep doing for days to come until we're out of the woods, it's out of the way, and then we can talk about what Irma left in its path. Right now, it has weakened to a Category 3 storm, but that is expected to change. Cuba getting the brunt of it. Let's start with Chief Meteorologist Phil Ferro. He's got some updates for us in regards to the storm, where it is, where it's going, and what's going on with it. Phil?
Well, what's new this morning is that the arrival for Irma across the Keys has been delayed. It's gotten hung up across the north coast of Cuba. And now we're looking at possible impacts sometime on Sunday, maybe 7, 8-ish, 9 o'clock in the morning. Here's a satellite view. A lot of things have been happening over the last 12 to 24 hours. If you recall, over the last day or so, the forecast models had the center of circulation kind of threading the needle between the Bahamas and Cuba. Well, that didn't happen. All of a sudden, last night, it was right along the coast, and then it just took a little dive right there, and now it has bounced back up. Now, that landfall across central Cuba with that terrain has kind of impacted the flow around the western side. It's not able to get a lot of the moisture that it needs and take it right back into that center of circulation. Therefore, the system has weakened. Now, what we don't know is if once it makes its way, or that center makes its way back into the Florida Straits, where there's plenty of warm water, if it is going to ramp back up in intensity again. So now, as of 12 p.m., 125-mile-per-hour winds. That is still a Category 3, and now 170 miles southeast of Key West, Florida. Here's the radar out of Cuba showing the eye wall here coming down on the backside, and still plenty of heavy rain across the central part of the island. That will continue to move in our direction. We want to go right now live to the National Hurricane Center to ask a couple of questions. And we do believe we have Mark Dia Maria, Acting Deputy Director, with us. Good morning, Mark. What can you tell us about this system? When is it expected to make landfall across the Keys?
Well, we're seeing it right now is it's emerging off the coast of Cuba, as you alluded to. And what we're seeing there is that it still has maintained a fairly good organization of the inner core. So even though Cuba has slowed it down a little bit, we don't see that that's disrupted it enough so that it won't intensify. In terms of the landfall in South Florida, we're thinking Key West is early morning hours of Sunday. Although the impacts will be felt quite a bit before then, because of the size of the system. So they should be expecting tropical storm force winds as early as this afternoon. In terms of the mainland of Florida, we're looking at Sunday night, although with impacts coming in the early morning hours. And again, further up the coast, we're looking into the Monday timeframe.
Miami-Dade and Broward counties here. What are we looking at as far as wind speeds, rain, and surge?
Well, in terms of the more westward track, given that it's a little more unlikely that the system is going to impact the South Florida area directly, that's a bit of a relief that we don't expect the inner core to go over the South Florida region. We do expect with the large circulation, though, to have an extended period of tropical storm force winds starting later today, possible some gusts to hurricane strength, and for that to spread up the coast. Rainfall, we're still expecting amounts of the 10 to 15 inches over the next couple of days in the Florida area, so there's going to be a significant rainmaker as well.
So this is going to be a large system. Everybody's going to get something, just some folks worse than others, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And now it's looking like the worst of it is the West Coast, but still some impacts along the East Coast as well.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Thank you. That's Mark DeMaria, Acting Deputy Director. All right. So as we continue here with our radar, we did get some new information now for South Florida. A brand new tornado watch has been issued for us. We're going to be on the dirty side, the dirty sector of the system, and the counties are into this advisory here, tornado watch, are Broward, Palm Beach, Collier, Mainland Monroe, and Miami-Dade. So basically Broward, Miami-Dade, Collier County, and Mainland Monroe. So we are now under the threat of some tornadic activity. There you go. There is the graphic, and this will remain in effect, I do believe, until midnight tonight. Midnight tonight, we're going to have that tornado watch here across South Florida. Let's go back here to the radar. Locally, we are seeing the outer feeder bands moving across South Florida, and a lot of this activity coming in. Now they're telling us that there's a possible tornado crossing US 41. This tornado now is moving in across parts of Collier County. So if I'm reading this correctly, US 41 is right here. So it's this area, that area right there, going across South Florida with the possibility of a tornado. This is what we are going to be dealing with throughout the afternoon. These feeder bands coming across. At times it's going to be very gusty, very rainy, with the potential of some twisters. And as those feeder bands increase in frequency, conditions are going to go downhill dramatically. Right now, Broward County, you are looking pretty good. Breezy. We have just one fast-moving shower south of Fort Lauderdale. Into Miami-Dade we go. There's a big swath of heavy rain impacting Miami Beach into downtown Miami. Miami International Airport, a huge downpour. By the way, these downpours are moving extremely fast, sometimes 30, 35 miles per hour. Some lightning associated with this activity. Key Biscayne right now, light to moderate rain. Heavy rainfall moving in through US 1 across Coconut Grove, Coral Gables, Cutler Bay, Pembroke, I should say, just a turnpike here. That's what I've been trying to say. From Cutler Bay through the turnpike, a lot of heavy rain that continues to move to the west. A lot of gusty winds associated here with all this heavy rain, and we are seeing another feeder band moving in across the Upper Keys. As we widen the view, just to the east of Marathon and Key Largo, there's a big swath of strong, heavy rain. And moving down in through the Keys West, you had a huge downpour about 10 minutes ago. Right now, the rain is just right around Cudjoe and continuing to move to the southwest. On this wider view of the radar, there are at least 2 more feeder bands across the Florida Straits aiming for us. And there's that big spin, the center, the eye just coming off of the north shore of Cuba. So where is it headed? It will continue to track right up and down the coast here of Cuba. And then, as the gentleman there from the National Hurricane Center just said, we are expecting this system to possibly make landfall somewhere across the lower Florida Keys. Sunday could be 7, could be 8, could be 9 o'clock in the morning. And then the cone continues to take the system up north. Now, just because we are not in the cone of concern doesn't mean that we're out of the woods. They may get the nastiest of activity across the western side of Florida, southwest Florida. We are still going to see the lesser impacts, but they could be just as important. Gusty winds up to hurricane force winds at time. The downpours that will cause some flooding, the storm surge, and now the potential is there for some tornadic activity as well. All the models are in fair agreement that this will continue to track towards the Keys, southwest Florida, taking it all the way up to points north. This system is going to stick around for a while, not just here, but throughout the rest of the U.S. as well. So moving along here in time, what we want to check for now is the possibility of when the strongest winds are going to show up. This is the wind field forecast. Now, the winds here, the tropical storm force winds, extend out from the center about 200 miles. By Saturday at noon already, we're starting to see those tropical storm force winds moving in across our area. And then here are the hurricane force winds. They extend out from the center about 70, 75 miles. They're just coming off of the north coast of Cuba. Tropical storm force winds will stick around through Sunday morning, but by Sunday at 4:30 a.m., those hurricane force winds are already across Marathon and Key West. Now is not the time to let down our guard. There's still plenty of Irma to be had. We're going to stay on top of it, and we'll have a lot more a little bit later on. Let's send it back to the desk.
All right, Phil, thanks for all those updates. Lots going on here, lots to keep an eye on. Just because Phil is saying it's Category 3 now, you know, now's not the time to start the hurricane party. The folks down in the Florida Keys still at high risk here.
Face a serious situation for a direct hit, and even, you know, metropolitan Miami-Dade and Broward no longer appear to be at risk for that. We are likely and soon going to begin to feel tropical storm force winds on a sustained basis, and that will produce damage. That will take power out. I just saw a friend of mine on social media. They're already without power, and we're barely seeing anything yet. So we can bank on power being out. We can bank on some scattered damage here and there. In fact, we're already getting some.
We've got some possibly in South Dade. Andrew Scheinthal at one such scene. Where are you, and what do you got there, Andrew?
So we are in Southwest Dade at Southwest 107th Avenue and Southwest 188th Terrace. You can see the damage that was done by here. People who live in the neighborhood and police officers are saying it was a possible tornado that came through this area. You can see this palm tree completely ripped out from the ground, and it went right through the fence. Now it's laying here in the middle of the street. There's debris up and down the road. You can see just over here there is a number of branches and just stuff now just sitting here in the street, and all this just started. And one thing we've been talking about is the fact that when these storm bands come through, they create tornadoes. Now, when we were in Texas covering Harvey, in about a 2 to 3 hour time span, there were 9 tornadoes near where we were in Galveston, Texas, and we were about 200 miles away from the eye of the storm. Those are just the outer bands coming through creating that. So as we've told you before, just because we're not going to be near the eye of this storm or as close as we anticipated, we're still going to see some catastrophic damage taking place. I mean, look at this over here. You can see the fence has come down because of the strong winds, the possible tornado that came through this area as well. And so luckily people in this neighborhood, a lot of them have up these storm shutters. You can see it was 100% worth it, because chances are, as these palm fronds, any of the planter box out here, the trees that are ripped up, the branches, they were flying around in the wind when whatever came through here knocked all this stuff down. And actually, we're now going to take a big step back, because I see there are some power lines down that I didn't see before. So we're going to walk back just a little bit. I'm helping our photographer walk backwards because I didn't notice those power lines that were down. So you can see it certainly is going to be a dangerous situation. And some of the video that we shot earlier just continues to show how some of these tornadoes are going to cause a lot of damage. And keep in mind, again, we are not near the eye of the storm and as close as we anticipated, but this is what we can expect. And the thing is, it's going to keep happening for hours and hours. So make sure your cell phones are charged, because the National Weather Service will send out an alert when you are in a tornado warning. They'll do their best to let you know as quickly as they can, and that will hopefully give you enough notice to get somewhere safe inside your home. But take a look at all this damage, and we can anticipate more of this throughout the weekend as these bands will just come through and continue to hit the area here in South Florida.
All right, Andrew, that is some good advice. And yeah, we were just talking about it. It doesn't take too much for that type of situation to happen, for fences to get knocked over, trees to get blown over, and people to lose power. Yeah. Thanks, Andrew.
Want to head up now to Deerfield Beach. 7 News reporter Lorena Estrada is there with a look at the morning as it's been, or now afternoon as it's been moving along. Lorena?
Hey there, yes, Craig Belkis, you're joining us now at a time when we are now one of the few people here at Deerfield Beach. Just an hour ago, there were dozens of people checking out the huge waves, which I have to point out, they are the biggest we've seen all day long. And if you can just tell you, I'll show you how one way to tell is that the waves are crashing into the bottom of the pier. So by the hour, these waves are now pretty massive. And again, that's one of the reasons authorities don't want folks out here. But moments ago, if we can go ahead and take you to video, you'll see some close-up shots of the waves. And then you'll soon see authorities implementing the curfew. Deerfield Beach, the city of Deerfield Beach, decided that they would have a curfew by noon. They wanted folks no longer on the beach. They wanted them away from the coastline because of the weather. You're looking at video now. I have to say no one was in trouble. Everyone cooperated, but these were just folks that wanted to be out here. They were wanting to spend some time outside because a lot of them tell me they even had cabin fever. You know, they've been watching the news, stocking up on supplies, and here they are. They wanted to spend some some time outdoors before having to go back inside. If we can take you back out here live, you're looking at right now officers escorting some people who are out on the water because, again, as of noon, as of 12 o'clock today, folks are no longer allowed on the beach or in the coastline area because, again, they were supposed to evacuate this area. So you're looking at folks who maybe weren't too sure about it. They didn't know. Maybe they lost track of time. But there you go. Officers reminding folks, hey, it's past noon. There is a curfew, and it is for your safety. Most of the people I talked to say they were perfectly fine with the curfew. They understand. Let's listen.
I guess it's necessary because a lot of people come out and, you know, if you're not prepared for the wind and the weather and everything else, it could be a problem for you. And we're obviously going to respect the curfew. That's why we get out early, so we can get back in and, you know, probably go back to bed. Yeah. You know, we've been up since about 5 or 6, and, you know, so, yeah. So we'll respect the curfew and we'll come back as soon as we can.
And that has been the sentiment for most people I've talked to, a lot of them families who, again, just wanted to spend some time out here. But they totally understand, although they say the hurricane seems to be going west, authorities encourage everybody not to put your guard down. And folks here understand that man you just heard from, he actually helped out when Hurricane Andrew hit. He went to the Kendall area, the Homestead area, and he helped some of the victims and survivors there. So he understands what it's like when there is a hurricane. He understands the warning. It's certainly not something you want to take for granted. So I also do want to mention that in Broward County, there is a 4 p.m. curfew. Again, everything is tentative to change. We are keeping a close eye on these advisories, but local officials are being proactive. Here in Deerfield Beach, it's noon, past noon. Get off the streets, go home, enjoy some time with your family just because you don't know what will be happening out here. So Craig Belkis, that is the very latest here in Deerfield Beach.
All right, Lorena, we'll be seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Well, there's so many people evacuated. It's the largest evacuation in Miami-Dade County history, that's for sure. And some almost 6 million people have been asked to evacuate in the entire state because of Irma. So we talk about Monroe, Miami-Dade, Broward County, even Palm Beach County, but from there on up, so many more people affected by the storm.
And that number grew as the cone shifted and other parts of Florida became more involved in this. Want to get to Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow, though, at the bottom of the hour for the latest thinking on the storm. Phil?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. You know, when you hear folks say that the hurricane has shifted west, what has shifted west is just the center point. So we're talking about the center point, the middle part of the hurricane, of a hurricane that's this big. So we can't let our guard down just because that point has moved over to southwest Florida. Everyone across our area from the east coast to the west coast of the Keys are going to be impacted by the system, some worse than others. So please, please, please heed the advice of all the authorities out there. Category 3, 125-mile-per-hour winds, moving west at 9, 170 miles now southeast of Key West, Florida. So as we take a look here at the satellite, you'll notice that late last night it kind of bounced off here, the northern coast of Cuba, and now it is starting to make that turn towards the northwest. Now, many things can happen. This is not going to travel in a straight line. No system does. They spin like a spinning top. So they will have wobbles to the east, wobbles to the west. So everything here from the Keys all the way to South Florida, we all need to remain vigilant because we do not know what kind of a wobble it'll take once it interacts with our land mass. You remember Matthew last year, it was aiming for us at the last minute. It made a wobble out to sea and spared us here. This system, as we see it on satellite imagery, with the eye just bouncing off of the north coast of Cuba, has most of the rainfall and the strongest activity in the east. It appears that the interaction with land has stopped a lot of the flow of moisture coming out of the Florida Straits across Cuba and back into the center of circulation. Will that keep it as a weaker system? We really don't know. We're going to have to wait and see what the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center says. There is a brand new advisory, however, for Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade, and the Keys, Southwest Florida. Here, a tornado watch until Sunday at 2 o'clock in the morning. Now, the reason for that is because we will be on the dirty side of the hurricane, the dirty sector. Outside of the eye wall, this is the second most dangerous part of a hurricane. You're going to find the strongest winds outside of the eye, heaviest of the rain, and then there's the potential for a lot of tornadic activity. Here on the storm tracking radar, we are looking at a few feeder bands coming across, one through Palm Beach all the way back in through Naples, another one through Broward County and at Miami-Dade, and then a couple of more sitting across the Florida Straits. Let's take a look here at Broward County. You're starting to see some strong activity moving in across Deerfield Beach, one area of spotty rain across Davie, but there's a lot more rain sitting offshore. This is moving quickly in your direction, and you should start to see some of that rain over the next 15 to 20 minutes. More rain across the radar in Miami-Dade County, moving fast from the beaches to downtown Miami, Hialeah, Miami Lakes. The airport has seen some heavy rainfall. Doral right now getting hit pretty hard. The Turnpike into Tamiami, Kendall Lakes with some heavy rain. Just a little bit of rainfall, light to moderate rain right now across Coconut Grove, Coral Gables, Cutler Bay, the Turnpike and US 1 across southern Miami-Dade County. As we widen up the view, Homestead, Florida City, Naranja, light to moderate rainfall for you. The Keys, not too bad right now. Key Largo, you're going to get hit here momentarily with stronger rainfall. The same with Tavernier. Marathon, you had some heavy rain, but right now you're looking dry. You should remain dry for about another 10 to 15 minutes until some more rain comes your way. Key West, you're looking at some light to moderate rain moving in. Cudjoe had some heavy rain about 15 minutes ago. The close-up cone places the system right across the Florida Straits during the late evening tonight, and then as a Category 4 right across the lower Keys. Sunday around 8 a.m. could be making landfall right across Key West and then aiming for southwest Florida. Could make an impact there as a Category 4 sometime 8 p.m. Sunday with 140-mile-per-hour winds. And the forecast cone, again, suggests that Palm Beach, Broward, most of Miami-Dade are out of the cone of concern, but we can't stress enough that the cone just tells us where the eye is going to be. So if the eye or if the outer bands of the system are 140 or 200 miles away from the eye, well, everyone across South Florida will be impacted, and that's what we here across the metropolitan area will be looking at. What the rain will be, what the surge will be. Of course, we know that there's a threat of tornadic activity all the way into the day tomorrow. All the latest model runs are in fair agreement that this is more or less the track that it will take through the Keys, Southwest Florida, and then on up through central and northern Florida. It's going to stick around for a while. We're going to have a system here in our hands for at least another 3 or 4 days, all the way up through Georgia. Wind speeds are picking up, 35 miles per hour in Fort Lauderdale, 39 Miami, 40 in Key West, 41 in Marathon. We're looking at 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Pompano Beach, 40 in Hialeah. Look at West Kendall, 55-mile-per-hour wind gusts here, and that was due to that one feeder band that went across about 5 minutes ago. And again, here at the lower Florida Keys, 41 and 44 Key West. Let me reiterate about the dirty sector. What is it? If you look at a hurricane, you split it in 4 parts like a pie. The northeastern quadrant, that is the second most dangerous part of a hurricane, and that's what we here across metropolitan Miami-Dade and Broward counties will be dealing with. We're not going to get the direct impact of a Category 3 or 4 like Southwest Florida or the Keys, but we will get the secondary, the second strongest part, and that's going to bring us the dangerous threat of tornadoes. We will have a lot more throughout the day. Now let's send it back to the desk.
All right, Phil, thank you for the thorough debrief, and we know we'll see you again real soon. Thanks.
You know what else has been thorough? All these evacuations that we were talking about a little while ago. So much going on up and down the state. Jeff Lennox has sort of a little bit of this, a little bit of that, of everything that Irma is affecting. Jeff?
Yeah, guys, as we have seen this track and the cones starting to shift on over to the west coast of Florida, so are the stresses and the concerns associated with this storm. Now mandatory evacuations, again, sort of last-minute evacuations here are underway in parts of Collier County, Lee County, the Fort Myers, Naples area, on up through Tampa, Clearwater, Sarasota, Hillsborough County, Pinellas County there. And this right here is a traffic camera video we just took in a few moments ago, I-75 at the Florida Turnpike. You can see a mass exodus right there. We heard Florida Governor Rick Scott a few moments ago talking about these new evacuations. So again, more people hopping in their vehicles, trying to get out of the state before Irma begins to make that northward turn on up the west side of the Sunshine State. I actually talked to a friend in Tampa driving into work earlier today. He said they were prepared maybe for a Category 1 type impact of a hurricane, but now they're actually having to change their plans, and they're trying to get out of Tampa because they're in a flood zone in the downtown area. So back down to Fort Myers right here. This is the Germain Arena, a large venue there in Fort Myers. A number of concerts and expos are held here year-round. You can see a large line. This is now going to be a shelter for many people in the Lee County area. And as you can see right there, we saw this earlier in the week with our shelters here in South Florida. All those people have to be processed. They have to give their identification, a lot of information before they get in. So they're seeing those long lines trying to get into a shelter there, the Germain Arena over in Fort Myers. That's right off of I-75 over in the Lee County area. Bringing it back home here to downtown Miami, want you to draw your attention to that crane right there in downtown. You can see it sort of spinning with those winds that we're starting to see here in South Florida. Many of those cranes, and I think you can see it right there, are weighted down. We were being told by construction crews that some of these cranes can withstand winds of a Category 4 hurricane, but already those pieces of construction equipment are starting to spin in downtown because of the winds that are starting to whip through the South Florida region. So we're watching those very closely here in the Newsplex. A lot of new video coming in as Irma begins to make her way closer to South Florida. So Craig and Belkis, we'll toss it back to you. And Craig, you used to work over in Fort Myers. We were talking a little bit earlier about that river, very prone to that storm surge. And that's why so many people you see going into those shelters right now over in Lee County.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jeff. We were talking about it and, seeing that crane spin. Mm-hmm. That's why the folks in the city said if you live on Brickell, you've got to evacuate because, these things could be iffy,
the cranes
tricky.
Aren't meant
exactly
for Cat 5, which for a while we thought we might be dealing with.
And they can't be secured. They need to spin. But anyway, thank you for all those updates, Jeff. And we have an opportunity to go to Fort Myers.
To go over to Southwest Florida, Jeff mentions Fort Myers, Lee County. There are extreme concerns. The river, he talks about the Caloosahatchee River, which is about a mile wide at the mouth. It traverses downtown, and if they get enough surge, the river gets narrower and shallower as you get closer to the city, and the water gets pushed in and overflows. Drew Griffin, CNN's Drew Griffin, is there. He's not in downtown Fort Myers. He's in Estero, which is essentially Fort Myers Beach, and there are also big concerns about the storm surge there, Drew.
Actually, we're outside the Germain Center. The Germain Center is a big, huge arena that's acting as a shelter, and this is where all the people who have been evacuated have decided to come. This shelter holds 8,000 people, but take a look behind me, Craig and Belkis. There are thousands in line. They have been in line for hours. I'm talking about 4 and 5 hours, some of these people, trying to get processed to get into this shelter. The shelter will hold 8,000 people. They believe that it will hold all of these people, but Lee County continues to open up and look for even more shelters. It has been managed chaos. People are being patient, but as the winds increase and they continue to stay in these long lines, you have to wonder if this may just become too much for some folks. But as you both said, Lee County and Collier County this morning had expansions of their evacuation zones. It really did get serious, and so I think many, many more people, well, thousands more people, obviously, who thought they perhaps would ride this out, just decided this morning ain't going to happen. So they've all come to this shelter trying to wait out Irma as it passes over Fort Myers and Lee County. Craig, Belkis?
Drew, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to discuss this with any officials over there, but I guess the hard part for the emergency management folks there is up until about a day ago, all the guidance indicated that they would get more of a glancing blow in southwest Florida, and the more direct impacts would be felt on the East Coast. Now that that's changed, emergency management officials at the county level there have had to quickly, in a relatively short amount of time, say, hey, look, no, we've got to turn everything around. This is going to be a more serious situation for us, and expand those evacuations.
Right, and that it continues to be this westward spin. Really, the people who really know and watch hurricanes saw it happening on Thursday, started to get ready. Yesterday, Friday, you saw all the barrier islands, Marco Island, Captiva Island, Sanibel, all those beaches, they evacuated and the shelters filled up. And so those shelters were full yesterday. Now today, they've had to open more shelters. And the problem is you just don't pop open shelters. You have to find staffing. You have to find the shelter itself. You have to make sure that the bathrooms are functioning before you open the doors, because the last thing you want is all these people inside creating a chaos situation. They have been, like I've said, Craig, it's been managed chaos. I've been pretty impressed with how they're handling a very difficult and ever-changing situation.
We had a similar problem here in Miami-Dade, Drew, with, as you mentioned, you can't just unlock the doors and say, hey, everybody come on in, we're ready. You need staffing, you need the volunteers. And, you know, we had a few problems and a few glitches here in Miami-Dade County, but they did get it worked out. I imagine the same will happen up where you are in the Fort Myers area. But are you getting a sense from the people there that they've gone from being, okay, we're good, to, oh no, we're anxious, let's run to the shelter, we're scared, we're afraid? I don't want to use the word panic, but, you know, scared.
No, they're nervous. I mean, come on. That's why they're here. If they thought they could ride it out. And another thing, as we show you this line, there's a lot of people here with special needs. A lot of people here that didn't want to be, I mean, let's face it, this part of Florida, there tends to be a lot more elderly here. We've seen a lot of wheelchairs. They don't want to be in a position where if they need help, not because of the storm, but after the storm, they would be in one of those positions where help could not get to them. We've heard many of them say to us, I just want to be riding out this storm where the help will be. And these shelters will have ambulances, will have medical help, will have the police here. So in case any kind of emergency develops, they will be in a place where their emergency can be handled. Not a hurricane emergency, a health emergency, a medication emergency, anything that would come up and could really debilitate people if they were not able to get help to wherever they are living.
How many shelters are open now, Drew? And are there plans to try and get a couple more open while there's still time?
Yeah, I'm trying to keep track. There were, Collier County, they had 9 full. They were trying to open up 20 more buildings by noon. They had opened 5 just a couple hours ago, so that was 14 plus 20 would be 34 in Collier County. In this county, I don't have the list right in front of me, Belkis, but it was at least a dozen, and they're continued to try to find more. In fact, they announced a couple hours ago another arena at Florida Gulf Coast University was opening as a shelter. So as they get staffing, and I think the governor is involved in this too, as they get the National Guard coming in here, they're able to locate a building, locate a staff, open up a shelter. I will tell you, people are still trickling in. I don't know if you can see it, but the line is there. Okay, that's the end of the line. It wraps all the way around this building. When we first came here, it wound through this parking area, maybe 3 or 4 switchbacks before you get to the end of the line. So the end of the line is getting shorter. You know, that's little comfort for the folks who have been waiting here for hours and hoping they're going to get inside before the raindrops start. Belkis?
All right, Drew, thanks for that update. Looks like they are opening more shelters. It's going to take a minute, but they'll get it done, just like it happened here in Miami-Dade County. It took a minute. There was some confusion, but we got it done, and people are safe. And I see the National Guardsmen walking back there behind Drew, too, so that's good. Everything's orderly, and hopefully it's going to stay that way, and people just need to be patient. But you're going to get through this.
Drew Griffin over in Southwest Florida, Estero, thanks so much. And he raises a really, really good point about this, and I know we've been talking so much more than usual maybe about storm surge. The Hurricane Center this year for the first time is putting out those forecasts for storm surge, and you've seen the maps and so on. But Collier County especially, where Naples is, and South Marco Island down there, is especially vulnerable to storm surge, really, really bad storm surge. Lee County, where Fort Myers is, not quite as much so. And the thinking is, again, the population, as Drew rightly points out, is a little older. If once the storm clears and you need something and you are trapped by storm surge, rescuers can't get to you. And that's one of the reasons, that's one of the motivating forces.
You worked in Fort Myers
for
many
a
years.
while. And that's one of the reasons why people are perhaps heeding the warning, knowing that if they stay, once the weather clears and if they're locked in by storm surge, assuming they've survived it, help can't get to them.
He made that point.
Yeah,
And we saw a lot of elderly people in that line. Hopefully they'll get in and get settled and find some comfort, maybe not physical, but that mental peace of mind that means, so much during times like this. Of course, you wish you were on your couch and your recliner with your cable TV and, chilling out at home. But once you get inside that safe place, you could just take a deep breath and sigh. You get that peace of mind that really
in
there's
a
nothing.
safe structure, and that if they need help, it's there.
It's going to get to them. Well, there was a situation earlier today, some sort of a fire that took place here back in our neck of the woods in West Park. Not sure if it's storm-related or not, but Alex DeArmas is at the news desk, and she's got a little info for us on what happened here. Alex?
Yeah, Belkis, Craig, that's still not known right now. We don't know what caused this fire, but the video, this is what I want to show you. These flames, look at those flames, the dark smoke, firefighters there on the scene, and the challenge here, those winds. We've been telling you about these strong winds. They're picking up as the day goes by. This happened in West Park, specifically at 3500 Southwest 40th Avenue. And again, the challenge here, this was a extra challenging because of the strong winds. Broward Sheriff Fire there doing their best to put it out. Since this started, of course, it has been put out. We also have confirmed that 10 adults and 5 kids were in there at the time. And this video is heartbreaking, especially because of the storm. We know everyone here in South Florida right now is stressed out and anxious, and then on top of that, a fire happening at this home. And so these people now worried about where they're going to go next. We do know that the Red Cross officials were on their way there to help them relocate. We also heard from a little girl who was part of that group. Hear what she had to say.
What happened?
Me and my mom was sleeping during the day, and then I smelled fire, so I jumped out of my bed, and my mom woke up too. I smelled smoke, but she thought it was light. So she told me to go over there and look by the window, and then it was fire. So she said, "Oh my gosh, it's fire." Then we ran everywhere to tell everyone to evacuate. She even spoke Creole to my cousins and stuff. And then we all escaped just in time because my cousin Janelle, she called 911 and then told everyone to come here. But now our house is gone.
It's okay, it's okay. But you're gonna go somewhere safe for the storm. Don't worry, you're a hero. You got everybody out okay?
I had to push my dad because he's a little slow. He has a sore leg, his left leg. He has a sore leg, so I had to push him. He was working fine. Right when everyone was behind me, the glass started breaking down, and he came closer. But we got out just in time.
Got everybody out safe, and that's all that matters. Your house can be fixed.
Speechless. Wow. You see the emotion. Belkis, Craig, I mean, that's emotion that's being felt all over South Florida, but that little girl in particular, because of this fire, at this point, it's not clear if it's storm-related. If we do confirm that, we'll let you know. Back to you.
Poor little thing, broke my heart. She was like telling her story, and she was so passionate about it, and then it just like hit her, and I lost my house. And then, but I helped my dad. So sweet. God bless her.
And you think about the young people. I mean, it's anxious enough for the adults, the parents.
Yeah.
For the young ones, and I was having a chat on Twitter yesterday with somebody who was 14 when Andrew hit, and how scarred he was by that experience, and how this experience up till now has really raised his level of anxiety as an adult, based on what he remembered those days and weeks after the storm.
Yeah.
Particularly, And you got to really, really watch out for the kids and make sure that they're have the information they can handle, but in a way that they're, you know.
And they're kids, but, you know, you want to let them know what's going on. You want to keep them in the loop. You want to, you know, they need to know what's up, but you just have to do it in that optimistic, positive way that everything's going to be okay. So as we take a look here, this is Channel 7. This is right outside our building here in North Bay Village. It's gray, it's kind of soupy and wet. We can hear the feeder bands come through overhead here while we're sitting out here on the desk. We hear when the rain starts to hit our roof, and then it kind of stops, and that's going to be the way for quite some time.
Deerfield Beach to the north, where it is also overcast. Suffice it to say, we didn't have to tell you it's overcast. It's going to be that way for the next couple days. Be paying close attention to the coastline, of course. Saw it on Miami Beach. Can't really see it in this shot, but there's already been a good deal of erosion as a result of the strong surf brought on by the storm.
And this is Key West, live pictures of Duval Street, if I'm not mistaken, and it is full-on evacuation in the Florida Keys. The evacuations there, I want to say they started Wednesday afternoon for tourists, and then all day Thursday, residents and tourists were ordered out. And
Wednesday morning for tourists, Wednesday evening for residents.
For residents. Oh, somebody just went by on a bicycle. And we've heard from Phil, we've heard from the governor, we've heard from the emergency managers in the Florida Keys. And there goes a pickup truck. The Florida Keys, not the place to be. You do not want to be there. You cannot withstand what is headed your way. It's going to be a big storm, and the Florida Keys very low lying. The storm surge is going to be devastating there. So if you're watching and you're still in the Florida Keys and you're on the fence, you may still have time. I guarantee there's no traffic, that's for sure, for you to get on US 1 and zip on out of there.
And the first responder situation with the Key.
They can't get to you.
So you're really on your own, and if depending on what happens with the surge, you're really on your own.
There goes another guy on a bike, another truck.
Let's
hope for the best for those people that we're seeing roll through in these live shots.
We're trying to get this so we hit the top of the hour and the bottom hour to bring you weather. But we want to get to Omar Lewis right now. He's on South Beach. Omar, what do you got?
Well, these rounds of rain that we've been seeing have been getting more and more intense every time. And now the city of Miami Beach issuing a curfew from 8 o'clock tonight to 7 o'clock to morning. And let's show you why. These rains coming down and these bands coming down very intensely every single time. Again, we've been here since about 2 o'clock this morning, and each time they come around, more rain, heavier winds, and that is why the city of Miami Beach has now implemented a curfew of 8 o'clock tonight to 7 o'clock Sunday morning. And they have that curfew for anyone out here, business owners, people, anyone outside. They say you may be subject to arrest, and police say they're serious about that. Take a listen.
As the outer bands push in and winds whip onto Miami Beach, Hurricane Irma inching closer, palm fronds blowing in the wind and rain coming down.
The power of the nature is unbelievable.
Miami Beach police on patrol urging people not to come to the beach, even to snap a picture. More than 60 beach officers are patrolling the streets, ready to make their presence known and ready to help while they still can.
There's a reason the mayor, there's a reason the governor, there's a reason the mayor of Miami-Dade said please evacuate. That's because there's a point at which we cannot deliver services.
Here on Miami Beach, their waves are crashing in, and by the moment they are getting larger and larger. The usually popular Ocean Drive is now boarded and desolate, with business owners and residents alike worried about the storm surge and significant impact caused by the wind. The American Red Cross also on hand, ready to step in as everyone gets out of Irma's way.
Step one is protect lives.
And so at this point, the city of Miami Beach issuing a curfew from 8 o'clock tonight to 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. And we want to show you some video from earlier today. The squalls every time getting more and more intense. And that video showing how the rain is just coming down out in this area. And so we've seen these rounds and people coming actually to the beach to take pictures. And Miami Beach police saying that is a dangerous thing to do. And they are strongly advising against doing that. And that is why they implemented that very strict curfew for anyone who is outside, business owners, people, anyone they say that is outside, you will be subject to arrest. That's what the police say. So we are live right now on Miami Beach, but that is the very latest for now. We're going to send it back to you guys.
Omar, are you seeing a lot of people kind of, loitering and hanging out, or is everybody pretty much locked in or gone, evacuated? Oh, okay. Omar can't hear us.
He lost the ability to hear us, but it looked as though it's been fairly quiet.
I saw the one guy behind him with a cell phone. You always have those people that want some video and want to Snapchat or FaceTime or whatever.
I don't know about you. I have to say, among the people I know who are the ones who ordinarily would run out there to surf or to get a kick out of it, it seems to me a lot of them, and there were a few I was skeptical, but I think this time around they've understood the gravity of the potential of what could happen. Now listen, I mean, now that the core of the storm looks to be to our west, for us, definitely not for our friends in the Keys and certainly not for our friends on the west coast of Florida, but we are, and not to sound like a broken record, we are beginning tonight going to feel extended periods of tropical storm force winds, and that's enough to knock out power, bring down limbs, with occasion where we'll feel tropical or hurricane force winds.
And we're on the northeast quadrant of the storm, which is what we call, the dirty side of the storm. Major thunderstorms, possible tornadoes. We're all under a tornado watch. Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. We're all under a tornado watch into the evening. So just because, we're out of that.
No, and quite frankly, I think it'd be kind of callous, when a place that so many of us enjoy and have friends and spend time are still very much under the gun. Anybody in the Keys,
the Florida
Monroe
Keys.
County, and that's part of our neighborhood. And while the metro areas may not see the brunt of this, our friends there are likely to see a lot more, if not the brunt. And so that's no reason to
And it's so
celebrate,
true.
as far
Even
as
though
I'm
we
concerned.
don't live in the Florida Keys, I mean, how many of us haven't spent time there and enjoyed the beauty and the fishing?
And have friends there who live there and work there and make their livelihood there.
Absolutely.
This is going to be a vastly different experience for them. So we need to keep that in mind, that this event is just getting started. We're on the periphery of getting started, and it's going to get progressively worse as the afternoon wears on. So as we come in on the 1 o'clock hour, and we're keeping an eye on the ominous clouds and the look outside, we are bracing for an indirect impact of the storm here in the metro areas, much more of a considerable impact in the Keys and certainly for our friends on the west coast. And dare I forget, our friends and family in the northern edge of Cuba. Who took at heart, and maybe when we go to him he can talk about this, but a lot of the forecast tracks earlier on thought the center would stay off the island. And then all of a sudden, just goes to show, the best computer models in the world and so on, but Mother Nature does what it does.
Can't compete with
And
Mother
the core
Nature.
went over parts of Cuba. So in any event, that's going to do it for us for the time being.
I'm Belkis Nure.
Craig Stevens, Lynn, and Jeff will be here to pick it up in a moment. Right now, though, here's Phil with more.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, Craig, most of the computer models are suggesting this system would remain right across the open waters here between the Bahamas and Cuba. But late last night, it took a little dip right into the northern edge there of Cuba, dumping a lot of heavy rainfall. That interaction with land helped to weaken the system just enough. But now, as we take a look at the big view, there is indications now that the eye is starting to come back into the warm waters there of the Florida Straits. It's been a rough night for central Cuba with a lot of downpours. That's going to lead to flooding with the potential there for some catastrophic landslides, mudslides, especially as you go on down here the southern coast. There are some mountainous regions there. All right, so here is the latest on advisories, tornado watch until Sunday at noon. Until Sunday overnight, 12 a.m. Sunday, 12 a.m. So at least tonight all the way in through Sunday, midnight. All right, here is the storm tracker. We can see that we have thunderstorms moving rather quickly from those feeder bands off the Atlantic, making their way across coastal Broward. Right now, Pembroke Pines and Davie and Southwest Ranches will be seeing some activity really soon. Across northern Miami-Dade County, we have another batch of heavy rain. This is moving by so fast. These streamers here of rain, basically 30, 35 miles per hour now from North Miami Beach to North Miami. 441, I-95 across the Palmetto in through, all the way west and through Chrome Avenue, getting in through the Everglades, moving rather quickly. Some more activity sitting just offshore for the time being. South of US 41 going into the Hammocks, Homestead, it's dried out rather nicely, but we do have another feeder band making its way across Key Largo. In between Key Largo and Marathon, very heavy rain there, gusty winds as well. Not a lot of lightning now, and the lower Keys getting a break from all that activity. Here's the latest advisory, 1 p.m. just updated, 125-mile-per-hour winds. It remains as a Category 3, but it is moving slow. Remember a couple of days ago, moving at 16, 14, 12, and now it's down to 9. And the longer or the slower it takes to move out of here, the longer it's going to take to aim for South Florida, Southwest Florida, the Keys down the road. So here's a Category 3. Right now, northern Cuba, the model suggests that the arrival time now for the Keys will be sometime Sunday, 8 a.m. as a Category 4 system. You will notice in the cone that Miami-Dade and Broward counties are out of the cone of concern. The cone only shows you where the center, where the eye of the storm is going to be. So even if the eye is right by Marathon or just to the north of Marathon, we are still going to be in the area where we're going to get up to hurricane force winds, plenty of rainfall. And because we are in the northeastern side of the hurricane, that is the second most dangerous part of a system. We can even get tornadoes, and that's why we are under that tornado watch at least until midnight. Down the road, Fort Myers has a Cat 4 sometime Sunday at 8 p.m. and then by Monday at 8 a.m. just north of Tampa. So here are the latest models. They are all pretty much in unanimous agreement here that the system will track right up and down the west coast. A few of the models are hinting a possible loop back into Cuba and then come on out. Right now, there are 2 of them showing that possibility. I do think that those are outlier models. This afternoon, the winds continue to pick up. 36-mile-per-hour winds in Fort Lauderdale, 23 Miami. Check out Marathon, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts right now. 36 in Fort Lauderdale, 26 in Pompano Beach. Hialeah, 41. West Kendall, 32, and Miccosukee, 42-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Back down to the Keys. Key West 41, 60 in Marathon. Weather advisories, we have plenty of them this afternoon. We have obviously a hurricane warning that will remain in play until the, at least until the system is out of the area. We have a complete update on all the advisories, and we go now to Brent Cameron.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. South Florida, yes, hurricane warning in effect for everyone. Everyone here in South Florida. Areas, once again, look to get a little worse. And by the way, that red area, that warned area, includes just about every corner of the state, all the way up to Jacksonville, all the way up to nearly Tallahassee. And that is where we are going to find the real concerns for those hurricane force winds. Now, we have other threats, of course, too. Numerous threats. What about the one for flooding? Well, we're still under a flood watch. And this is going to mean rain on the order of 10 to 15 inches will be possible. 10 to 15 inches through the entire event dealing with Hurricane Irma. And those rain bands may persist in some spots longer than others. Don't know where that's necessarily going to be here on the map, but some spots may find localized flooding quite more significant than other areas. Storm surge warned area, that's been a concern for a while. I've noticed just since yesterday, this has been moving inland even more for the southwest part of the state. For where we are for a lot of you in southeast Florida and along the coast and in the Keys, that is where we find the storm surge warnings that continue, and that is going to once again bring about that devastating area of water that comes on shore from the wind. Now, we do find a storm surge potential. Here's a little bit of an estimate, first beginning with southwest Florida, as we find the greatest threat shown here in the orange shaded areas. This is where we find a storm surge potential greater than 9 feet. All of these above ground, so think of it taller than any person here. And then we find about a 6-foot storm surge shown here in the orange color that extends this way. And once again, that concern will be for especially coastal Miami-Dade and even into coastal Broward County. That storm surge threat for you in the Keys. We have that storm surge expected to be anywhere from 4 to 10 feet. Next high tides, we're going to be tracking these the rest of today, tomorrow, all of these cycles. And that is actually going to add some real insult here, because we are going to find these high tides on top of that water push we were just talking about with the storm surge. So the waves, the high tides, all of this is a push of water that's going to be a problem. And there you see these times, most of these just passing Deerfield Beach. We've passed in most of these Broward, and we'll continue to update these as warranted throughout the day today, tonight, and on Sunday as we continue to monitor the threat. Other threats, South Florida. All right, so when we talk about those hurricane force winds, what can they do? At this point, Phil was just telling you, the core of the system, the eye of Irma, don't consider that the worst of it. That is certainly something we tend to focus on, but is just to the east of that center that you often have the worst of the winds. And then that far-reaching effect, right now it's the projection that the system is going to move upwards from the Keys into the Gulf of Mexico or the southwest coast, but all of southeast Florida will still be impacted with those most likely hurricane force winds, and also, of course, the storm surges we've been talking about that will overwhelm much of southeast and southwest Florida, as well as the Keys. All right, we're going to update some graphics. Be back in just a few minutes with more on Irma.
Brent, as we're now seeing this shift in the track over onto the west coast of Florida, we're looking at the towns of Tampa, Fort Myers, Naples, specifically with Tampa, very prone to flooding with Tampa Bay. What are the concerns there? I mean, they're getting to these evacuations very late in the process.
That's right. As a matter of fact, the cone did shift, as mentioned, the last day or two. And with that, here is that close-up cone as we track Irma northward over time. And once again, we're looking at the system impacting the Keys to begin with. And then the concerns are going to ramp up from the southwest coast up into the area that you're mentioning, Jeff, at this point. So for, say, the Tampa area, as we monitor those conditions, it's still down the road quite some time. We're talking about impacts beginning even more on Sunday for this area. Farther north you go, the impact's going to be felt a little bit later. And then, of course, the Tampa area is going to be prone, of course, to lots of flooding and also that serious storm surge coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. So that's going to be a concern there as we go into time. Hopefully here, and according to this cone, there is a little bit of difference now, some weakening expected. This would happen if perhaps the cone, or the actual center of the storm, I should say, would track more on the west, I should say the east side here, the east side of the cone, actually. And then the models do show, of course, we need to stop there and go to the Hurricane Center. Right now we're joined by Mark DeMaria. Mark, you able to join us here? Thanks for your time. Can you give us an idea here? We're looking at the models. Models pretty consistent at this point. Can you help us focus now on the fact that the core of the system looks to be avoiding southeast Florida, but why we shouldn't let our guard down?
Yes, it looks like in particular we're seeing on the satellite imagery the center of Irma is now emerging off the north coast of Cuba. And although the Cuba reduced the winds a little bit, it looks like it's reorganizing so that we think that it's going to remain a very powerful hurricane. In terms of the track, now because we're seeing that northward turn, we're starting to be a little bit more certain about where this is actually going to go and where the main impacts are going to be. And again, the models are zeroing in on the west coast of Florida. We will have some impacts here on the east coast because of the large size of the system, but it's becoming less likely that the intense inner core of that, what we expect to be a Category 4 hurricane, is going to go directly over the eastern part of Florida. That looks much less likely at this point.
And of course, as we think about the eastern part of the Florida, as you mentioned, what kind of wind speeds could we still be encountering as Irma continues to lift northward?
Yeah, we haven't reached the closest point of approach yet of Irma, so we're anticipating still a considerably long period of tropical storm force winds, possibly in the western suburbs and then right along the coast where you have the marine exposure. Still possible to get hurricane force gusts over the next 12 to 24 hours, even along the east coast.
And Mark, can you tell us too, I know with the latest advisory, as monitored just a few minutes ago, it did say that the system is slowing down in forward speed. Is that a trend that's likely to continue?
We're expecting it to slow down a little. It was down to, I believe, about 9 miles per hour. And we were anticipating that just before the turn. So that's another sign that that northward turn that we've been anticipating is starting to happen now.
Okay. We'll continue to follow that very closely, obviously. Thanks very much, Mark DeMaria from the National Hurricane Center, as we look at those models. Local wind gusts look like this right now. These aren't going to get any lower, I'm afraid. These wind gusts are going to stay on the high range the rest of today, tonight, tomorrow. With that gradual approach, these gusts could be well over 100 miles an hour right now. The highest reading in the Keys at Marathon. Notice Marathon with a northeast wind at 60 miles per hour, that wind gust. And we'll look for additional squalls coming in along with those fast-moving rain bands as we've seen on the radar. And sometimes we often notice those gusty conditions a little more prevalent around the coastal areas coming in off the ocean. Not necessarily the case because we're still seeing some very significant wind gusts well inland to Miccosukee at 42 miles per hour. So things are just going to once again continue to intensify as we continue to monitor the distant Irma, which is now 160 miles away from Key West. At least that's tracking the actual center of the circulation. We'll be back in just a few more minutes. Stay tuned.
Brent, thank you. And that's exactly why officials are urging everybody, even though you're looking outside and you're saying, well, it's not so bad, or you're looking on your phone and you say, well, the eye's not coming over us. As you just heard Brent and the National Hurricane Center say, we are still going to be feeling some really, really strong winds, tropical force storm winds for a duration, and tornadoes possibly later in the day, in the next 24 hours. They're urging everybody to stay in shelters. If you're currently in a shelter, stay put. If you're in a home, it's not the time to take down shutters. In fact, they're so serious about this, Miami Beach is cracking down with a curfew.
They sure are. We're still under mandatory evacuations in Miami-Dade and Broward County, also Monroe County. Right now, Belkis Nure live at the news desk with more on that curfew, Belkis.
Couple of cities have curfews now. City of Miami has just added a curfew as well. If you live in the city of Miami, beginning today at 7 p.m., the city of Miami, Miami Mayor Tomás Delgado has just issued the order that you are under a curfew from 7 p.m. until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. And again, this is because of the fact that we will be getting these tropical storm winds and whatnot. You know, this is a big concern in the city of Miami, especially in the Brickell area. You've got so much construction in so many parts of Miami. Brickell, downtown, you know, near the PAM Museum. There's so much construction, so many cranes, and there's really no way to take these things down safely, and there's no way to secure them. They have to spin. This is how they keep from toppling over. They've got to spin. This is a big concern within the city of Miami, and that's why some city officials told people in the Brickell area to evacuate. But, you know, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. tomorrow, no one on the road in the city of Miami. The mayor just issued this order. And again, a lot of these cranes are part of the reason why it's just not going to be safe for you to be driving around or being in your car. And in addition, you've got tropical storm force winds, and then we're going to get to a point that it's going to be sustained tropical force winds, and that's going to have, you know, debris flying all over. As far as Miami Beach, they are also under a curfew. This one starts at 8 p.m. tonight until 7 a.m., and it's for the next 72 hours. So between the hours of 8 p.m. and 7 a.m. in Miami Beach, no one will be allowed on the streets, on the roads, until Monday. Monday at 7 a.m. is when that all clear will be given. But again, between 8 p.m. and 7 a.m. on Miami Beach, no one on the roads, no cars, no pedestrians, no one, unless you're an officer, fire personnel, hospital worker, etc., unless you're involved with some kind of essential service during the storm, you are not allowed to be on the street in a car or on foot or anything else. But this is in Miami Beach from 8 o'clock in the evening until 7 a.m. And this is a live picture of the beach. It looks like this might be part of Lincoln Road. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it's Ocean Drive. Don't really know. But the good news is you see a lot of these hotels and buildings boarded up. And thankfully, Miami Beach under an evacuation, mandatory evacuation. This was, they're in Zone A. This was the first part of Miami-Dade County to get issued an evacuation order. And it looks like, thankfully, a lot of people did heed that warning. But again, Miami Beach, 8 p.m. to 7 a.m., no one on the road beginning tonight at 8. No one on the street, mandatory curfew. And as far as the city of Miami goes, you guys beginning 7 p.m. until 7 a.m., no one on the streets in the city of Miami. I would anticipate that perhaps as the evening wears on, we may be hearing more curfews from more cities. But the news desk is manning this, and as we get new information that we need to pass on to you, we will bring it to you. For now, live at the news desk, I'm Belkis Nure, 7 News.
Okay, thank you, Belkis. And we've been watching a lot of these cameras coming in. That was Lincoln Road right there, and that is not the normal sight on a Saturday, usually very packed but very quiet. This right here is a traffic camera. This is US 27 at Sterling, and in that area there's a power line down, kind of tough to make out. But that is the report that we are getting in, and we will likely see these reports coming in more frequently as the hours go on and those winds do pick up. Again, like Brent and Phil were saying, we're going to see those tropical storm force winds. We're going to see hurricane gusts in the hours to come. So we will get more reports of trees down, power lines down, and that is why we really push out there that you should stay inside as these systems move on through. So again, right there, that is Sterling Road at US 27 in Pembroke Pines. Reports coming in that a power line is down in that area.
Yeah, and Phil also indicated, and Brent as well, because we are on the so-called dirty side of this storm, the northeastern quadrant, we're going to be possibly experiencing some tornadoes. In fact, there's at least over 20,000 people in Miami-Dade County without power, a little over 500 in Dade County. So again, you're looking at a live picture there of a down power line around US 27 and Sterling Road. Let's now go to 7's Ann Keel. She's in Hollywood, where the winds are picking up. You're right on the beach, and we see somebody behind you just taking in a pretty picture, but it's definitely not the place to be.
No, that's right. Actually, about 35 minutes ago, the sand started coming off the beach at such a speed that no one could even look in that direction. It was pelting everyone inside. Everyone went running and screaming. People were out here with their children. Again, you can see people again out here. 35 minutes later, they're out here again. Likely not the same group that got that reality check about 35 minutes ago. And I can tell you, the sun all of a sudden, you know, the little bit of sun we had, the little bit of light we had just left the sky. It was black and gray, and that sand came through, and then we had a torrential downpour. And it speaks to the fact that we are having these bands. It's calm, a little bit windy on and off, and then all of a sudden you really see the force of this incoming hurricane. And even though it has shifted, people out here are going to see severe weather. And I want you to go ahead and listen to a few people we spoke with earlier.
It's curling to the left a little bit, but there are so many people that are getting complacent in Miami on this coast, thinking it's not going to hit us, but as you can see, it's coming.
It's fast. You know, it's covering a lot of territory. We don't have an idea of what it's going to end up, you know, landing and being, and what impact it's going to have on us, so we have to plan for the worst. We just have to.
She's not holding back. Not holding back at all, folks.
I have storm windows, and I'm all prepared, and I'm scared to death. I don't think it's going to change.
Now, keep in mind, this is a mandatory evacuation zone. That means that everyone who lives here was asked to leave to go to friends and families' houses or even shelters, because if the severe weather came to a point where, people's lives were at risk, emergency responders may not be able to reach them. That obviously causes an even bigger issue. And I want you to shift again here to show you what is coming off the ocean at this hour. The waves just continue to hit that shoreline, and people still out there, but these waves are no joke. And obviously the warnings continuing this afternoon and into the evening. The better place for you is home with your family and with your loved ones. Reporting live on Hollywood Beach, Ann Keel, 7 News.
And Ann, of course we understand the fascination with wanting to see this rough surf out there. We get that, but we urge people to stay inside. It is so dangerous because that storm surge, as we have heard Phil and Brent talk about, it can come in at a moment's notice. We saw that police officer, Ann, going behind you. Are they warning people? Are they getting out of their squad cars and telling people to leave the beach at this moment?
Well, you are breaking up a little bit, but I did hear you mention these police vehicles. They have been coming in and out of this area, driving by. They have been speaking to a few people. I think they're reminding people that, in fact, this is a mandatory evacuation zone. But as you can see, people are out here taking selfies, bringing their children out here as well. And, the warnings are out there. Hopefully everyone, as the time goes on, as we realize that, here in Broward County, the curfew was set at 4 o'clock, people will start to understand how powerful this weather is and how powerful Mother Nature is.
Well, we can understand, Ann. I mean, we've all been very stressed here in South Florida for the past couple of days. People have been either holed up in their homes or their apartments or shelters. So it's understandable maybe people want to get out and stretch, but it's definitely not the right time to do this. We saw somebody just drive by you or ride by you in a bicycle. Again, police are urging everybody to stay in a shelter. Officials are as well. It's not time to take down any shutters as well, and it's definitely not time to go to the beach. So, Ann, before we leave you real quick, so do you feel like you're feeling the outer bands maybe every now and then? Like right now, it seems like maybe it died down and then you get another kick of sand and maybe some rain?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've been seeing sort of, back and forth where we felt the heavy wind this morning. We've been out here since 2 a.m. So we've been feeling this weather, but all of the sudden, this weather just hit us. I mean, it was scary. People were running and screaming with their children. So I think it was a reminder that we really don't know what's going to happen from moment to moment. We need to take precautions out here. I went through Hurricane Andrew back in many years ago, 25 years ago, and we saw some of this same weather. So people should definitely, as county officials, as state officials have said, not let their guard down.
Man, we do see some people taking pictures right there. Selfies, I'm sure, a priority for a lot of people. Not a good thing to be doing. But these waves can be a magnet for surfers. Clearly, the rip currents can be very dangerous out there as a tropical system is off the coast. Are you seeing any surfers out there as we watch some bicyclists go on by?
No, that's the good news. We have not seen anyone even attempt to get into the water. And as you can see out here, these waves are crashing on the shoreline. And I will tell you, earlier this morning, the water was much further back than it is right now. It was nowhere near this Broadwalk. And, it's dangerous. You can see it right there. You see white caps in the distance. And this wind is coming in strong, as I'm sure you all can hear from the studio.
And let's just stay, if your photographer can hear us, let's just stay trained on this picture right here. I mean, look at those waves. That beach is taking a pounding there in Hollywood Beach. Let's remind ourselves, too, that the storm isn't even here. Even though it appears we're not going to get the eye, we're definitely going to be feeling the outer bands, and the major strength of the storm has not even arrived. Phil Farrow and Brent Cameron just said a few moments ago that the storm has stalled and could actually pick up strength in the Florida Straits. So this is just the beginning. I mean, look at that surf. Incredible. A reminder to everybody, it is not the time to go to the beach because you never know with these tropical force storm winds when they're going to kick up and what they could do. And it definitely is the last place you want to take your kids, especially little kids.
And troubling seeing out there. We just saw that shot of the Broadwalk there in Hollywood, and there's a lot of people out there east of US 1 Federal Highway. They are still under a mandatory evacuation there in Broward County. And again, conditions can get very bad as these bands start moving on shore. So those people, they need to get inside as soon as possible to weather out this storm and not be out there taking pictures.
I don't know. It looks pretty crowded. It doesn't
Yeah.
look like people are running inside. I think you know, again, it's the anxiety for the last couple of days and people looking at the radar and just, you know, looking outside thinking, whoa, it's not so bad. It's going to get worse. So, again, a warning to everybody. All these people need to go inside. The good news is, as you mentioned, Jeff, it doesn't appear that anybody's going in the water because that is extremely, extremely dangerous. All right, these are live pictures again out of Hollywood Beach. We'll go back to Ann Keel in just a little bit. Let's now take a look at Deerfield Beach. We have a live picture there as the winds are indeed also kicking up. Again, we know in Miami there are curfews, but this is a picture in Deerfield Beach, and this pier has been taking a beating.
And I've been there before when these storms are off the coast. I've seen the surfers out there, and it is a good thing to see that. Normally you'll see them paddling out there on their boards. You're not seeing that right now. That is a good thing. We hope it stays that way. Stay indoors because, again, this surf is only going to get angrier and angrier as that storm gets closer. And I believe we have live pictures now going to Key West. Look at that. Already over that seawall. That is the southernmost point, a big picture spot there
Yeah, who
in
hasn't
Key
taken
West.
a picture there?
Yeah, right?
You know,
Everyone has one.
And we are very, very concerned for our friends in the Keys, Key West, on the West Coast. And you know, it's going to look a lot different in 24 hours. As Phil and Brent have said, the storm has slowed down a little bit, so we're expecting this to actually hit Sunday, maybe aim for the Tampa Bay area. Also Sunday evening into Monday. So the surf is kicking up there at the southernmost point in Key West. Live pictures we saw last night and all through the day. There are also plenty of people in the Keys thinking that they can weather this storm. But the National Hurricane Center says some of the Keys are going to be underwater.
And right around the corner, you have the Navy base. A lot of their personnel have been evacuated. Only essential personnel are staying behind to weather this storm. And again, you're right, Lynn. Last night on Duval Street, normally very crowded on a weekend, on a Friday night, on a Saturday morning with people. It is empty right now for the most part, but still seeing some stragglers behind, thinking they can ride out this storm. Exactly what officials do not want them to do. Monroe County has been under mandatory evacuations since Wednesday, and it will stay that way until the flip side of Hurricane Irma has moved on through.
And you can see where this eye wall, the eye is chewing up or about to leave portions of Cuba and head, we understand, for somewhere in the Keys and then the Tampa Bay, St. Petersburg area. A reminder to everybody watching as we're looking at this webcam there on the left in Key West and looking at where Irma is right now on the right. We are all under a tornado watch right now and a hurricane warning. We are expecting tropical storm force winds, possible tornadoes and power outages. And look at these people down there in the Keys. We wish them the best. Our hearts go out to them. You know, it looks like this is the eye is hitting somewhere in the Keys.
And it's important to note, Lynn, you know, it has been downgraded to a Category 3, but like I'm sure Phil will mention here in a few moments, it still very well could hit Key West, the lower, middle, and upper Keys as a Category 4 storm, a major hurricane.
Because of the warm waters. Okay, now let's head over to meteorologist Phil Farrow for an update on Irma.
All right, you know, you guys have been looking at great pictures there out of Key West with all that surge coming in, starting to push all the water on shore. That's only going to get worse as the afternoon progresses, and eventually all that activity is going to move in our direction. Category 3, 1 p.m., 125-mile-per-hour winds, and it is moving slowly out of the west there at 9 miles per hour. As far as the actual system, it is still looking pretty good. There is the eye, the center of circulation. You can see the concentric rings there spreading out from the northern edge of Cuba across the Florida Straits into the Bahamas. The feeder bands already reaching our area. We've been seeing some of that activity all morning long, and it really remains a very healthy looking storm, even though it is interacting there with the northern edge of Cuba. That helped to weaken it just a little bit overnight. Will it still have a big impact over the next 6 to 12 hours? That remains to be seen. So here is the Broward storm tracker, and basically north of I-595 from the coast through US 27, it is mostly dry. However, south here of I-595 into the county line with Miami-Dade, there are some very fast-moving thunderstorms with gusty winds. Most of the activity right now is across North Miami-Dade, from the beach across North Miami Beach, I-95, 441, the Palmetto Expressway back into I-75 and the Turnpike. We're looking at heavy rainfall. There's also a big batch of rain across Hialeah in through Doral, just west of the airport. Downtown Miami had a big thunderstorm about 5 minutes ago. Plenty of gusty winds and lightning. And we're also looking at the possibility of tornadoes all up and down the East Coast. Here is the radar across the upper Keys, middle Keys. You are looking at some moderate to heavy rain, very strong wind speeds with all this rainfall. This is one of the outer bands from Irma that is impacting you. Now, a wider view also shows that we do have more activity sitting way out in the Florida Straits, and that will continue to spin around the eye, the center of circulation, eventually coming back on the other side, impacting the Bahamas, and then hitting us once again. Now, it has slowed down, and because it has slowed down just a little bit, we have to wait and see when it's going to really emerge back over the waters here over the Florida Straits. Once it does, we will have a better idea of how strong it's going to get and where it's going to go. 125-mile-per-hour winds right now. If you're plotting at home, 23.0, 80.0 west at 9. Right now, 160 miles southeast of Key West, Florida. The close-up cone still has this as a Category 3 system, leaving Cuba. By tonight, a Category 4. So the thinking, the consensus from the National Hurricane Center is that the warm waters here of the Florida Straits will bounce it back up to a Category 4 system, then aim for the Florida Keys. It could impact the island chain around 8 o'clock Sunday morning with 140-mile-per-hour winds. Now, the eye can be anywhere between Marathon and the Marquesas. So you know what you can expect. As we move further north, we are looking at the upper Keys, Miami-Dade, and Broward counties out of the cone of concern. That doesn't mean that we can wrap everything up and go home and everything is fine. Completely the opposite. What the cone shows us is where the eye, the center of this huge hurricane, will move through. So even if the eye moves just offshore here by Naples or Fort Myers, this system is over 200 miles wide on either direction. So while we on the southeast side may be spared the strongest, the nastiest, possibly the deadliest part of this hurricane, we're still going to see wind gusts, possibly up to hurricane force, plenty of heavy rain, and dealing with a storm surge. And on top of that, there is the threat of tornadic activity. In the long run, the system is expected to be near Fort Myers Sunday night at around 8 p.m. and then just north of Tampa come Monday afternoon. And most of the latest models are reflecting this thinking that it will track towards the Florida Straits and then right up and down the coast here and possibly down the road all the way up into the southeastern part of the United States. So this system may be around for a while as we monitor it down the road. All right, so let's see what we have as far as other activity relating to the system right now. Here is the wind field. Now, the tropical storm force winds extend out from the center almost 200 miles. So by tomorrow morning at 4:30 a.m., the tropical storm force winds of over 40 miles per hour encompass a huge circle from Bimini through Broward County, all the way back in through Fort Myers, Naples, and down in through the Florida Straits. So again, this system is huge. It's going to impact everyone. The worst of it is going to be in this blob highlighted in red, which encompasses Marathon and Key West. We are talking of winds in over 74 miles per hour, all the way up to possibly 130 or 140 miles per hour. So right now, Marathon and Key West under the gun of the nastiest that this system is going to bring. We'll have a lot more updates throughout the afternoon. Let's send it back to the desk.
Okay, thank you, Phil.
Before you go, I was writing it down. You said the eye's going to hit between Marathon and Marquesas. Where exactly is Marquesas?
Well, it's that little island. If you take a look here, there's Marathon, Key West, and you go all the way down here. So that's that little island just to the west of Key West. And those are the folks, and hopefully everybody has evacuated, has heeded the orders, because we really don't want to see anyone caught in this area. Not only is the wind going to be an issue, but it's the life-threatening flooding that's going to come with the surge. And it's going to be a 1-2 punch. First of all, as the winds spin in this direction out of the northeast, that means that the Florida Bay is going to get pushed over the island chain and into the Atlantic waters. Then as the storm is leaving, the winds shift, coming out of the southwest. That means that all the water from the Atlantic goes back over the island chain and into the Gulf of Mexico. That is the biggest worry with this system through the Keys.
Well, it would be nice if everybody left. We've seen in these live pictures that not everybody did evacuate. So, yeah, our concern is for all of our friends in the Keys who stayed.
And they even evacuated a good majority of the first responders down there as well, and that just speaks to the severity of the situation as the storm gets closer.
Exactly. Okay, so thank you very much, Phil Farrow. Very concerned for all of our friends from Marathon to that little piece of island past Key West. Concerned about storm surge from the Florida Bay and the Atlantic area. And a reminder to everybody, if you're just now tuning in, now is not the time to get out and do anything. Police and officials with the National Hurricane Center are urging you to stay in a shelter. If you're in a shelter, keep your shutters up. We had one death, unfortunately, of a man dying putting up somebody's shutters yesterday. A lot of deaths happened by accident. Stay put right now. Tornadoes and down power lines from gusty winds, tropical storm force winds is also a big hazard.
Yeah, we're already seeing those winds with those rain bands as they come through. We kind of have these intermittent moments of silence, a little less winds, but again, it's going to be picking up as the hours go on. So right now I want to check in with Andrew Scheinthal. He is live in Southwest Miami-Dade. And Andrew, I understand some down power lines in your area right now.
They are. Those power lines are live right now. You can see them behind me. So we have police officers with Miami-Dade who are out here who serve the Cutler Bay area blocking off the street. But those power lines are live. They're waiting for FPL to get here so that they can shut the power off. But we are at Old Cutler Road and Southwest 85th Avenue. And it's clear that this came down because of the high winds. I mean, take a look over here. You can see the tree branches down here, this massive tree branch down right here. So this is some of the stuff they were talking about throughout the week, is that as these winds come through, they're going to cause a lot of damage. So even though we're so far away from the eye of the storm, it's going to be very intense at times as these bands of rain come through and have these high winds, possible tornadoes, all that rain. And this is not the only place, by the way, that has these power lines. We want to show you some video earlier in Southwest Miami-Dade where there are actually power lines, but those lines caught on fire. So it is dangerous outside. So really, even though it gets quiet like this, you do not know when those bands of rain are going to come through, and they're going to pack a punch. So stay home, stay indoors. That way you can avoid getting around scenes like this where you could potentially accidentally drive over or walk over live power lines, and before you know it, you could be seriously injured. So that's why they're saying, that's why, you know, first responders, emergency officials, they want everybody to stay home. But there have been a number of wind events and possible tornadoes already taking place. And we spoke with one person earlier who could not believe the fact that these bands of rain are able to cause so much damage.
There was thunder everywhere, things flying. There was like tiles falling off the roof and stuff. There was just a lot of things flying. I mean, it's crazy. Like the hurricane hasn't even gotten here yet, and there's trees falling everywhere.
I mean, listen to that. The hurricane hasn't even gotten here yet, is what he says. And there's trees falling in his neighborhood. And this is just the very start of this. You know, these are just those outer bands. So again, live out here, you can see those power lines sitting in the street there. And down the road over here, you can see all that damage and all these tree branches that are down all the way up and down Southwest 85th Avenue, by the way. It's not just here. It is all the way up and down the street with all this debris in the roadway. So please stay home, hunker down throughout this storm, and come Monday, we can all come out and we can take a look at the damage then, when we know at least by then the storm will be out of here.
And we've been working that our crews stay safe out there in the field. And Andrew, we know you're driving around very safely with your photographer. With what you have noticed, are you seeing people outside taking pictures, or does it look like people are listening to these warnings and staying inside?
A majority of the people are listening to these warnings. We are not seeing a lot of people outside. Now, every once in a while, we do see cars driving by or people who are outside taking pictures. Right now, a lot of people want to go outside. They want to see some of the damage. So we've actually seen people pull up in pickup trucks, take out their cell phones, and start taking pictures. So I'll make a promise to you. I will take pictures. I'll post it online, and you can have that photo, because we'd rather you do that. You know, we have gone through storms like this before. We are in touch with first responders constantly throughout the day. speaking with them. And so, you know, at a certain point, though, it's going to be too dangerous for us to be outside, and we're going to be staying indoors as well. So I promise to all of you who want to see everything taking place, I'll take some photos. We'll post it online. That way, you know, you can see what's going on outside. But please stay inside. It's important people start doing that.
And we have backup plans, too, right, to keep our crews
We have
safe.
backup plans. You count on Andrew to take pictures. It is pretty amazing how much debris out there is when we're really just starting to feel the effects of the outer bands here. Tropical storm force winds could get up to 40 miles per hour, and this is going to go on at least until sometime Sunday. Andrew Scheinthal, thank you so much. I want to remind everybody that we are expected to, you know, there's a good possibility we could lose our power. In fact, over 26,000 people in Miami-Dade County have lost their power as we speak. Over 7,000 have lost it in Broward County, and FPNL says that they are on it, and they're preparing for the storm, and they're going to help you as soon as they can.
Okay, right now we are watching new video, of course, coming into the Plex as well as we wait for Hurricane Irma. Right now, Belkis Nure is in the Plex with more on some of that new video, Belkis.
Guys, we've got so much information. You know, we get all these bits of information, video, just stuff you need to know. The guys here and the ladies at the news desk are manning it, and just the phones are constantly ringing with crews calling in. They're checking in with all the municipalities. Sometimes the local officials call us to give us info that we need to share with you. So they're working hard. We're working hard. Let me show you what we've got here. We'll start with some video that came to us from the Miami-Dade County neighborhood of Westchester. This is a tree that was uprooted. You could see it fell on a car. There's a car in front of it, and it's also on a car. And this is the kind of stuff we're probably going to see more and more of throughout our area as some of these feeder bands start rolling through as the afternoon wears on. Oh, Phil Farrow's here too. This is what we're seeing now. A wind gust just came through at Miami International Airport of 75 miles per hour, and that's a hurricane force wind. This is not a tropical storm wind gust here. This is hurricane force wind gusts that we are starting to feel. One just recorded at Miami International Airport at 75 miles an hour, and that kind of thing is going to lead to this kind of thing. So that's why you need to stay inside and just let us do the viewing for you. Like Andrew Scheinthal said, we'll bring you the pictures. We also want to bring you a little bit of good news in all of this. We know a lot of you are anxious out there. We've got some great news to share. This is Nairi Storm. She was born at Baptist 2 days ago. She got out of the hospital, but she couldn't go home because Mom, Dad, and Nairi live in Key Largo, and they were evacuated. So we had our good friends from Miami-Dade Police, the Kendall District officers, Rachel Meadors and Karina Gomez. They helped the couple get the baby into the car seat, and they escorted little Nairi there and their parents to a hotel that they had booked so they can ride out the storm safe and sound with their brand new baby. And like I said, we love bringing you some happy news. So welcome, Nairi Storm, to the world. You're going to have quite the story to tell what your parents are anyway. This is some video of downtown Miami. You can see the buildings there, boom. And then that happens. You just see how 1 minute it's just cloudy, and then the next second, one of those feeder bands comes through, and whether that's a tropical storm force gust or whether it's a hurricane gust, not sure, but you can see how quickly these things are going to start rolling through here, and they're going to be sporadic for a while, but then it's going to be sustained. So that's when, you know, we're going to really be feeling Irma's heat here. You guys mentioned Florida Power and Light. Oh, okay. We'll do this live picture of North Bay Village instead. Sure, we could do that too. We can show you what it's looking like here in North Bay Village. And I'm bringing you this picture because North Bay Village just issued a curfew as well. The curfew in North Bay Village, for those of you, even though this is a mandatory evacuation area, those of you that chose to stay, the mandatory curfew here starts at 8 p.m. 8 o'clock tonight. If you chose to ride out the storm in North Bay Village, you need to stay inside from 8 p.m. until 7 a.m. So now we've got 3 cities under a curfew. North Bay Village starts at 8, Miami Beach starts at 8, and the city of Miami starts at 7. You guys were talking about power outages. This is what we have so far, and this speaks volumes. Miami-Dade County already more than 26,000 homes without power, and in Broward, 6,790 homes have lost power. And Irma hasn't even really started rolling through here. So we can all expect at some point to lose some power. But again, we've been reassured by Florida Power and Light that they are on it and they're going to restore that power as quickly as they can. So just be patient and don't call Florida Power and Light. They know when you've lost your power, they're aware, and they're working on it. Shelters. If you're thinking about going to a shelter, you were on the fence, you're not sure, and you're making up your mind, your window, you've got 15 minutes if you're thinking about taking the bus. At 2 o'clock, the county transit, that's the cutoff. They will stop transporting people to evacuation shelters starting 15 minutes from now. So the clock is ticking. If you're thinking about it, grab some stuff, pack some stuff, your medicine, some water, a blanket, anything that's going to keep you comfortable for the next day, and get to the bus stop, because at 2 o'clock, County Transit stops transporting people to shelters. They'll resume taking people or taking people home when the weather conditions permit. But that is not going to happen anytime soon, because we all know the later it gets into the afternoon, evening, early morning hours is when Irma is going to be closer to us, and the weather is just going to get worse and worse as the afternoon wears on. So we're doing our best here to bring you all the information you need to stay safe, know what's going on, see what's going on out there. So there's no need to leave where you are. Just keep it right here with us at 7. We've got you. Live at the news desk, I'm Belkis Nure, 7 News.
And speaking about these evacuations, these numbers are pretty incredible right here. 5.6 million people. One of the largest evacuations ever to happen here in Florida. That's more than a quarter of the state's population have evacuated or have been ordered to evacuate by the governor, told to leave. 500,000 people in Georgia. Again, we have seen more evacuations over on the West Coast, Lee County, Collier County, Hillsborough County, Pinellas County, because again, we have seen that track started to shift over to the West Coast. Some last-minute evacuations ongoing over there.
So stressful for them, you know, everybody who left Miami-Dade County, who went to Tampa maybe or Orlando, and now look what happened. The storm has shifted. We're definitely going to be feeling the effects of this storm very soon. In fact, we're experiencing it now. We just saw some live pictures. Again, to remind you, here's what you can expect. Possible tornadoes. Very, very strong winds, power outages, which are already happening. In fact, Phil just gave us this information. A wind gust of 62 miles per hour was recorded at Homestead Air Force Base. That's really, really strong, 62 miles an hour. This is a live picture, I believe, out of Deerfield Beach. The winds are kicking up. This is a time to stay home, stay inside, stay in your shelter. The beach is looking dangerous, and it's going to look even more dangerous in the next 24 hours or so, because the storm is expected to hit on Sunday. And again, even though we're not in the eye, we're definitely going to be feeling the outer bands, and there's going to be some dangerous wind and possible tornadoes.
Yeah, we just saw that video in downtown Miami. Looked nice one moment. Not too cloudy, then all of a sudden we saw that rain band starting to come on through. You couldn't see anything out of that camera. So again, that's going to become more and more frequent as Hurricane Irma gets closer to the South Florida region. That pier right there at Deerfield Beach rightfully closed as those waves and that surf gets higher and higher there along the coast.
And now let's go to Jessica Hawley. You're there live on Miami shores where the surf continues to kick up. Jessica?
That's right. It's quite a scene here on the bayfront here. The storm is just kicking up these huge waves that are crashing over the seawall. And all of this you see here, this grassy area next to the seawall, this was all dry when we got here. And we would estimate the water has risen probably 2 to 3 feet in just a few hours. This is a mandatory evacuation zone, and you can see why. There is a concern here about dangerous storm surge. Many people in this neighborhood are gone. The people here now are people who have come out to get a look at the power of Mother Nature before they go home to wait out this storm.
You can definitely tell that something big is coming.
Marcelo Ruiz, among the first to arrive here to witness the power of Mother Nature.
It's definitely super windy right off the bat this morning, and, you know, the waves are crazy.
And as the hours pass, they would only get bigger in Biscayne Bay. Irma on the way on a path that shifted slightly to the west overnight.
Nobody's out of the woods yet. I mean, the size of this hurricane is incredible. It's almost 3 times the size of Andrew, and I went through Andrew, and we don't want to go through that again.
This is my first hurricane.
A.J. Williams wanted to get a few pictures before Irma gets too close for comfort, and he has good advice for during and after the storm.
If you see water that you can't walk in, don't try to walk, don't try to drive. Just be safe and try to help anyone else that you see that possibly needs help.
And be safe is key. I'm telling you, we've seen some big, strong waves come over this seawall. And I've seen people walking small dogs and children along this area. It is not safe. The window for taking pictures is closing. The governor is asking everyone to stay off the roads, go home, and ride out this storm in a safe place. We're live in Miami Shores. Jessica Holly, 7 News.
Okay, we talked about curfews in Miami Beach and in Miami starting 8 o'clock tonight till 7 a.m. on Monday. I want to clarify a curfew we talked about with Belkis. We'll blame it on her.
Belkis, what do you got?
Guys, this is the thing. We're human. We're doing our best to get you the information as quickly as we can because this is important stuff that people need to know. This is, you know, we've been telling you, it's a serious storm and it's a serious situation and we're not robots and sometimes we make mistakes. When we make mistakes, what we do is we get back on TV and we clarify them. So this is the beautiful picture of North Bay Village that is under a mandatory evacuation order because this is Zone A. We had incorrectly said that beginning 8 o'clock tonight, North Bay Village was going to be under a curfew. That is incorrect. North Miami Beach. North Miami Beach. Let's get rid of that live picture so there's no more confusion. North Miami Beach. You people, North Miami Beach, north of us, 8 p.m. tonight, there is a curfew. North Miami Beach from 8 p.m. until 7 a.m. North Miami Beach. Miami Beach, 8 p.m., 7 a.m. City of Miami, 7 p.m., 7 a.m. Those are the curfews. We're doing the best we can. We're going to make mistakes. We're going to fix them, and it's all good. Back to you guys.
Basically, stay home. I think that's the key. But we have curfews specifically for North Miami Beach, Miami, and Miami Beach. Yeah. Curfews go all the way till Monday. So basically, it's a weekend. We're going to be together. You're going to watch TV. You're going to listen to us on the radio, and you're going to stay inside. And you're not going to go running to the beach. You're not going to go running outside because there are some serious things happening outside. Tornado watch for all of us right now. Hurricane warning. Expect some really strong winds and possible tornadoes and rain later.
And like we've said, and I think our meteorology team would reiterate, these storms are so unpredictable. Mm-hmm. You know, they don't, like Phyllis said, they don't go in a straight line. They kind of wobble back and forth, the eye of a storm. So
and it's
again,
deceiving when it gets calm. You're like, oh, it's not so bad. You go outside and then
another band.
Yeah.
So
and
we're going to be
very far away.
It is 100 and something miles away from Key West. So again, we're monitoring live pictures coming in. I don't know if we have any of those right now. Okay, we have Rosh.
Roshlo, where are you? On the beach we see, but where?
Well, I wanted to give you Bal Harbor, the short answer, but we'll take a walk with me for a second here. I'm going to step down here while we can, because it's supposed to get rougher tonight, and show you, look at those waves there behind me, and look at what this is doing to the beach. Just in terms of beach erosion. They're going to have a big job to do here on Bal Harbor Beach because you got these huge waves coming up here. This is the pier in Bal Harbor. Let me step over here. Now, over there is Hollover, where we have spent many a storm. One thing that is missing, thank goodness, is that you don't see one surfer out there, right? Because look at those waves. I mean, this is just a different hurricane in terms of that, at least for me personally, because I spent many hurricanes over there on the other side there at the Hollover Pier, and even when there's a break in the weather like this right now, you'd always have those people coming out and trying to get in the water. No one is going to get in this water here. You can just see, look at this water here, how rough it is, how choppy it is. And that's a great idea of just what Irma is doing here to our coast. Look at those waves crashing up right there against the pier, and just how Hurricane Irma is churning off the coast of South Florida. We've been mentioning all day on the air that these storms don't travel in a straight line, that we're going to feel impacts regardless, and you can see that right here. Now, the beach itself, let me walk down here and show you the beach. The beach itself, pretty empty. You have a few people who have decided, just in the last few moments actually, to come out here and to try to take some photos of, really impressive waves out there, which is pretty much discouraged. But once again, the good news as you take a live look at the beach here in Bal Harbour is that it's relatively empty. Now, the big concern in this part of town, and the reason that it was a mandatory evacuation, was storm surge. And people were really concerned about heavy storm surge in this area affecting the condos and the homes in the adjoining area of Surfside and Bay Harbor. We've been doing stories in this area the entire week, and most people have listened to those mandatory evacuations. Storm surge, it's a great idea of why people were so concerned here about storm surge, and we are still hours away from really feeling the impacts of this storm. So we're going to wait and see to see exactly what Hurricane Irma does, but we wanted to give you this vantage point so you could really get a good idea of storm surge, what the ocean is doing at this hour, give you an up-close and personal look at that, show you the Hollover Pier, show you how people are taking the storm seriously. Not one person on the other side. In fact, as we tried to drive in here, that gate was actually closed. It's a much different feeling with the storm. Regardless of the impacts of the storm in our area, it's a much different feeling just in terms of preparation, in terms of the evacuation, how many people have listened to the evacuation, and in terms of people really getting ready and prepared for the storm. So a different feeling regardless of the impacts that this area feels. Although I will tell you, when you see the ocean churning like this and understanding that we are still hours away from really feeling that impact, even though the eye is forecasted to be, in the Keys, storm surge, beach erosion, huge concerns for the residents here in Bal Harbour, Surfside, Miami Beach, and you can really understand why. And even on the beach there, pretty much you have three groups of people, and as we look up and down this stretch of beach, nobody else there. I will tell you, though, you can see behind me here that Bal Harbour police are out here at this pier here discouraging anybody from coming out, because you can understand that as these squalls move through, as it becomes more and more intense, they don't want somebody here standing taking photographs. We're able to do that now because it really isn't that bad, but we wanted to be here at least early in the day to give you a good idea about the concerns. And just take a look at that image on your screen right now. Down the coast from Bal Harbour, you're looking down towards Miami Beach. You can see the darkening skies in Miami Beach. And I think we can show this here, just how much the beach erosion. Look at that, look at Bal Harbour Beach. And this is, once again, just to reiterate, this is very, very early in the day. So we'll see the effects of storm surge, which I think will be a big issue. It could be a big issue here in this community, what effect it does have. But we wanted to bring you these images at least early in the day.
Well, and it is a mandatory evacuation there in Bal Harbour, Rosh, and you can see the police officers talking to two people who just showed up. I mean, they don't want to go and rescue them. They're telling everybody to stay away from the beach, but obviously that's not stopping these people.
Well, even with mandatory evacuations, as you know, sometimes people are stubborn. And they say, you know what, I'm not going to leave. And even in Bal Harbour, it's interesting because you look at all these condos here, and that's the Ritz-Carlton there, overlooking Bal Harbour 1. A lot of people, even within these condos, have decided, you know what, I'm going to take this storm seriously. And it's good that they did. There was a lot of publicity about, getting out of town. We heard from the mayor of Miami Beach, Phil Levine, urging people to get up and get out. We were there yesterday. Everyone was getting their gas, and this is the end result. So the end result of this is that every single person, for the most part, took this seriously. We're live in Bal Harbour. Rosh Lowe, 7 News.
Rosh, thanks.
Pretty impressive pictures right there.
Yeah.
And we haven't even seen the full effects of that storm surge as the hurricane gets closer to South Florida. Okay, so right now, here at the top of the hour, 2 o'clock, want to go ahead, get an update on Hurricane Irma with Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow. Phil, what do we got?
Well, we now have a better idea as to when hurricane force winds are going to show up across the lower Florida Keys, and we're thinking now it's going to be 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning is when those strong hurricane force winds will start to show up. However, the overall arrival of Irma has been delayed. It's kind of getting hung up there across the coast of Cuba. Here's a satellite imagery. We were expecting this system to track right in between the Bahamas and Cuba. But then yesterday, late in the day, it started to go southwest, and then bounced off of the coast of Cuba, and it's been hanging around. One of the side effects of this has been that it weakened a little bit, and also the forward speed has slowed down. That means that its arrival across the Keys and through the mainland will be delayed as well. So here is the storm tracker. You can see the big spin just off of the northern end of Cuba. The question is going to be how strong that eye wall will be once it moves back over the water. Right now, it's kind of being weakened by the interaction with land. However, to the north, there are plenty of feeder bands, and all that activity is aiming for us. We've seen plenty of that already today. Right now, across Broward County, we have a big batch of rain moving in across the county line. Pembroke Pines, Weston, all that activity is moving to your west. Miami-Dade, you're getting a little breather here. About 30 minutes ago, you had a big band of showers and thunderstorms moving across the area. Right now, there is a feeder band making its way across the upper Keys, middle Keys, coming out in through Marathon, lower Keys, also with some thunderstorm activity. And these rain bands are moving in very quickly, 30, 35 miles per hour, so they're exiting rather fast. The wide view once again shows that even Andros Island getting the backside of this system. Bimini, shortly, you will get some strong thunderstorms as well. So here's the latest advisory. 2 p.m. It remains as a Category 3 system, 125 mile per hour winds. By the way, they are now issuing advisories every hour on the hour until it finally makes landfall somewhere here across South Florida. The big issue here is that it's moving slower now, west at around 9 miles per hour. Yesterday and even the day before, it had been moving as fast as 16 miles per hour. Right now, that center, the eye, 145 miles southeast of Key West. Now, as we move ahead here in time, one of the things that we are looking at is basically how strong the system is going to be when it reaches here. Close-up cone suggests that the system is now going to intensify once that eye emerges completely across the Florida Straits. Sunday at 8 a.m., anywhere between basically Isla Morada and just southwest of Key West is where the National Hurricane Center is placing the eye. Now, that is the cone of concern. What the cone of concern shows us is where the eye, the center of the storm, is going to be. But this storm is over 200 miles on either direction. So even if that eye, that center, continues to southwest Florida, which the cone shows that now the Upper Keys, Miami-Dade, and the Broward counties are not in the cone of concern, even though the eye is not going to be coming over us, we are still going to see the impacts from this system, the secondary impacts, those being heavy rain, gusty winds up to hurricane force winds, potential for some flooding, and then also tornadoes. The forecast cone suggests that by Sunday 8 p.m. it'll be by Fort Myers, and then Monday at 8 a.m. as a Category 3 just north of Tampa. Now, the latest models are basically in fair agreement that this is what's going to happen, except for a couple of them that now there are 4 of them. Earlier in the day, there were only 2. Now 4 of them are basically showing a little jog back into Cuba and then coming back up again towards Florida. That could delay its arrival even further if that scenario does pan out. But in general, all of them are taking it up through the Florida Keys and then the West Coast. Here is the wind field forecast for Sunday morning at 5:30 a.m. This huge wind field of tropical storm force winds extend out from that center of circulation almost 200 miles. So Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Bimini, Homestead, Southwest Florida, everyone with wind speeds of over 40 miles per hour by 5:30 a.m. But between basically Isla Morada and Key West, you will be seeing those wind speeds of over 74 to 130 miles per hour moving in across you and then slowly lifting towards southwest Florida by Sunday around 11 p.m. All right, so let's take a look at some of the wind speeds here. They are picking up all across the area. We want to connect right now to the National Hurricane Center with Mark DeMaria. No, I'm sorry, with Dr. Michael Brennan. Well, Michael, thank you for joining us. The winds are picking up here across our area. The feeder bands are coming across. How is it going to get any worse for us here as we go on down the line from Miami-Dade, Broward counties?
Oh, yeah, definitely. The conditions are going to continue to deteriorate as we go through the afternoon and all night overnight before Irma makes its closest point of approach to the metropolitan areas of southeast Florida, which should be sometime early Sunday morning. Right now, yeah, you see these fast-moving showers and thunderstorms in these feeder bands. We're seeing some wind gusts to tropical storm force in some of these bands. So everybody's going to want to be in their safe place very soon before conditions get worse. As we go into the night and into tomorrow, the core of Irma is expected to move over the lower Keys and then up along the west coast of Florida. But you can see from the orange shading here how far out from the center the tropical storm force winds extend over 200 miles. So we're going to have a very extended period of sustained tropical storm force winds beginning this evening and lasting all the way through the day on Sunday. And we could also expect to see strong tropical storm force sustained winds and hurricane force wind gusts for several hours. And it's possible if the path of Irma goes a little to the right of our track, we could still see sustained hurricane force winds in part of metropolitan southeast Florida. The biggest concern right now in your viewing areas for the Keys, where they're going to see the core of the major hurricane move across the lower Keys and the middle Keys overnight tonight and early tomorrow morning.
What will be their biggest impact? Is it going to be wind, or is it going to be the storm surge coming in?
I think it's going to be both. You know, where the core goes, and anywhere within that eye wall is going to get those very, very strong major hurricane force winds, Category 3 or 4, and then the storm surge warning that's in effect for the Keys. 5 to 10 feet of flooding from storm surge. That's above ground level, so that's life-threatening surge. So the Keys are a very, very dangerous place to be at this point.
And then for us here, Miami-Dade, Broward counties, how much longer are we looking? I know we're expecting things to continue to go downhill today, but is this going to be a long, drawn-out event, another 8 hours or 12 hours after that?
Yeah, it's going to be, Irma's not moving very fast. Right now, its motion's only about 9 miles per hour. It's not going to move a whole lot faster than that as it sort of makes a turn. We should see sustained tropical storm force winds arrive here in South Florida this afternoon or very early this evening, and I think those tropical storm force winds are going to last through much of the day on Sunday. You can see even by Sunday evening, the center of Irma is only in the vicinity of the Fort Myers area. And so the sustained tropical storm force winds will likely still be here. We're also going to still be getting these rain bands that are going to be on the east side of Irma, continually developing over us, and that could continue even well into Monday as Irma moves up into the southeastern U.S. We'll still be in that sort of fetch of moisture that could really make those rain totals add up over a few days.
Dr. Michael Brennan, thank you very much for joining us today. Really, what can we say? This system is going to impact everyone, just some worse than others. Wind speeds continue to pick up around Dade and Broward, 37-mile-per-hour winds in Pompano Beach, 25 in downtown Miami. Check out Miccosukee, 43-mile-per-hour wind gust, 55 here across Marathon, 45 in Key West. Now, if this system continues on the alleged track that it will take, where the eye makes its way across southwest Florida, the center of circulation, that eye wall, is the worst part of the system. That's the most destructive area, that ring of destruction. However, the second most destructive part of a hurricane is the dirty sector. If you split the hurricane up into 4 parts like a pie, the northeastern side is where you're going to find the second most strongest winds, the heaviest of the rain, and the potential for tornadoes. That's what we are going to be dealing with through tonight and tomorrow. Now, this thing has been slowing down and weakening. Let me show you the forward speed here. As of 11 p.m. last night, 13 miles per hour forward progress, 12 miles per hour around 2 a.m., 5 a.m., 8 a.m., and then between 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. it dropped to 9, and that's where we have been ever since. So it continues to slow down, and that slowdown, courtesy of Cuba, the wind speeds have also dropped from 160-mile-per-hour winds at 11 p.m. to 155 at 5 a.m., 8 a.m., 130, 125 at 11 a.m. So that interaction with land in Cuba has been lucky for us because it's weakening the system. It's been awful for Cuba because they're dealing with all the torrential downpours and the flooding, but it is also slowing it down, and that slowdown could mean that by the time it makes its way into the Florida Straits, It's just going to arrive here much later. We have a lot of team coverage here this afternoon, especially with other activity across the area. For that, we go to meteorologist Brent Cameron.
All right, so it is going to turn into a major wind event, and I want to show you this first. Sky view outside of our Channel 7 cameras just a few moments ago. We have these rain squalls that have been moving in from time to time. They don't last long, pushed along by that gusty breeze, and so these pockets of rain really come and go fast. We'll continue to watch that. Now, as Phil was just mentioning a few moments ago, the wind has begun, that part of the story. That is going to continue to be a factor for us. And as Dr. Brennan said, with at least those tropical storm force winds, hurricane force wind gusts, and then perhaps even some sustained hurricane force winds for even sections of metro southeast Florida. So that is why, largely here, why we're still under this hurricane warning, although the direct impacts, the eye of the hurricane is expected to stay off to the west. Talk more about that in just a second. That warning, by the way, does include just about the entire Florida peninsula, bracing for the effect of those strong hurricane force winds and that threat. We look at the wind field right now. This is what Phil was just talking about. The fact that it's been slowing down due to interaction with Cuba. Now, he said the good thing is, of course, that it has weakened the system just a little bit. But, as I'm sure he would remind you as well, here's very warm water in the Straits, and it's going to be moving over that once again. If it continues at that slow speed, it is still going to have plenty of time to once again get its act together, to get ramped up. Although it's still nothing to take lightly, it's still a major hurricane. It might even jump another category, as Dr. Brennan from the Hurricane Center said, too. So we're going to continue to watch as the system does have a chance to get even stronger approaching the Keys. Something to watch out for. Other watches to look out for. Well, as Phil mentioned, we're on the stronger side. We should stay on the stronger side of the system. And because of that, we are fair game for these tornadoes, these quick-moving bands of rain, these thunderstorms that once again we'll continue to encounter. These could have some spin and could spin up some occasional tornadoes into the area. That watch is going to continue for quite some time throughout the day on Sunday. And then finally, even as the system finally over time the next couple of days gets seemingly out of here, out of South Florida anyway, the real core of the system, we are still going to have the prolonged effects of too much rain, too much water coming into the area. We will have the storm surge threat that will continue. We'll also watch the rain pile up, and at last check the forecast was for somewhere between 12 and as much as 20 inches of rain. That was recently updated for the Keys. And then we could see over a foot of rain in parts of Broward, Miami-Dade just this weekend throughout the rest of today and tomorrow, even though so far that rain hasn't amounted to a whole lot. Checking out some of the observation sites in Miami and Fort Lauderdale, so far under an inch. And where we are in North Bay Village, just about an inch of rain so far today, and we'll definitely tack on a whole lot more. Storm surge, as mentioned, dangerous concern here. It will continue not only on our East Coast, but this has been progressing inland, this threat. As the waters continue, the threat continues across southwest Florida, and it's been elevated anywhere from about 9 foot above ground, that potential storm surge. In the Keys, not much different, and that is going to overwhelm these islands. There's going to be some overwash. It's going to cover the islands in water. Maybe the roads, maybe the overseas highway there. We'll have to watch that very carefully. High tides, well, we're going to continue to follow, because not only will we find those waves on top of that rise of water with the coastal surge coming in, but then we'll also have to look at the tidal impact. High tides, Deerfield Beach, not the next one. This was just recently updated just after midnight tonight. Lauderdale by the Sea, very late this evening. Hollywood Beach, also around midnight. Fort Lauderdale for you as well. Miami-Dade County, next high tides. Well, we're looking very deep into the evening, Miami Beach, just before midnight. So these basically gel together late tonight and just after the midnight hour as we continue to follow the hurricane. So here is kind of a, well, synopsis of what we can expect with the level of threat and from all of these elements. Now, this is still an extreme event for winds, and that will be the case for much of southeast Florida. A high threat for winds, really depending on that track, but still a high threat for winds toward the southeastern part of the state as well. The coastal surge, not a concern well inland, but you have to go quite a ways. And then, of course, we'll have the moderate to high levels of that storm surge near the coastal areas, why we should have had those evacuations taken place already. Flooding, it is a high threat all throughout South Florida. As mentioned before, the rain's going to continue to push our way. Some of those rain bands will tend to plague some of the same areas over and over again. Even though they're fast in nature right now, it may slow down just a little bit. And just as we often find in many areas of South Florida, those low-lying spots, well, unlike a couple of days ago when, well, we had a little break, the ground was a little drier, it's gotten a chance to get a little more soggy now. So the ground's a little more saturated. It's not going to hold onto that water as it would. So we are going to find the runoff, and we'll have to be definitely aware of that flood concern. And finally, the tornado threat. That is also at an elevated to moderate risk for us, and that tornado watch does continue. Hey, we continue to watch the very core of the system, the eye of Irma. Check out the last couple of frames here. Still moving west at about 9 miles per hour. It almost appears that it is starting to get a little more removed, at least the very, very center, from the land interaction. It might be just a wobble, or it might be a trend we'll continue to follow as the system lifts ever so more dangerously close to the Keys, which is definitely in the forecast. And by the way, these deeper, darker colors, and this is most likely where we're finding now, of course, those tropical storm force winds. Hurricane winds will continue as the system lifts more in this general direction toward the Keys, and those wind speeds really intensify. We will continue to bring you the latest wind speeds at the next check in just a few minutes.
Brent, isn't there a model that shows, as we look at these pictures of Miami Beach, sorry guys, isn't there a model that shows, isn't there one that shows it missing, the eye wall missing the Keys, or no? There's no hope.
There is a chance that perhaps the eye, the center of the storm, could get a little farther to the west, but I wouldn't say that's necessarily anything that the folks in the Keys or anywhere else will necessarily welcome. There's a model. Thanks back at the studio, or in the weather office, for putting this up. So there is, yeah, a little bit of differentiation here. Could take the more easterly track and the yellow line there, the blue line, the farthest west, and impacts will change on either path that it does take. I believe the current, of course, forecast cone has kind of a consensus, more or less in the middle of these strands that represent a potential track. And then, of course, this is so deceiving, Lynn, and for everybody else watching at home, because when you don't see those lines moving into South Florida, Southeast Florida, where a lot of you are and are watching from right now, you think, wow, this is going to be, we're going to get off the hook pretty easily. That is not the case, and that is not the message we want to send out. For days now, we've been talking about the sheer width of that system, and I showed you the satellite, that color satellite just a moment ago that showed the real scope of this hurricane that impacts hundreds of miles. So, yeah, it might be a little better for Southeast Florida, perhaps, if the system takes that more westerly jaunt. But even if it does, look out here toward the east. This is still some big, bad stuff, and that's what would be coming in our general direction.
That is true, and it's a reminder to everybody that those lines that you keep showing us is just really the eye. Like you said, the big bad stuff is all the way to the right. Brent Cameron, thank you so much, and thank you, Phil Farrow, as well.
And he had that graphic, too, that showed the width of the state, the storm greater than that width. So we are going to see the effects of the storm as it continues or begins to make that northward turn. These right here, pictures, I should say, video from earlier Miami Beach. You can see that surf really starting to churn up as those outer bands of Hurricane Irma begin to make their way through the region. Good to see nobody out in that surf. We saw some people in taking pictures out there. We don't want to see that either, but good to see that nobody's actually deciding to go into that water as the storm moves on up.
And we were just reminded of high tide from Miami Beach. That's going to be around midnight tonight when the winds are really kicking up. There's already some flooding. You know, we live in low-lying areas, and there's flooding, you know, with one drop of rain, let alone consistent strong, heavy bands of rain. And you're looking at a live picture of some street flooding there in Miami Beach. And we have another 24 hours of this at least. Let's go to Brian Enton. He is there in Miami Beach. There you are. How's it going, Brian?
Hey, Lynn, yeah, we're at Indian Creek Drive and 34th Street. You mentioned it, some minimal flooding out here already, and this is not abnormal for this area because we are pretty much at high tide right now. But you see that some of the roads are covered out here. And the interesting thing is it hasn't really rained very much out here, so we know this is not rainwater. This is ocean water that's starting to cover the roads out here. It's still definitely passable, but we haven't seen very many people out here except for Miami Beach police at this point, and they've been going around putting their windows down, and when they see anyone out here, they tell them to go inside. Again, this is an area that we've seen that has flooded in the past, so it's not totally unusual, but the issue is that with high tides that we normally see that puts the water on the road a little bit, once Hurricane Irma comes in our direction, it could be even worse than normal. And I want to take you out here on this dock and show you how high the tide is right now, because it's interesting. Not only here on Miami Beach, but when we drove over here from North Bay Village, you look up and down the canals and you notice everywhere just how high the water is. If you live on a waterway on the intercoastal or on the bay or on any of these canals, this is definitely something you're concerned about. Take a look right here. This is the seawall you're looking at, and the water is already sort of creeping over the seawall right here and not very far away from the road. And if you look on the other side of the waterway here, you see how high it is with these homes. Most of these folks are shuttered up. A lot of them have left town. But you can imagine, even though we're somewhat relieved that the eye is not going to be hitting our area, there's still a huge concern for flooding in this area and the possibility of storm surge, all of that on top of an already high tide, Lynn and Jeff.
And Brian, you know, crews obviously looking ahead of this storm have been working hard to make sure that they can at least try to minimize some of this flooding that could be coming in. What have they been doing with storm drains? Was there any clearing out of those prior to all of this?
Yeah, Miami Beach, they've been very, very busy for the last week or so, ever since Hurricane Irma was on our radar. They cleaned out all of the storm drains in this area. They moved generators to all of the pumps that pump out the seawater from the streets, just in case the power goes out. And they've had city crews out and about. We've even seen throughout the day sort of checking on things. So they're hoping that their system is going to work well. But as we've seen in the past, if there is heavy rain, high tide, storm surge, all at the same time, it is not going to be pretty in some of these lower lying areas in Miami Beach. The systems just get overwhelmed. There's nothing they can do. Once the tide gets so high, there's really nowhere for the water to go because it's literally backing up through the storm drains. So the hope out here is that it's not going to get to that point, but the fact that we're already seeing a little bit of flooding out here, and we haven't even seen anywhere near the worst of Irma yet, and it hasn't even really rained very much out here, and we're seeing the roads covered a little bit. People are taking that really not as a good sign, but trying to remain optimistic.
Yeah, the National Hurricane Center says we're going to get some sustained rain, some heavy bands that are going to last for a good long time. Brian, if your photographer can zoom in a little bit on those homes right by the water there and see how high the water is, because it looks like, I mean, of course, we live in South Florida. The water goes nowhere. It looks like when everything really kicks in, there's nowhere for it to go.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at it now. You know, like I said, we haven't even seen the worst of Irma. We're at a high tide now. We're going to have another high tide in 12 hours or so. But if we get another 2 feet of water here, it's going to be in people's yards. It's going to be creeping up towards their homes. Take a look at this again, the seawall right here. It's already creeping up over this seawall here. It's going to be in the road. Again, not entirely unusual in this area. But the worry is with this storm, it could be worse than what we're even used to normally seeing when we just get a regular rain event here on Miami Beach.
That is so true. Brian Enton reporting live there with some early street flooding in Miami Beach. And as we heard our meteorologists say and the National Hurricane Center say, that this storm could actually strengthen when it gets over warm waters of the Florida Straits within the next 24 hours or so.
And we will still see some of that storm surge move on in, push on into Miami Beach as Irma gets closer. Okay, so monitoring a lot of new information coming into the Plex, new video, new numbers, and right now I believe Belkis Nare has more on the power outages, right, Belkis?
You guys are talking about storm surge. I've got some storm surge video to show you, and this is from Isla Mirada. Irma isn't even officially here yet, and check this out. Look at this video. Look at this picture sent to us by some Send It to 7 viewers. This is Ruby's. For any of you that spend any time in the Florida Keys, it's at mile marker 77 in Isla Mirada. It's a dockside, bayside. It's on the bayside of the Florida Keys. Restaurant, bar, chill out, and look at it. It's practically already underwater. And like I said, Irma isn't even here yet. We've got some video of further south in Key West. You can see how windy it is there already. The wind's picking up. It's starting to rain as well down in Key West. The good news here, again, is that most of the people in the Florida Keys, it appears that they heeded the warnings and they evacuated. But you can see the rain is already really starting to come down in buckets at times in the Florida Keys. And again, these are just Irma's outer bands. We're not in the thick of it yet. And check this out. In the city of Miami, someone sent us this. Someone's so concerned over losing their roof, they came up with this contraption. They use ratchet tie-downs to try and hold down the roof of their house. You know, these things use buckles and tension to keep things tied down. They're usually used on big trucks to stabilize big loads and such. But I guess someone in the city of Miami, and this was sent to us from our viewer, Olga Sanchez there, somebody saw this. Someone was so concerned over their home in the city of Miami that they thought, well, I'm just going to use these ratchet tie-downs to tie down the roof of my house. And, you know, not advisable. But, again, you know, people do whatever they need to do to give themselves their own peace of mind, you know. And if this makes the resident in that home feel better, then more power to you, I guess. And we also have some video that we just got in. This is from Miramar. Look at Miramar right now. The wind and the driving rain that is coming in up in Miramar at this hour. We just got this video in. So again, you know, we're going to see more and more of this. And again, it comes in batches for now, but there's going to come a time later this evening into especially the overnight hours where it's going to start and it's just not going to stop until Irma passes us. And as a result of this, we're going to have power outages. Just, you know, embrace it. We're going to have power outages. Even if your home is not damaged and you're fine and everybody's okay, you're probably going to have a power outage. So just prepare for it. You know, expect the worst. And if you get the best, good for you. Right now, Miami-Dade County, there's 38,750 Florida Power and Light customers without power. And up in Broward, there's significant fewer people, but still, people are being affected. 7,390 Florida Power and Light customers in Broward without power already at this hour. Some cities have established some curfews to keep people safe. You know, a lot of times during storms, people want to come out, they want to take pictures, they want to shoot selfies, they want to do this, they want to do that, they want to get video. Not advisable at all. And if you're thinking you're going to do it, don't. In Miami, in the city of Miami, beginning at 7 o'clock tonight until 7 a.m. into the overnight hours, there is a mandatory curfew. No one on the roads in the city of Miami from 7 p.m. until 7 a.m. Miami Beach, it starts 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. Same deal, 8 p.m. until 7 a.m. No one on foot, no one on bikes, no cars, zero. When they mean curfew, they mean curfew. Lock it down. And North Miami Beach has also set up their curfew. They're also starting at 8 p.m. until 7 a.m. And again, this is to keep you safe. And county-wide, up in Broward County, there's also a curfew in Broward County beginning at 4 p.m. The curfew starts. No one out on the street. Not walking, not in a car, a motorcycle, a bicycle. A lot of people on Miami Beach have bikes. Zero, none of it. Unless you're with the police, unless you work at a hospital, unless you're with a fire department, or you're a volunteer of some sort that needs to get to a shelter or something, don't be out on the road, because chances are you will get pulled over and they're going to ask you where you're going, and you better be able to prove that you are essential personnel that is trying to get from point A to point B. Again, it's all in an effort to keep everybody safe. That's the latest from the news desk. I'm Balkis Nuri. Back to you guys.
And Florida Power and Light, you know, they have partnerships with power companies in like Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and we've seen these storms before. If you travel ahead of the storm, they have their utility trucks ready to go on the highway. So as soon as the storm moves on out, they move on in. So they're going to be working very hard to make sure they get power back to our viewers here in South Florida as soon as possible.
And a reminder, we are simulcasting on several radio stations. We'll have a list of that for you in just a little bit. But first, I want to let you know that we had Nicole Ensalada in Key West for a long time, for the last couple of days. She was the last local reporter to leave because it was so dangerous. And now we have you, Nicole, live there in Naples, where it looks like it's all shuttered up.
It actually is. And Lynn and Jeff, for anyone who's really not familiar, this is downtown Naples, Fifth Avenue, very sort of fancy area, lots of bars and restaurants and expensive jewelry stores, that kind of thing. And just about everybody is boarded up. In fact, I'm going to walk on over here and show you that there's some sandbags here in front of this particular store, as well as many others, because here's the thing. In Southwest Florida, they are very worried about storm surge. We are hearing so much more here in terms of storm surge potential than we are high winds. Not to say that there won't be high winds, but that is really the concern. They are talking about potential storm surge that could come as far as US 41 Tamiami Trail. So if you're familiar at all with this area, Naples, Bonita Springs, Fort Myers, in fact, a whole section of Fort Myers, about 100,000 people have now been called for a mandatory evacuation all the way almost to about 75, to about to about Highway 75, Alligator Alley. Now, let's go ahead and show you some video, though, because this is the other thing. When you have mandatory evacuations, you have shelters. Germain Arena, which many folks, as you head up to Tampa, or if you go to see concerts somewhere in Fort Myers, you may be familiar with Germain Arena. Well, that is a shelter. They've had a lot of problems this morning. They've had a lot of people out in the heat waiting to get in. And the latest that I am hearing is that it is closed. So they are trying really hard in Collier County, Lee County, to try to make sure that they have places for everyone who needs to evacuate. Germain Arena, a very large facility. And the last I am hearing is that it is full, not closed, full. That it has reached its maximum capacity, and there were people standing in line, hundreds of people standing in line there this morning. So that may end up being an issue here. Hopefully, officials will be able to sort it all out before all is said and done. But now a lot of people are just hunkering down, not so much for winds now, but for high water. And they are hoping that this will be a false alarm and they'll get through it pretty dry. But that's something that still remains to be seen. We'll bring you more as soon as we have it. Lynn, Jeff?
Nicole, we all thought the storm was coming for us, for Miami, for everybody on the southeast side, obviously still for the Keys. But, you know, thinking about Fort Myers and Naples and Tampa, I mean, a lot of people actually went there to get away from the storm. Are you finding that, and I know you just arrived, but is your sense that people are actually surprised that they actually have to find a shelter or come up with a plan?
I don't know if we're hearing about surprise so much, except we do know that coming here, the traffic was extremely light. Even in Naples and in Collier County, the parts of Collier County we've been through, there was very little traffic. But we are hearing that there's a huge traffic jam further north, leaving this area, trying to get up through Tampa. We're hearing that there's a big traffic jam there. So it sounds like in the last several hours, a lot of people decided to hit the road. And that's what a lot of officials have been urging people to do for several days now. But of course, with these storms, the way they wobble and move from east to west, you never know. But once again, because it seems like water is going to be the big issue here. And they're talking about neighborhoods that are not necessarily up by the water. We're only a few blocks from the water here. They're not just talking about that now. They're talking about neighborhoods, some in Bonita Springs, that are close to US 41, which is Tamiami Trail, which is really not that close to the water. And they're talking about potential flooding there of 3 to 15 feet. Not above sea level, above the ground. That is what they are telling folks to perhaps keep in your mind, to be prepared for that. There's the Imperial River that runs east-west. The Gulf all dumps into that river. You've got, of course, like most of Florida, a lot of waterways. Cape Coral loaded with canals. Big neighborhoods in Cape Coral are now under mandatory evacuations for that reason. This is a very, like many coastal areas of Florida, there's a lot of water inland as well. So I'm not sure we're seeing a lot of surprise, but we are not seeing a lot of people. There are still some people boarding up, still some people who say they're going to ride it out higher up in some of these high buildings. But as of right now, we are not seeing that many people out and about.
And think about it, too. You have a lot of people from up north who have second homes down in that area who maybe didn't think about coming down here to board up their homes because they saw that track more on the east side of the state. So now they can't get down here. So that presents a whole nother problem. Nicole, you mentioned that shelter again, the Germain Arena. I believe you said that was full. Are there plans for any other shelters that are going to be opening up, given the fact that that line is still out there?
I haven't, I'll be honest with you, I haven't had a chance to check to see if there are any new ones available. I'm trying to see if we can get that. I'm just looking at some resources that say that there's still lines outside, still trying to figure out exactly what they're going to do with all of these folks. So that I cannot tell you. I would assume, though, that emergency managers have got to be prepared at a certain point for when shelters are full. We even saw that down in Key West, in the Keys, that they kept saying there were going to be no shelters in Monroe County, and then at the last minute decided that they had to open up a couple of last resort shelters. So hopefully that's something that they'll be able to figure out here as well. But the potential for storm surge, at least what they're talking about, is so far away from the water. Potentially, there may be a lot of people who just weren't prepared for that aspect of it because they thought that they wouldn't be in any danger. As far as the second homes go, a lot of folks here also do have the resources, especially those who live by the water, to perhaps have somebody come out and do that for them, or they already have the shelters, or the shutters rather. But of course, now you're talking about a last minute thing. So whether or not they can actually get that done at the last minute, that remains to be seen. Just a quick drive around. Many of those homes did seem like they already had those sort of pre-built-in shutters, the kind that, when you buy the house, you go ahead and put the shutters in, and not the plywood that we see with some of these businesses. So hopefully, they will all be safe. So we'll just have to see. Water is a whole different animal than wind. So we'll just have to see how that all works out and whether or not some of these businesses and some of these homes are able to make it through.
Yeah, water's going to be a problem for them. Nicole Insada reporting live there from the ghost town now of Naples. We'll check back with her a little later on. All right, now let's go to Fort Lauderdale, where Brandon Byer is, and the winds are kicking up there. Brandon, you're on the beach?
On the beach, on top of a hotel on Fort Lauderdale Beach. We've been here, got here yesterday afternoon, maybe 2 o'clock or so. And the story here has been the wind. In fact, I want to show you that with our little wind meter here. Started blowing yesterday afternoon. You should see it start to tick up here. We've seen gusts of up to 35 consistently, right around the 25, 26, 25 mile an hour range. The highest we have seen so far has been about 35, but that wind is not stopping. It is just, looks like we're just hitting about the high teens and the 20s, but that wind has been blowing really since we started to feel the effects of Irma. We'll put you down onto the beach here because it's way too early for people to be, taking this any less lightly at all. But we are seeing people venture outside and wanting to feel these winds for themselves. They do feel like that they stand to get lucky here. Days ago, we were looking at the possibility of the cone of this, the core of this storm making its way up the east coast of Florida, and a lot of people here are starting to think that maybe that's not going to happen here, and they're venturing back, not in mass numbers. I would say a couple of dozen people at most, just to feel these winds for themselves. They're driving up and down these streets. I don't think that the bridge to Fort Lauderdale was ever fully closed. I know the police were monitoring that situation last night. They expected to close at about midnight, but we have seen cars coming and going, doing so rather safely. There's still a very heavy police presence here on the beach because it's still a mandatory evacuation for anyone who lives here. It was urged, and officials pleaded that they get to safety so that they didn't put their families at risk. But as this storm is now moving ashore, these winds at least, people just almost can't resist the urge to come out and see it for themselves. We talked with one guy who brought his family out. This was earlier today, maybe 10:30 or so. The winds weren't quite what they are now, but he just wanted to see it for himself. Listen to this.
People kept texting me and emailing me, to get away, to run, move. But, I felt pretty safe in my building. And, I had a plan with my kids, and we had plan A, plan B, and plan C. So
which plan is this, C?
This is actually was never in the plan, because it actually, turned out better than we thought.
So a couple of pieces of information from officials. Broward County is also under that curfew, starting at 4 p.m. when it's really expecting to pick up tropical force, maybe even hurricane force winds. The curfew is in effect. They don't want to see anyone outside of their homes after 4 p.m., so keep that in mind. Secondly, the lifeguards have been pulled from the beach, so absolutely do not even consider getting in the water because there is no one right now who could save you if you found yourself in trouble. Thirdly, I want to just give you another shot of where we are here. We have several different views we're going to bring you throughout this storm. We're on the fourth floor of this hotel right now. That's going to give us the most panoramic view of the storm as it blows in. We've also got a porch set up about the midway point, and then of course we can be. There goes the hat. Of course we can be on the beach as well, so you'll be able to see from the top of the roof, midway, and then on the ground as well, really giving you the best vantage as this as Irma has its effects felt here on Fort Lauderdale Beach.
Well, that speaks to the wind.
Goodbye, hat.
Losing the hat. Brandon, I'm curious. Last year I recall during Matthew, when it was off our coast, we saw surfers out there. We spoke to Ann a little bit earlier, Ann Keel. No surfers where she was at. Are you noticing any surfers trying to challenge these waves out there?
Saw one, Jeff. We saw a windsurfer where it's almost like a snowboard where you're strapped into it with your feet, and then they're holding a kite. So we saw one of those guys. He was whipping. He was whipping across the water. But that's the only one we've seen. I haven't seen anybody in the water other than that guy, and I'll show you why. Look at these waves. That is a huge breaking wave out there, and they're breaking so far, really as far as you could see, which is maybe 2 miles. You're seeing breaking waves. Sometimes, middle of the summer, it can be flat calm out here on the ocean, not a wave to be seen or felt, but obviously that is not the case when you have a hurricane just a couple 100 miles away. But yeah, Jeff, to answer your question, I've seen one guy in the water and he wasn't there long.
Yeah, that's kite surfing, I believe. I'm not an expert, but
challenging stuff right there.
Challenging and dangerous. All right, Brandon, hope you get your hat back. Thank you so much for reporting live there on the beach in Fort Lauderdale. Reminder to everybody, we're under a tornado watch right now. We're expecting tropical storm force winds for the next 24 or so hours. You were going to say something?
No. Oh. I think we're waiting to get Robin. We
Yes.
should get some video here in just a few moments. We've been watching Cuba very closely. It tracked a little closer to Cuba than we thought it was going to.
Yeah, all right. We feel bad for our friends and family in Cuba, and of course for everybody on the west coast of Florida. The eye did stay onshore longer than meteorologists did anticipate, and as we just heard from Brent and Phil, the eye looks like it's just now leaving a little bit of Cuba. But then Phil also said about an hour ago that there's one model or a couple models that show it actually wobbling a little bit, coming back down to land on Cuba, on its actual land mass, and then finally making its trek west.
And we can see the radar right over there. You see it right over our shoulders, and it looks like that eye is getting better defined. Again, we do predict that it looks like in the forecasting that this storm could be Category 4 as it approaches Marathon through possibly Marquesas Keys.
Right now it's a 3.
The 3,
right.
exactly, but could be a 4
Correct.
when it gets closer to the Keys
Right.
there.
That's because of the warm water. And again, Phil was saying that the eye could hit, as you said, any place between Marathon and Marquesas. And I said, where's Marquesas? And that's a little island. You probably already know this.
Very small.
Right after, more south of Key West, with winds up to 130 miles an hour. The National Hurricane Center also expects that some of the islands will be underwater with a storm surge from the Florida Bay and the Atlantic Ocean, possibly up to 10 feet. That's just storm surge. That's not counting the rain in addition.
And we already saw those images. I believe it was a picture Belkis had a few moments ago. Isla Mirada, one of the resorts there, already seeing their resort get inundated with water. And this is before the storm has even left the coast of Cuba.
Yeah.
So the hours to come, it's only going to get worse. And that's why we can't stress enough. Now's the time to get out. It's almost too late at this point because that highway is just going to be overflowed with water in the hours to come.
It's time to hunker down for all of us and stay inside and ride this thing out together. We're going to be with you to the very end. Let's now go to Robin Simmons in the Satellite Center with more on how Cuba fared. Robin?
We have some pretty amazing pictures coming in from Cuba, and the storm making landfall as a Category 5 just before 11 last night near Santa Clara. And CNN is there with a reporter who has been covering the preparations there, and he was getting ready for a report, a live shot, and you'll see in this video behind him pieces of a roof are blowing off behind him as he is getting ready for his report. We are hearing about reports of wind gusts at 124 miles per hour. Also a report that wind instruments that gauge the speed of the wind were destroyed by the wind. They were broken because the wind was so strong. I don't know if we have that video, but again, this reporter is standing by for his live shot, and you see the roof just lifting off behind him. There are 6 Cuban provinces that are still under a hurricane warning, and there you see it ducking for cover, because you have to imagine the sound of that as the roofs just go flying past, not knowing exactly which direction they were going because he had his back to that. So this is in Caibarien, which is a tourist area, and we understand much of this area is now under several feet of water. Many of the people there live in one-story buildings, so that is a true concern. And we're just going to have to watch and see these images as they come in from Cuba, as Irma came ashore as a Category 5 storm before losing strength as it hugs the northern coast. For now, reporting live in the Satellite Center, Robin Simmons, 7 News.
And so interesting. I mean, it's really just hugged the coast there, that eye. It's almost drawn the exact line of the coastline of Cuba and still taking time to leave.
Yeah, our hearts go out to everybody in Cuba as well. Let's head now to Deerfield Beach, where they're definitely feeling the outer bands of this as well. We've got Vanessa Medina, I believe. She is outside there on the beach where, all right, winds are kicking up. Vanessa?
That's right. Winds are picking up all morning. It's been a little quiet here. There's a mandatory curfew in place for all residents here in Deerfield Beach, and the city of Hillsborough Beach, rather, the Barrier Island, Hillsborough Beach as well. No one is allowed onto the Barrier Islands here. Driving on the way in, Broward Sheriff's deputies were blocking the road. They're not letting anyone come in. Now, let's take a look out at the water here. You can see the surf is definitely picked up. A few surfers attempted to come out this morning, but you're looking at just a bunch of white water. There was no way for them to get out and get any good waves out there. It just battered them. So as you can see, no one is on the beach. People are heeding these warnings. If we could take it to the pier, so you could see over here, Ken, if you could shoot over here to the pier, you can see just the water hitting on that pier. Now, just so you get an idea, that pier is about 10 to 15 feet high, depending on the tide. So those waves are coming quite high to the bottom area of the pier there. As this storm moves in, it's going to get progressively worse out here. The wind is going to be progressively worse. We've been told this is going to be a wind event, a water event out here. So people stay inside. Again, driving down, I was on I-95. I didn't see a lot of people on the road. So people are staying indoors. They're watching their movies, have some nice family time, eat all the food that you bought to prepare for this storm, and just wait this out indoors. Again, that mandatory curfew is in place here at Deerfield Beach and Broward County. That curfew begins at 4 p.m. For now, reporting live in Deerfield Beach, Vanessa Medina, back to you guys.
You can see that white
Vanessa,
surf
thank you.
coming on in, very choppy out there as the rain bands begin to move in from Hurricane Irma.
And, you know, we can understand why you think it's tempting to go outside. I mean, it kind of looks beautiful right there, but as we can see from that the radar behind us, these are the outer bands that are going to be approaching. As Phil said, the storm seems to have slowed down a little bit. So in the next 24 hours or so, he says it's going to hit, he expects between Sunday and Monday, actually. So things are going to get nasty in the next 24 hours.
And even a few of those models, he said some additional models were showing that could actually dip down into Cuba again,
right,
come back up, and then begin to make that trek over the Florida Keys into southwest Florida. So yeah, we could be dealing with this storm for a couple of days ahead.
Let's see how our friends are doing on Las Olas, and let's see what the weather looks like there. We've got 7 Steve Shapiro by the water. Steve,
Yes.
I don't think I've seen your hair move so much.
Don't get smart with me, Martinez. Don't get smart. All right, first appearance of the day. Ate some Cheerios, did some push-ups. I'm ready for the long haul. We're going to be here for a long night. Hey, we're just west of the Fort Lauderdale Bridge, the the Las Olas Beach Bridge. The cops are out here. As Vanessa mentioned, there's going to be a curfew in Broward County at 4 o'clock. Everybody off the streets, but this bridge is going to be closed to traffic at 3 o'clock. Nobody goes east on the bridge after 3 o'clock. Curfew, everybody off the street by 4 o'clock. Not a bad day here yet. There's the Intracoastal here in Fort Lauderdale. You see all the boats are kind of tied down in the Intracoastal. In fact, we got some video. We were going up and down Las Olas. We got some video. We found a guy who was tying down 2 catamarans at this late hour. Owns a company that actually secures boats, and he's just getting to these 2 here in Las Olas just now. So he was tying those down. We also found a couple of people who were boarding up their bar, and unbelievably, as they're doing that, their bar is open. You're boarding up and you're open?
Yeah, we're going to see if we can be open. We're going to see if anybody shows up, wants to get drunk with us, and just doing that salty local thing where you stay open no matter what. You're here. We watched everybody board up on Thursday, and we were like, that's ridiculous. It's not going to be here till Sunday. What are they doing?
What were they doing? They were being smart is what they were doing. That's the 2N bar. If you're walking around, although you're supposed to be off the streets at 4 o'clock, if you're walking around, it's at 1517 East Las Olas Boulevard. 2N is open. All right, we got some things to fix technically here, but I'll be back when you need me. Steve Shapiro, live on Las Olas, 7 News.
Well, at least they're boarding up, you know. At least they're, you know, it is too late to board up, they say. The officials don't want you to be putting up shutters right now, but I don't know.
And don't take them down.
And don't take them down. They're urging you to stay inside.
Yeah, we don't want to take anything down just yet. Irma is still making her way on up. Okay, so Andrew Scheinthal, he's been driving around with his photographer, trying to find some, well, you got a downed tree right there behind you, Andrew.
We have a downed tree. You can see it right here. And it actually landed on part of the house over here. We're in Cutler Bay on 187th. And so, yeah, I mean, look at this. This is a massive tree. It is absolutely huge. And all the branches, all the top branches, just slamming straight into the home right here. The fence right here, you know, was no match for this massive tree. And this is just some of the damage we've been seeing out here. You know, typically we find a lot of large tree limbs, a lot of palm fronds, you know, fences are being down with a lot of the damage that we saw, but this is the most severe we've seen so far. This entire tree that was, it looks like it was just ripped out of the ground. I mean, you can even look right here just how flawless it is from the grass. It just, you know, like it was just bent over. I mean, it's absolutely incredible to see the damage that can be done when these bands of rain come through. So, you know, and here's the thing, too. We haven't seen much wind or rain here in Cutler Bay. We've been here for an hour and a half to 2 hours almost. So this was clearly done well before we got here. But we actually had someone who stopped us and told us about this, saying that it happened, you know, when that last band of rain came through. So these are the kind of winds that we're talking about and the kind of things that we're talking about. And you cannot predict when this is going to happen. So that's why it's so important to stay inside, because you really don't know where these wind events and these rain events are going to come slamming into the area you are in. And fortunately, no one was near here when this happened. But certainly for this family, this is going to be a headache. This is a nightmare. This is probably, you know, their worst nightmare of what they thought was going to happen. And now this entire tree just fallen over onto their home. And hopefully, you know, we couldn't get to the front door because it's actually on the other side of all the tree limbs there. So hopefully they aren't home, or if they are, hopefully they're all safe. We tried getting hold of them, but unfortunately we couldn't. But this is just some of the stuff we're finding out here.
Wow, those poor people. That must have been really loud, too. That's a large tree. It looks like, I'm no tree expert, but it looks like it's at least 50, maybe to 60 years old. I have a similar tree in my backyard. And you wouldn't think it's not one of those ficus trees, you know, where they, you know, one little gust of wind and it blows over. Looks like maybe it's an olive tree that's been there for quite some time.
And you see the roots are more toward the surface,
Yeah.
so you can probably
Spread
topple
out.
over easier.
And that's not a gust of wind. It could be a tropical
absolutely.
storm
I mean,
force wind. Go ahead, Andrew.
Absolutely. No, I say absolutely. You know, the person who told us about this said that he believes the tree has been here for 55 to 60 years. And that's how long, you know, this tree very well may have been here. And you're right, it's not one of those ficus trees. You have to remember, too, after those storms have come through, you know, a lot of people started taking those trees down because they're so easy to fall over and they can cause a lot of damage. This is a tree that has been here for a very long time, clearly. And, you know, unfortunately, it was no match for these winds. So clearly, these outer bands come in, it's going to cause a lot of damage. And just keep in mind, it is remarkable to think how far away we are from the eye of this storm. And this is the kind of damage we're seeing. So, you know, heed the advice of officials. Get inside and stay inside.
So if these tropical storm force winds can knock down that huge old tree, imagine what it can do to people. That's why we need to stay inside. Thank you so much for that live report out of Cutler Bay.
Okay, we want to go to now Sheldon Fox. She's in downtown Miami with more on conditions there. Sheldon.
Oh, yeah. Sheldon.
Hey, Jeff and Lynn, we are just north of downtown Miami, right very close to the American Airlines Arena. We're just to the east of the Omni, some really famous landmarks where we're standing now. We're right in front of the Sea Isle Marina here. And anytime there's a concern with storm surge in any kind of storm that's approaching, and you see this amount of boats, you get a little nervous. I know that yesterday we were in deep South Dade, and at the Black Point Marina, which had seen lots of surge during Hurricane Andrew, it had significant surge. Everybody there was tying their boats down, sort of scrambling to do that. There's always that concern when you have this many boats. Give you another scene setter here. We are right by the Grand and the Doubletree Hotel. It's that white building, and we're also right near the Marriott here. We're just east of Biscayne Boulevard, and you're catching us in the middle of what I'm going to call a lull, because when we got here, we walked a few blocks from near Biscayne Boulevard to where we are now. We had to walk a few blocks east to get to our spot. And I have to tell you, I was holding the tripod, holding the rain jacket, and the wind was pushing me back. It was difficult just to walk here, but now we're in a lull, thankfully. We'll show you what it's been like near where we are in downtown Miami, where a huge sheet of rain came in earlier this morning. I can show you that video right now. It was a very sort of startling sight when you see this weather deteriorate the way it does. First, it looks okay. Then the wind and the rain come. Then it stops, and then it picks back up again. And in downtown, and in the Brickell area of downtown, and in the Edgewater area, and along Biscayne Boulevard, north of downtown, you have the concern of cranes. You're looking now, you should be looking at video of a crane in downtown Miami. And those cranes, man, it's the contractors and those in the construction world will say they're built to do this. They sway sort of back and forth, and they spin a little bit. It's not so easy to take a crane down. They say it takes 10 days to 2 weeks to take some of these cranes down, and that's why you still see them there in this weather. That crane doing what some people in the construction world will tell you it's supposed to do, which is to spin. Now, as we come back out live, give you another landmark here. We're showing you the Venetian Causeway. That's one of the causeways that connects mainland Miami to Miami Beach. And as I said, the weather looking okay for this moment, but it changes on a dime. Lynn and Jeff?
Thank you so much, Sheldon Fox, reporting live there on Miami Beach, where winds are kicking up as well. It's a good time to remind you there's a curfew in effect for several parts of Miami, Miami Beach, Miami, North Miami Beach. 7 o'clock, don't go outside. After 7 o'clock to 7 in the morning. And the reason why they do that is because that's when the weather is really going to deteriorate, and it's going to be dark. There's going to be power outages. So be careful, stay inside.
And with those cranes, I actually have one outside of my building. And what they're trying to do is they say they can sustain winds of a Category 4 hurricane, but they're also putting like large cable rings at the top to try to keep them weighted down as those winds move on through.
Yeah, you want to stay away from a crane.
Exactly.
Any debris, you want to stay away from that as well. All right, I'm Lynn Martinez along with Jeff Lennox, and we're going to be with you to the end. We're going to switch crews now, and Belkis and Craig are going to join you in just a few minutes. We'll do that in a few minutes.
And right now, we'll go ahead, and Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow is standing by for more on Hurricane Irma, as right now that storm is right near Cuba. Phil?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, we're still following a very strong, very powerful hurricane. It's been hugging the coast of Cuba now. It's been slowing down, so that's going to delay its arrival here across the Florida Keys later on during the day tomorrow. As of 3 p.m., 125-mile-per-hour winds moving west at 9, really slowing down 140 miles southeast of Key West, Florida. Here is the big satellite view. There's the spin. This storm is huge. Remember that what the National Hurricane Center tracks for the cone is just this little dot right here. So even if that little dot moves across southwest Florida, look at what's left here. This side will continue to aim for us. Now, we may not get a direct hit, that big Category 3 or 4 or 5 system that was forecast earlier, but everyone across South Florida is going to get something, some folks just worse than others. Something else to note, a lot of folks are asking, what's going to make this stop and head north? Look at this line right here. Those are some very strong upper level winds. That's putting the brakes on the system, and we can tell that it's been slowing down over the last few hours, and that's going to make it finally make that turn to the north. Now, if it turns rather quickly, it's going to be more of a threat for us a little later across southwest Florida. Most of the models now are suggesting that it will be imminent impact across the Keys and then across possibly Naples, Fort Myers, and on down the road. So here's the eye of the storm, still right across the coast of Cuba and moving ever so slowly, but there's plenty of rain ahead of it, and this is just like a big wall of water headed in our direction. The rain extends from the north of Cuba through Andros Island, Bimini, just offshore Florida. Then it sweeps over the area, comes out across Naples, and back in through the Florida Straits. Locally, Broward County not looking too bad right now. We did have some fast-moving showers making their way across Coral Springs. Those are now headed in through Okeechobee Road. As far as Miami-Dade is concerned, there's a big line of some strong thunderstorms here moving in across Biscayne Bay. That is going to impact the southern half of Miami-Dade County here for a very long time. Then we have another feeder band heading in through the middle and lower Keys. There are a couple of more feeder bands sitting just offshore. Now, earlier I was mentioning that these feeder bands are going to be increasing in frequency and in strength. We are going to see that over the next few minutes. All right, so now let's go over to the desk. Oh.
National Weather Service reports we are now subject to tropical storm force winds ranging anywhere from 40 to 73 miles per hour. As the evening approaches, we are expected to experience hurricane force winds 74 miles per hour or higher in places. A 2 to 4 foot storm surge is possible in our coastal communities. On occasion, wind gusts could be stronger, at times reaching up to 100 miles per hour in some areas. And they are expected to cause property damage, down trees, and power outages. Tornadoes may also occur in some areas. The worst of this storm is going to come tonight and last through early Monday morning. All residents should now be in place for the duration of the event. Please stay off the roadways. We expect 10 to 15 inches of rain and up to 20 inches in some isolated areas. This is likely to result in flooding and potentially significant localized flooding. Broward County's 21 shelters are at capacity at this time. Our doors are closed as we are preparing for the brunt of this storm. As the storm approaches, residents are reminded to keep your pets inside and stay indoors until the storm has passed. Identify the strongest part of your home, which is usually away from the windows and exterior doors. If the power goes out, do not use candles for lighting. Please know that 911 will not be able to respond during tropical storm force or hurricane wind conditions. Please do not go outside to assess the damage to your home until after the storm has completely passed and an all clear has been given. Once the storm is over, please participate in our home damage assessment program. For all of the details you need to participate, visit broward.org/hurricane. Residents can provide a valuable community service by participating in our program. This is going to help us identify areas with the most damage even before our rapid assessment teams are able to canvass the county. The Broward County Emergency Hotline remains open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to answer any questions that you may have. In Broward, you can call 311 or 954-831-4000. Visit Broward.org to follow us. Still on Twitter at Ready Broward, the county's new emergency alert information system called Alert Broward, and you can also go to Facebook at Broward EMD. Our community has done a wonderful job heeding the warnings and taking the steps to be prepared for this dangerous storm. Rest assured, we will be here to quickly move into recovery mode and get our community up and running again. I am going to invite our FPL representative, Ms. Juliette Rulak, to the mic to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. FPL wants to remind you that we are ready and we're here for you. We learned from Wilma, we learned from Matthew. We have improved our infrastructure and we have improved our logistics. We're ready, we're prepared, and we will get you restored as soon as we can, as soon as it's safe to do so. What's important now is that you are prepared for your own safety at home. Please take all last-minute precautions, stay inside, and ride the storm safely. After the storm is through and past and we get the all clear, please do not try to make any electrical repairs inside your home, particularly if there is water penetration. That's very dangerous. We also ask you that you can assume that FPL is aware of the outages unless you notice that you're the only home without power in your area, then certainly call. Before you do that, please do check outside by your meter that all the wires are intact, because that may be the cause. And in that case, please do call an electrician to make sure that's taken care of. We wish you all the best during this time, and we're here for you. I will be storm riding, and FPL will be here during this storm to make sure that you are fully advised. Thank you, and it's been a real pleasure working with all our partners here, and the Broward EOC has been tremendous. Thank you.
At this time, I would like to invite Miguel Ascarons up to give a few brief highlights in Spanish. Miguel.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, we heard from Mayor Barbara Sharif there at in Broward County. 21 shelters there that opened up in Broward ahead of Irma, all at capacity. They're all closed. They expect 10 to 15 inches of rain in Broward because of Irma, but they're telling Broward County residents to rest assured. After all is said and done, those rapid response teams are going to be out there and get to work on rebuilding.
And as we look at Fort Lauderdale, we might remind everybody that Broward County is under a curfew. It begins at 4 o'clock this afternoon, so about 50 minutes from now, all of Broward County is under a curfew. And while we're at it, Miami has one from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., Miami Beach 8 p.m. to 7 a.m., and North Miami Beach 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. Again, abundance of caution, because that's when the thick of it is going to arrive. Sustained tropical storm force winds with hurricane wind gusts, so they don't want you outside. So that's a look. That's the Deerfield Beach Pier. All right, doing a round robin. We still want to do Brian first. 7 News reporter Brian Enton. All right, let's hit up Brian. He, last I saw, was on Miami Beach. Brian? Do we have him?
Yeah, Craig, we're at First and Ocean. Can you hear me, Craig?
Go ahead, Brian. Go.
Yeah, we're at First and Ocean. It's about 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts down here. We just checked with our wind gauge, and check this out. This is really the extent of the damage that we're seeing around Miami Beach right now. Trees like these are coming down. You see these are 2 palm trees in the middle of the intersection right here at First and Ocean. A few police officers came by. They radioed in that these trees were down, but the issue in this area is once the winds, we've been told, reach 40 miles per hour or so, a lot of the first responders and the city crews, they choose to hold off at that point. And so for the time being, at least, these 2 palm trees will remain in the middle of the road. You see that sign right there that Luis was just on. It gives you an idea of how the wind is really whipping out here. Again, we used our gauge, and it was about 40 miles per hour or so when I checked it about 2 or 3 minutes ago. One thing that occurred to me this morning was you drive down 95, you drive in these areas with a lot of new construction, and you see these newer palm trees that are in the medians with these wood planks holding them up because they're new and the root systems haven't really taken off in the ground yet. That appears to be the issue here. You know, these trees were just put in not that long ago. They've still got the wooden planks holding them up, and they just couldn't take these wind gusts, and now they have come down in the road. This is the kind of damage we're seeing throughout the streets of Miami Beach. Let's go to video. This is from Miami Beach Fire and Rescue, and this is the firefighters and the different rescue crews out this afternoon within the last several hours, working to clear debris and trees just like this. We haven't seen anything incredibly serious, no huge trees, no structural damage. Mainly the kind of issues that we're seeing are like what you're looking at right now, different tree branches down, palm trees like this. But it is important that when the wind settles down, the crews come out like you're seeing these Miami Beach Fire Rescue crews come out, and they start clearing things up because it does get in the way of traffic. And as you can imagine, as this storm starts to pick up and we see more of these bands moving through and the wind get even stronger, there's going to be more issues like this. Craig and Belkis.
Okay, Brian Ensign, thank you much for a look on the beach. And again, that kind of stuff is consistent with the winds we're going to see for the next day and a half or so.
What we're getting for now, anyway. We're going to go to Chris Van Vliet now. I believe he's in West Park with earlier today. That house behind you caught fire. Chris, what happened?
Yeah, Belkis, Craig, this is a house fire here in West Park. This is, let me get the address here, 3500 Southwest 40th Avenue here in West Park. And Broward Sheriff Fire Rescue says that this was storm-related, that it was an electrical cause. They're not saying much more than that, but take a look at the house here behind us. You can see where there were flames completely engulfing this house, and Hurricane Irma not making it any easier because this house was boarded up and ready for Hurricane Irma. Fire Rescue had to take these boards off, had to take these shutters off so that they could fight the fire. We have some video. When we arrived at the scene, this house was fully engulfed when they arrived, and we're told by neighbors that the fire actually had to be fought twice. It went out once, and then it rekindled. Fire Rescue had to come back and fight it once again. 15 people were inside, 10 adults and 5 kids. Now, they all got out safely, and they're all in a safe place right now to ride out Hurricane Irma. We have photos inside the house from Broward Sheriff Fire Rescue, and you can see just how devastating the fire was, fully engulfed here. Once again, they're telling us that this was an electrical cause and that it is storm-related. A little girl named Janae, who is the one that saved the day and got all 15 people out to safety.
What happened? Me and my mom was sleeping during the day, and then I smelled fire, so I jumped out of my bed, and my mom woke up too. I smelled smoke, but she thought it was light. So she told me to go over there and look by the window, and then it was fire. So she said, "Oh my gosh, it's fire." Then we ran everywhere to tell everyone to evacuate. She even put Creole to my cousins and stuff. And then we all escaped just in time because my cousin Janelle, she called 911 and then told everyone to come here. But now our house is gone.
It's okay, it's okay. But you're gonna go somewhere safe for the storm. Don't worry, you're a hero. You got everybody out okay?
I had to push my dad because he's a little slow. He has a sore leg, his left leg. He has a sore leg, so I had to push him. He was working fine. Right when everyone was behind me, the glass started breaking down, and he came closer. But we got out just in time.
Got everybody out safe, and that's all that matters. Your house can be fixed. So
And wow, that's such emotional video there. Little Janae, the hero of the day here in West Park, and we can tell you that a bus did come shortly after fire rescue fought the fire and brought everyone to shelters, so they are riding out Hurricane Irma in a safe place. And you can see here, if you look at the shutter, where fire rescue had to cut through this so that they could get to the house, so that they could fight the fire, break the window here and fight the fire. The good news here in West Park is that everyone is out and everyone is safe. We're live right now in West Park. I'm Chris Van Vliet, 7 News.
Poor little thing.
Oh,
Breaks
yeah.
your heart, but she's such a sweetheart, and she is a hero. She saved her family.
That's right. That's right.
We can rebuild the house, but not mom and dad.
That's right. Very true. We are getting a look at some of what's already beginning to happen damage-wise throughout the area. Jeff Lennox is at the news desk with some of this for us. Jeff?
Yeah, Craig and Belkey's getting a lot of new video here into the Newsplex. I just checked out a couple of pieces I want to share with you. I will first give you a tour of Miami. First piece of video, again, here in the city, shows some of those rain bands moving on through. If we can go ahead and take that video. Do we have that video? Don't know if we have it. Do we have any video? Okay, well, we have a lot of new video coming in. Okay, this is of Cuba, actually, as, again, the eye of that storm is starting to strengthen again, and that's a reporter we've been tossing to throughout the last couple of hours, and you can see just how strong the storm is, Irma is, right near where he is at. You can see those, what appear to be pieces of roof ripping off of a building, coming very close to that reporter as he's doing his live shots for a number of stations across the country, including us. Talked to him a little bit earlier. But here is that video we were going to take a look at. I believe this is still Miami right here. Not exactly sure where, but you can see that water is collecting in that parking lot. You can see those power lines off there in the distance. It appears that one of those might be kind of dangling not too far away. If we can transition to another piece of video, I believe, there we go. This is Miami still. You can see pools. Actually, that's some good advice to pass along right there. If you can do so safely, go outside. If you have a backyard swimming pool, drain that pool. Because, again, we're expecting several inches of rain with this system. And, of course, overflow is a big concern with those backyard swimming pools. But you can see, looks to be video from a high-rise right there in the Miami area. Those trees, those palm trees, whipping pretty good as another rain band from Irma moves on through the area. Any more video, guys, upstairs? Okay, another piece right here. Not exactly sure where this is. Possibly Miami Springs. I was told we had some video coming in out of Miami Springs, but you can see a pretty strong rain band, heavy rain coming down in that portion of South Florida as Irma, the effects of Irma, we begin to feel those here in the South Florida area. So if you can do so safely, maybe out your backyard window, shoot some video. This is Dinner Key Marina. Those boats bobbing around right there, some extra ties, extra lines on that on those boats to ensure that they stay in place as we start to see those tropical storm winds, those hurricane gusts. In the hours to come. Again, this Dinner Key Marina, this is where that video is coming from. Again, as I was mentioning, if you can send some video to us, we'd love to see it. Be safe as you shoot those pictures and send that video. Send it to 7@WSVN.com is the address you can use. Belkey's, Craig, back to you guys.
Okay, Jeff, thanks. We'll check back as you get more of that material coming in. And thanks to everybody at home who safely is thinking of us and sending it in so we can share it.
Yeah, because a lot of people have impact glass, so they don't need shutters, so they can just shoot right out the window and, like you said, do it safely. So,
although the experts advise when the height of the storm happens, don't stand near the glass.
Window.
Even though it is impact, you want to be in the interior room and not near the window.
Stay away. We're looking at video from inland from several parts of Miami, but there's the east side of Dade County, and Rosh Lowe is in Bell Harbor. That's Zone A. They were under mandatory evacuation yesterday. Rosh?
Well, first off, I want to show you a couple of things. Come take a walk with me down this pier, and you'll see that actually more people have come out. We were live here about an hour ago, and there weren't a lot of people out here, but now I guess people have started to come out. But let me show you. Let's walk down here for a little bit. Let me show you the concern here. Look at these waves that are coming in and crashing in here, and you'll see the waves, and we'll stop here because as these waves crash up against the pier here, you can see how this storm is really affecting the area and the concern about storm surge. Now, Hollover, which is just across the way over there, you'll see it's completely empty. They've actually locked the gate there, I believe. In past years, as I mentioned before, we've we've covered hurricanes there, and we saw people out there on the water. That is not the case with this storm. And as I also mentioned, it seems like with this storm, people, are taking this seriously. But the concern here in